If that tree was in the way, I may have gotten that. Oh, shots that pillar. I got his Tootsie! Huntress Wing. Oh. My god, sorry, car. I did a reticle, but like Beth, like literally. Oh.
Why are we still here?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
It's fine. I need more hatchets. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, me the. You're gonna let me get one, right? He's actually sleeping. It's great.
Success!
Yeah! Watch this. Watch this. Yeah, get shot! I am obviously the best skiller shoe. What the? No! 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 Get shit on Rebecca. Oh my god. Oh my god! That scared the f out of me! I was expecting hatchets! No f***ing way am I getting a goddamn comeback. I wonder if Rebecca has oh my god! I'm sorry, you scared me! Dead hard. Altruism kills. No! 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 Wait! How long has he had a flashlight? Where's the Felix? Where's the Felix? I gotta hook somebody. Oh, I don't have bad grit. I don't have bad grit. This is the most intense game of my life. He's got Dead Hard. Whoa, my fucking god! Oh my god. This is my favorite game of Dead by Daylight. That was so incredible. Hey, watch this. Got you there, bitch. GG's. Oh my god, it's spooky snowman. Oh shit. How's we do again? Oh, come on! Oh my god. What is happening here? Oh, I got a little bit cocky, didn't I? Bro, leave me alone! Man, I would like to be able to see in this game. Me, dude. Whatever the did that! Oh, thank Christ in a pancake! Thank God! Oh my god. Okay, good. All my friends are here, and I didn't drop any of these pallets. All right, you open that door. I'm gonna go here. So I run a little bit here. Stay on that door. Stay on that door. Wow, that was really loud, that video. Oh, my ears. Is that the birthday boy? Everybody say happy birthday, Dango. Say happy birthday. And then everybody say happy Earth Day. Because the Earth was born today as well. I'm joking. But it is Earth Day, but it is also Dango's birthday. So everyone has to say, happy birthday, Dango's. And if Dango's wins, rigged. I'm joking. Hi, guys. Happy Wednesday. Happy birthday, Mother Earth. Happy birthday, Mother Earth. Happy birthday! Dangles was first too? Birthday boy gets first. Leon's Moans not first. Spoiler alert. Mwah. Panda Monster. Mwah. Max. Mwah. Escape. Mwah. Witchy Pixie. Mwah. Jello. Mwah. Jello with Gib treats. Oh, dog. I was gonna do cat or dog, but cat's not here. Dango's. Birthday kissies. Problem Child, mwah, Rex Zambi, mwah, Kaya, mwah, Delight, Kenka, mwah, Amaya, mwah, Zeph, mwah, cute as the button, mwah, Leon's Bones, mwah, Kyle, mwah, hey Mama J, mwah, True Shinobi, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Holy! Thank you so much. That's so many streams. Red! Mwah, Rooster, Kaka! Mwah, Gender Fluid Druid, mwah, Bravo Penguin, hello, Princess! And Canary the Siren. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kisses. Holy! I have your renewal? What does that mean? Of my contract? What did we sign? What did we do? I don't remember. Was gonna say I want my forehead kissy. Sorry. Oh! What was that sound? Oh, so I love that emote. They're so cute. I've been re-invited to join the Cutie Patootie. Where was my invite last year? I'm joking! No, thank you. I humbly accept a request. Thank you very much. Are we gonna kiss and or make out, Bravo Penguin? I'm joking. I'm a founding member. You guys don't have to lie to me. Chill, chill, chill. Would you like a dog treat? We gotta finish these because you don't like these. So we need to finish them so we can get treats that you do like. Okay? Oh, thank you, Jello. Come here. This is for Bravo Penguin and Bravo Penguin only. You're welcome. I just noticed my lipstick is really uneven. Don't look at it. Charlie, if you don't open your mouth and put this in your mouth and close it. Oh my god, it worked. Oh, you're such a baby. I don't like these treats. I'm stricken! Holy! For a nudist community. I'm joking. Leon Smoke, thank you for the 105 stream streak. Whoa! Whoa! 105 stream streaks. Holy moly, guacamole, artichoke. Holy, thank you so much. Also, Escape, the hottest, tallest, handsomest, and my favorite person in the entire room right now, Escape Infinite Zero. That's you. Hi, Yoki. Mwah. You go to the forehead kiss. See, it's a lot of nudies. Not enough, as far as I'm concerned. I did a phone interview while playing Valorant match. I got invited to an on-site interview. Shut up! Wait, while playing Valorant? Did you win your Valorant match? Because that's really impressive. To be doing both at the same time. Hi, Dragon, happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. I don't know how to accept compliments and birthday wishes. Do you guys know it's Dago's birthday today? I did win! Shut up. This job is potentially coming at a great time because my PC needs to upgrade. Oh, hell yeah. What do you need to upgrade? I love the doggies. Thanks. I made them myself. I'm joking. Twitch stole my streak? No! No, Loki! Were you able... Did I... I don't think I have been keeping up on my Twitch stories either. Do you remember? 559. Is that it? I didn't save in time. That sucks. You had a big streak, didn't you? Hi, Dr. Finkelstein. Mwah, to give the forehead kiss. Your CPU? What are you looking at for a new one? Do you know yet, or are you just like, you'll deal with it when it comes, you know? And get back in bed. Are we still in your weekend, or are you back at work tonight? Run the giveaway now. How many people do we have in the giveaway right now? 9 entries? Would be a pretty high percentage, right? Hi, Finky T! What's up, Eris Envy? What giveaway? Read the pinned message, buddy. Today is my Monday. I'm so sorry. But I'm gonna open up the box in a minute. I'm just gonna say hello to everybody first. You guys know it takes me like an hour to say hello to everybody, and then we start doing the content. I'm probably gonna stay in just chatting for the majority of stream today. The Ryzen 7. Ooh, that sounds super fancy. I like it already. Do I know the difference between all the different CPUs? No. But do I know that sounds fancy? It does sound fancy. Oh, Escape. What am I going to do with you? Pixel and Hurry Yapping era. Pix period. So I have the website pulled up. So this is sponsored by Dead by Daylight, obviously, and Level 99's, because Level 99's games is who made the board game, right? And I've had this box for like 3 weeks, and I've been waiting for a good time to, somebody ignore that. Spartan, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Damn Doka, hello, Angel. I've had this box for like 3 weeks. I've been waiting for a good time to do the giveaway, and there's so much cat fur on it because this is the box that Jasper and Midnight have been laying on. So I'm basically taking away their bed. But it's okay because when I open up the box, there's gonna be a whole empty box that they can sleep in. So they'll be happy with that. Really? Oh, I bet it is. Up all night talking to people. Bravo Penguin. I'm joking. Damn Toka. Think of the forehead kissy. What is this song? This is The River by Good Charlotte. And it also has M Shadows from, this is M Shadows right now. From Avenged Sevenfold. So, cool little collab song. It's really old. Almost as old as I am. YBZ, mwah. Thank you for your 351st kissy. Was this better than the other 350 other kissies? Was this the best of the 351? So many cuties in here. That is the most, so I just saw someone type in mod chat because I just saw the corner of my eye, the chat move up. And I gotta say there's so many things. Oh, Bravo, did you hear my response to that? You did? Okay. For anyone else who wanted to hear that. But, Salted Loki, that is interesting. I can't stop looking. Anyways, once again, the 69 fork is going to stop forever. That's a good call. Good call. What's for dinner? I had a Cook Unity meal, and then I have some more strawberries. You have to try for a bit. If I will, when I'm gone, you can give it away again. Well, then just be here before I end, forehead. We'll do it at here announcement in the Discord before I do the giveaway poll. When you say YBZ, I think you're saying YBC. What is YBC? Like, what is that? Is that like a band or something? What kind of meal? Oh, I posted in the Discord. Right? I think I posted in the Discord, right? Oh, I did! It's the first thing I opened. It was a blackened shrimp and cheddar pancetta risotto. It was really good. But it's in the Discord if you guys want to see it. In the Cook Unity channel, obviously. Yeah, it's where Benny and I share our meals. That sounds delicious. It was so good. The texture was kind of like crazy for a second, but then I got to the shrimp and it was like, oh yeah, that's the stuff. Eris, mwah, sick, mwah. Think of the forehead kisses. It was so good. Yummy, almost as yummy as you are. Look at you with your cooking. I made some tuna croquettes for dinner. Can you send me a picture? It's okay if you don't want to. Hi, Spoopy. Hi, Gundam. Oh, it's an anime. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Enjoy the shrimps. Oh, do you not like shrimps, or are you allergic? You have a shellfish allergy? On Spicy Day by Daylight Drama that happened 2 years ago, I watched a video on Spicy Day by Daylight Drama. What does that mean? Gundam. I feel like did you get it? And now I'm starting next week, but with the hours I work, it does mean I have to miss your weekday streams now, Stanley. Just quit. I'm joking. I'm so joking, Amaya. I'm so happy for you. Oh, can we get some W's in chat for Amaya on getting a new job? I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. I mean, I'm kind of bummed that you're not going to be here, but it's fine. It's fine. That's what the VOD channel's for, right? W's! Thank you, guys. Jobs come and go. Thanks, Eris. Allergic as hell? Okay, yeah, I'll eat them all for you. Hi, Rosaria! Is this the most recent expansion or the base game? I want to say it's the base game. I haven't opened it yet, but I'm like 67. I'm just joking. I'm like 89.999%. I'm like 98% sure that it's the base game. Oh, I can do it. I'm not doing anything. Hold on. I can do it. Master. Master. Damn Doka. Oh, I hope that me saying it's in the Discord was not me saying, did you not look at the Discord? I hope it didn't come off like that. Because there were like 1,012 Discords that streamers have, and I never expect anybody to be in my Discord, to stay in my Discord, or talk in my Discord. You know what I mean? So, I really hope you didn't do that, because you're like, damn, bitch, guess I'll join the Discord. I hope that's not why you did that. But you do get your points back. Yeah, sorry about that. I like your Discord. Oh, thanks! I've been trying to talk more in it. I mean, I'm getting better. I'm getting a little bit better. I can't read. I just look at pictures. I also dropped out of college, so I don't know how to read either. I'm just joking. I'll be around and under once I find out then. Okay, yeah. I think it's just, oh, for the giveaway? Oh, the giveaway is just the base game. Shabby. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss you. Oh, really, Panda? I hope I didn't miss anybody's kisses or messages. If I did, I'm so sorry. Really? Thanks, Sick. Yeah, the past year hasn't really been very active for me. Sorry, guys. My twin just got my built for me, so wait. Built. PC? Nom. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Honestly. Those look so crunchy. Oh, they look so crunchy. Oh, were they good? Did you have them already? I've been giggling every time I reread Mod Chat since Monday. Oh my god. Still embarrassed. I messaged Red and was like, okay, please tell him I'm not the only one who didn't know this. Hello? You did have some? Were they delicious? Were they as delicious as they look? Get rated! Zombie! Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, Melinda. Hello, Zombie. How is your guys' stream? And by your guys' I mean Zombie, but how was your guys' time in Zombie's stream? What were you up to? How are you doing? Guys, welcome in. Oh, wait. You guys enjoy DBD. What's up, Jabberwocky? Big fan of your skin on the artist in Dead by Daylight. You did 8 workouts? Like IRL? I don't mean to brag, but I did 20 squats today. I got bored, okay? I didn't feel like doing the rest of my workout. But I did 4 miles yesterday. Jordan! Thank you for the forehead kissy. What did you do? Oh, also, Raiders, we're doing a giveaway. We're doing a giveaway for the DBD board game. So hashtag DBD if you guys want to be entered in the giveaway. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. What artist skin? The Jabberwocky artist skin. I have it. It's so dope. 80 push-ups, sit-ups, lunges, squats, and jumping jacks. What about 80 burpees? Do 80 burpees for me right now. I'm joking. I'm just joking. But thank you so much for the raid. I'm so proud of you. Are you sore? Guys, everybody go follow Zombie Magic Zombie, please. Make sure that you go get out of your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. And if you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is Pixel Kitten. I'm a DB. Oh, here, I should put this on here. Yeah, I'm a DBD Eerie creator. So DBD was really, really nice enough to send out some board games to some of us gamers. And also they partnered with Level 99, which is why... Let me introduce myself first, but I will. Thank you, Mama J. But they're partnered with Level 99, who makes the board game. And that is who is sponsoring this giveaway right now. My lovely wife went out with a friend for noms, which means I don't need to feel guilty. Ordered a double pepperoni and bacon pizza. Holy shit. Can I come over? I've got my Vegas Cross. I get to DB program myself. Oh, did you apply yet? Or you have not yet? I'm an artist in Nemi Main. Shut up! I am a twin, in this order. Twins, Nemesis, Strange Trap main. I love twins. I love Nemesis, though. I played Nemesis more often than twins, but it's because twins is bugged forever. I shall be lurking. Enjoy your lurky turkey! Is it time to order pizza? Yes, you should. And don't get it stolen, like mine got stolen last time I ordered a pizza. Thanks, DoorDash. You're still celebrating 420! Oh my god, happy Earth Day, everybody. I'm gonna do a raid trailer though. I will be I'm gonna do a dish one. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with the
Boobies!
Pope.
Hunkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Oh. Also, thanks, Zombie. Thanks so much. Yeah, the DoorDash guy stole my pizza. Like, they didn't even leave a picture. He said he left it, and I, like, was walking with my dogs looking for the pizza, and it was a whole thing, but I got a refund. It's the whole thing. I deleted DoorDash after that. I was like, fuck it. Wow, gave me too much anxiety. Duncan! The mods, though. I sent the mods a Snapchat of, like, a really bad anxiety attack that I had. Duncan! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Go and get your post-stream self-care. I'll DoorDash real. What about a colonoscopy? Hungry? Pizza time. Hello? Jabberwocky, thank you for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Holy moly, guacamole, thank you so much. Also, JPEX, thank you for the 3 stream streak. What the heck? Hungry, pizza time, sad, pizza time, funeral, pizza and breadsticks, colonoscopy, extra cheese pizza. Yeah, after the colonoscopy though, right? So not extra cheese before the colonoscopy. That is so funny. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Baba J, I might sick you on them. During the colonoscopy, just eating the extra cheese pizza. Okay. Write that down. Couldn't judge before. Okay. Alright, do you guys, should I open up this box? I'm so excited. Do you like Ice 9 Kills? Not really. Fart! That's not the code word to enter the giveaway. Hey, Canadians can enter! Make sure that if you guys are entering the giveaway that you're in a country that is eligible for the giveaway.
Lizard.
Hashtag fart! That'd be really funny if we had a like fart in like with the like the lizard where it would like play a fart noise.
Lizard.
Let me add a marker because this is where I'm gonna start the stream segment thing. Yeah, there's no like there's nothing bad will happen if you double enter, like you don't like cancel entry. So if you're not sure if you enter, just type hashtag DBD again. Howdy, what's up, Capricorn? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hi. I'm gonna call you Mighty Duck, unless you tell me not to. What's up, Mighty Duck? I've seen some streamers with the fart command. It's hilarious. Really? I just have the fart sound alert,
Lizard.
which scares the French toast out of me because it doesn't really get used because it's my newest sound alert. But when it does get used, oh my god! So who did it? They played it during Resident Evil Requiem. I made a short out of it too. But when we were playing Resident Evil Requiem, we had so many people, or not so many times that we did the fart command, and it made me laugh so hard. Oh, Mr. Ware, no, you, Mr. Ware. Mwah. Supernova, mwah. Everybody say happy belated birthday to Supernova. Supernova, is your birthday yesterday, right? That was really fun. My mouth was open and everything, Bravo Penguin. That was wet. Happy belated birthday, Supernova! Apparently had the most delicious cheesecake ever that their girlfriend made them. Ugh, whatever. I want a girlfriend. I'm just joking. I want cheesecake. But also, ladies, I'm single. Alright, anyway, shut up. We're gonna open up this board game. God? Thanks for the farts, Bravo Penguin. Hopefully it wasn't after your super double cheese pizza. Yo, it's so pretty! Look at it! Oh, it's so pretty! Oh. Alright, now there's a lovely box for my cats to sit in. There we go. See? A gift for me and a gift for my cats. Yo! Look at it! It's so pretty! Need enter into the giveaway! Goddess! Goddess. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. Thank you guys for starting a hype train. What the hecky? So pretty. Almost as pretty as you guys are. Alright, let's look at the back. In Dead by Daylight, the board game, one player will take on the role of brutal killer, while up to 4 survivors band together to try and survive. The killer roams the trial's grounds, armed with savage weapons and supernatural powers, intent on hunting and sacrificing their prey to appease the mysterious entity. The survivors must repair generators to power up the exit gates and escape, while thwarting the killer's plans and working together to stay alive. How cool! Yo, let's go! When was this a thing? I actually don't know when this came out. I know that there was a Kickstarter for this a long time ago. I was broke at the time, so I did not sign up for it. I want to say like 2022. I'm going to throw a year out there. I could be wrong, but I want to say like 2022 was the year of the Kickstarter. But I may be wrong. But I was too broke to get in the Kickstarter. But luckily, they did a sponsor thing for DVD creators with Level 99, so I got it anyway! Yippee! Only a couple years later. Oh, also, Gender Fluid Druid, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Hello. Also, Maximus, thank you for the 4, because it was 2022. No way! Did you just take that off the top of your head, or is that like a Google? Either way, thank you so much for checking that, Eris. No way, I got the year right. Look at me. Who's time blind? Thank you guys so much for starting hype train. You guys are so sweet. Choo choo! A Google? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I don't have a shot glass here. Well, if we do 5 gifted subs, I'll go grab a shot glass and I'll take some shots, because I'm pretty sure I could do shots during the sponsor stream. Time for a shoey? Okay, chill. Shoey is like, that's like that's like crazy. Like, what would be shoey equivalent? Like, what would have to happen? So I think we've done it for 50 subs before. This is heavy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, here's the back if you guys want to see it. I'm pretty sure that all these figures come unpainted, so you get to paint them yourself, which is pretty cool. 4 gifted, you're so funny. 2,000 gifted subs. Oh no. I'm cheap. Don't gotta be that much. Oh, for you to do a shoey? 2,000 gifted subs? You're funny. Death is not an escape. Dead by Daylight, the board game. Game overview. Survivor guide. Use cards to plan your movement around the trial grounds. As you move, explore and discover props. Interact with props and find tools to survive. Try to evade the killer and avoid being sacrificed. Repair 4 generators to power up the exit gates. If you can open the gates, you win. Perks are special abilities you can use by spending blood points. Get more blood points by interacting with Hex Totems. So that's the survivor part. The Killer Guide. You have 2 moves per round to hunt the survivors. Try to predict where they're going to be and move to those spaces. Interact with healthy survivors to wound them. Interact with a wounded survivor to sacrifice them. You cannot sacrifice a survivor on the turn you wound them. Gain sacrifice progress each round for every hooked survivor. With 8 progress, you win. Whoa. That sounds so sick. And look at the figures. They're not painted. So you could paint them to look like a different cosmetics or something. I could make like a Twitch shirt. Panda is gonna be dogs. I don't have a cat down here. Extort those people. Oh, hey guys, 2,000 subs, and I'll do a shoey. I'm joking. 4 subs. I'm also joking. Cool Cam. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, and this is a whole... Ooh, she's textured?
You have something more private in mind, no? No, don't tell me. I'll let my imagination fill in the gaps.
Oh, Gail. I love you. You were so funny. Stop. Bravo, they were the 5 million bits? What the fudgies? Thank you so much. Don't be nice to me. I'll punish you. Oh, I actually already forgotten they redeemed a treat. All right, Charlie, it's the treats that you hate, but the faster you finish these treats, the faster Mommy gets a bag of treats that you do like. Open your mouth. Open your mouth. There are 4 treats left, okay? We just gotta get through these, and then, because I'm pretty sure this is the only bag that I have. There might be another one. But I'm not gonna open up 2 bags of treats, you know? Oh, actually, do you guys mind if I make a G Fuel really quickly? What are your thoughts on kebab? I don't know. Is that a person? Or is that like a food? Like a food kebab? I don't know. I like food. Food's great. Hello? Hello? Okay, so hello? Hello? Why is the 5 sub alert not working? Why is it broken? Hello? Thank God that was not like 500 and stuff. We'd all have to hear hello? Hello? Bravo Penguin?
Somewhere deep inside of these
What is happening? Oh no! Our table! It's broken! I haven't heard that in years. You gotta stop. That is such a good vocal step. What's up, yup yup? See, I like this alert. Thank you for the 5 good subs to Chino, Arc 5, Max Prodigy, Eat It Up, ooh, Darlin, Sincerest, and Zaka Zulu. Dope name. A food Dona kebab scrap. What? I like kebabs with food on it, yeah. I mean, that's great. I'm an equal opportunity food enjoyer. As long as it's not pickles, I'll like it. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's all right. They just really want... I think they just... It really captured my surprise of... Hello? All right, I'm gonna go get a shot glass. You guys mind? Oh, bravo, Penguin. You're not gonna make me drink tequila again, are you? I will. You want me to. 'Cause I'm a good girl. And I do whatever my little princess tells me to do. But... God's favorite princess tells me to do. But... I also have Pink Wit and Malort and vodka and rum. Oh, I hate tequila, Eris. Help me. I hate it. Oh, by the way, during the raid chair that I picked, I was going to do grape, Nuka grape. Because I love this shite. Hi, Princess Blavolicious. Benguini. Na 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 na. What? Okay, where are you leaking from? Oh, right here. Okay. Oh, I thought I didn't have it closed for a second. I was gonna cry. Holy shite! Thank you so much for the 5 get the subs and the 500 bits and the fart and for the sub Jabberwocky. What the fudge? Wait, really? Oh, so good. Bravo, that's super funny. Thank you for checking. I'm going to go get a shot glass. And in the meantime, I'll be like 2 seconds. Here is the link to the board game, by the way. On level 99. I'll be like 2 seconds. I'm gonna go get my shot glass. Alright, so I didn't have a clean shot glass, so I'll go clean it really quickly. We're so back. Oh, yeah. L ads, I know. I know. Alright. Oh, come on. Oh, Bravo Penguin, what do you want me to take a shot of? Weird. Weird. End of stream. End of stream. It is Diggy Hole, yeah. End of stream will be, and I'll post it in the Discord, like a at here announcement. Pink Whitney, 3 olives vodka, Malort, tequila, rum. Oh, and I have more of that Biggie Balls one. Let's do rum. Rum. Like a pirate. I have my Canada shot glass that Raw Raven got me. It's Raw Raven's birthday in like less than 2 weeks. Week and a half. Nice, yeah. Yo, I sound off. Any Canadians in chat? I know like half my mod team is Canadian. Well, not quite half. You? Yeah? Cadet's milk! Mwah. Think of the forehead, Kiki. Shots. Everybody. Alright. Thank you for... Oh, I gotta do a kitty cat for you! Oh, I'm the worst streamer ever. I completely forgot to do a kitty cat, too. Bravo Penguin, let me know. Let me know if you want a pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Oh my god, Eris, same. Same. Also, Lulu. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Salud. Purple! Slay. I love Flicker. Yuck ya. Yuck ya. Oh, that's so... I don't know why, but that was just, like, way worse than usual. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh. Yummy. Yuck. Oh my god. Why was that so bad today? Oh, the G Fuel cup? No, thanks! I want to bite the little silicone bits. Where's the sticker from? It's from G Fuel. I don't know if it's available anymore, but there is a new G Fuel, or I'm so sorry, a new Ghostface, oh, it's upstairs. Oh no, it's right here. There's a new Ghostface shaker, which looks like these. It is metal. Oh, and then there's another one too, but I don't know if this one's available anymore either. Oh. It's still in this box. This one, it's also metal. So it's not, it doesn't have like the plastic silicone bits. I love this one. This one's my favorite. They also had a green one too, which I think is sold out. Which I actually almost used today. But I specifically picked a Ghostface one because we're doing a DBD stuff today. Yeah, the metal Ghostface shaker is so dope too. What's this made out of? What's this made out of? Metal. What is this? A hat. What's up, Ace? Ace, if they're available on G Fuel. Ooh, a sticker too. I'm gonna start using these stickers. I swear to God, one day. Ace, I hope you're doing so good. Happy Earth Day, everybody. It's also my dad's birthday today. One day, but it's not this day. Signed by me? I would ruin it. That's so cute, though. I'd ruin it. Bravo, Penguin. Penguini. I just burped. It was gross. We're doing sitting down cats. All right, good. Okay. Oh, what are we going to do on this kitty? Okay, what do we have? Oh, my God. So the last kitty that we did was Bravo Penguin, and I made a really ugly penguin one. It didn't come out good. I'm sorry. So we got to make this one nice. Oh, okay. Okay. It's gonna look weird because she's laying down, but you know what? We're just gonna deal with it. Hi, fun. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, thanks, Supernova. I know, right? Wait. Oh, this is Marta Bravo's song! I actually was listening to this in the shower today. And then I thought of Bravo Penguin. I'm like hardcore free with you right now. I'm so sorry. Who wants to be flirted with next? Because I've been like really attacking Bravo recently. Sorry. I love my mods. You think of me in the shower? I was actually, because I was like, Marta Bravo song. Oh, and then, what's that one song that's Mine and Waven's song? It's, that one guy. Zombie. Would you love me if I was a zombie or something like that? So she's doing the period. I'll take one for the team. Your real one. She's doing the yeah, Youngblood, the zombie song. That was also played in the shower. That was a very eventful shower. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5. Get that zombies. All right, back to the board game. So this rule book is like, she's textured. Like this is like, I don't know how to describe it. Whoever wins this, you'll know. Like this is like, I don't know. It's like, it's not ribbed. Like it's not quite, but it kind of like has a texture. You guys remember graphing paper? Graphing paper from, I don't know, calculus or something. But how do you win it? Do you see the pinned message? Someone made the mistake of showing me the Whatnot app, so I'm glad you're live so I can stop being like, oh, really? I've never gone to the Whatnot app because I'm so scared it's a scam. I'm so scared. I'm just such a baby. Because anytime a site is like super promoted by, anytime a site is super promoted by YouTubers, I just like automatically assume it's a scam. You know what I mean? Oh, Yukai, that is my sponsored hashtag. You can use hashtag DBD to enter the giveaway though. I've spent, really? Is it legit? Oh! Is this the reusable stickers one? Shut up. On God, I will add this to my throne right now. Ooh, which one do I want to add to my throne? They're both so pretty. I like this one. On God, I'm going to add this. Oh, burns down. Chloe! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, really? Oh, okay, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Stay away from the AI, right? Chloe, hope you're doing so good. Happy Wednesday? Really? That you are. Oh, this is so pretty. Oh no, I didn't want blue. Oh, that's fine. I guess I want blue now. No, I'm gonna edit it. I wanted the purple one. I want the purple. Save gift. Yeah. Yippee. Okay, cool. What was it saying? I could also sell myself. Oh, really? So what are some things? Have you? I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me go back. What have you received anything from Whatnot yet? No, the last band that I saw live was Dropkick Murphys in 2017 or 2018. I don't leave my house a lot. But yeah, Dropkick Murphys was the last band that I saw live. But yeah. What's your favorite thing that you've gotten from Whatnot? Yeah, Ace, hell yeah. Just get by. They're big enough. Oh, really? Loki, that's actually so dope. You've got, like Pokemon cards? Shut up. Bravo Penguin's like, ah. Bravo Penguin, how many ghosts? Okay, hold on. What's the term of it? Rituals, right? Have you gone to? Actually applied for a job at Whatnot. Wait, really? I didn't get the job, but it looks like they're a progressive company. 2? Oh, really? I thought it was more like 20. Kirby plush. What kind of Kirby plush is it? Is it just like a regular Kirby, or is he like sucked in somebody? I got 300 pair of shoes, like 20. Shut the fudge up. I'm going to download this app right now if you guys keep this shit up. Marta, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Silence of the Lambs at Hollywood. Is there really? You know, it's so funny, Ace. I literally just watched that movie for the very first time, like, 2 weeks ago. With, like, Jodie Foster. I just watched it for the very first time. That do cards in there. A lot of them are the packs themselves, and I'd rather get the pack. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, hurricane. Imagine living in Florida. Yikes. Wait, when was... Oh, no. That was recent, right? Bravo Penguin? Like, recent as in, like, since I've known you. Alright. I'm gonna read this. Do you guys mind? I know... Bear with me. I don't know how to read. I dropped out of college. I burped. Sorry, that rum is going... Go. Thank you. Oh, right before? Okay, so I just made it up. Okay, cool. Oh, you guys are so sweet. I also just took a shot of rum, so we'll see how this goes. Introduction. Look at this, is so pretty. With the, like, the level 99 and then the behavior logo. That's so pretty. Introduction. The entity hungers and the trial begins anew. Will the survivors work together to escape, or will the killer catch them and complete the sacrifice? There's only one way to find out. In Dead by Daylight, TM. The board game. 2 to 4 players take on the role of survivors who must cooperate by using their movement cards and actions to repair generators, power the exit gates, and escape the harrowing trial set forth by the entity. Another player takes the role of the killer, stroking fear by using their multiple movement cards to wound and hook survivors to appease the entity and complete the sacrifice. Predict each other's moves, use props to further your plans, activate character-defining perks to eke out every advantage and win the trial. I've never seen this word before. And eck. Did I say that right? I've never seen... Okay, don't look at my broken nail, by the way. Sorry. I've never seen that word before. Did I say that right? Eck? I've never seen that word before. Interesting. Oh, and there's a tutorial video. Oh, it's like eek. Eek. You know what? I should call boo that instead of boo. Get it? I'm joking. Also, QR code. Here. I'll pause. It's eek. Activate character-defining perks to eke out every advantage and win the trial. I've never heard that word before. I need to Google it. Like, I can use my I can use my context clues to figure it out. It's more like to, like, not extort, but... Oh, I just typed in eek, by the way, because I'm an idiot. Okay. Eek is a verb meaning to manage to support oneself, make something last longer, or increase something with great effort. Often used in the phrase eke out, it implies careful, slow, or difficult management of limited resources, such as eking out a living. Oh, interesting. Hi, Eclipsed! Eclipsed, make sure you enter in the giveaway, baby. Baby. Okay. I love good board game designs. I haven't even gotten to the board game yet. I'm, like, trying to, like, read everything first because I'm going to get distracted. And I need to read this before I get distracted. Okay. Oh, the designer's forward! So this is from level 99. Working with Dead by Daylight has been an incredible experience. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the team at Behavior Interactive for creating Dead by Daylight, and for the opportunity to design the official board game to accompany this haunting world they've created. Designing a board game for Dead by Daylight has been no easy task. The video game is rich and complex, and I was spoiled with a wealth of possibilities to leverage in recreating that experience. How will we capture the essential survivor-killer experience? How can we bring the identity and attitude of each character to tabletop? How will we make every game unfold into a unique experience? These and other questions had many answers that could have resulted in any number of great Dead by Daylight board games. The most important element of this game's design has always been the friends it was designed for. When our office team started diving into Dead by Daylight, I took the plunge as well. Soon, I was sinking nights and weekends into the game. I thought, how fun would it be to play this in real life with the office team? Between matches, I started writing notes on what would eventually become the finished game. Dead by Daylight, TM, the board game, and the sum of many parts, beyond just the level 99 games team, our families, our friends, our neighbors, and even the developers at Behavior have all contributed to answering the essential questions of what Dead by Daylight means to them. After countless playtests and innumerable contributions from these friends, the game eventually came to life as you hold it now. We hope that it captures, for you and your friends, the same intense excitement that we experienced when crafting it. Happy gaming, Brad. So there's something wrong here. And I need to point this out. We hope that it captures for you and your friends. And your friends. All my friends live like a million miles away, Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna be playing this with my dogs, alright? Do you mind if I play this with my dogs? Because I don't have any friends on your row. Mira! Mwah! Eclipsed. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead, QC. I know. Friends. I know. Yeah, imagine you have your friends. I can swing by. Shut up. You were local, right? You're Chicago. I didn't sleep at all yesterday. So we went to work fully sleepless and spent pretty much all day almost falling asleep with my feet. Oh no, had 2 espressos and did nothing and got something in my eye. Oh, Chloe, how many hours have you been working today? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, and I see you and I appreciate you. On my way. I was gonna play with my cat. That honestly, I totally understand. Like, okay. I totally understand that, like, this is meant to be played, but I also am really, really glad to have this because this is, like, such a cool, just collector's item. This is such a dope collector's item, and I am just happy to have my hands on it because, like Eris said, this came out in 2022, or at least the Kickstarter came out in 2022, and I was so bummed, that I was so broke at the time that I couldn't afford to get it in the Kickstarter myself. Oh, guys, I did it. I skipped all the reading, and now I'm at the board game. Oh, no. There's no going back, though. There's no going back now. She's at it. All right, we're going to open up the game. Favorite board game? I used to love playing Risk. Stanley, I'm going to ban you. Okay, can we all collectively just, like, exclamation point ban at Stanley? Hey, Stanley, thanks for the 3 stream streak. That's 1, 2, 3. I'm joking. Stanley, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Guys, can everyone go tell Stanley how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is? Oh my god! Get timed out, nerd. You know what? That's fine. Because Stanley timed me out in Rootsy's stream the other week. So you know what? That's fine. What's up, Problem Child? Happy Wednesday. Nutmeg. Mwah. They were the forehead kiss. See, he did. He timed me out for like 2 minutes. And he's like, I don't have mod view open. I can't ban her. It's just / untime out. Betrayal? I've never heard of that. I used to play Risk a lot as far as board games go. I loved Risk. Risk was super fun. Also, hi, Poe. 2 whole minutes? No, I didn't last 2 minutes. That's me calling him, by the way. But I'm joking. I think Rootsy unbanned me or someone. Oh, it was 69 seconds. Whatever. Whatever, Stanley. Oh, is this double-sided? There's 2 map? What? Hold on. Like, Pixel needs to look at this first. Fuck you guys. So there's the mine. Oh my god! This is the Macmillan Estate map. So there's the mine depths, the mine entrance. I'll get to you guys in a second. The foundry upper floor, the coal tower upper floor, ancient tree, foundry ground floor, coal tower ground floor, backlot, foundry basement, scrapyard, and shack. Shut up! This is so cool. You guys see it? I'm looking at you through this crack right here. Can you guys see? Can you guys see my eyes? I'm looking at you guys through here. Look at that! This is so dope! Okay, actually, I can't really see it anymore. So this is so cool. Okay, we need to point something out, though. Okay, we need to look at this little emblem right here. Does this not look like a little bit like a little... like, tell me this doesn't look like a little, like... you know what I mean? Or it's a little like like a little Pink Panther action or something. that I don't know. This little icon right here is just tickling my pickle a little bit. But this is so neato. Okay, my ring light is pissing me off, but just pretend the ring light's not there, guys. All right. All right. And then behind here is Autohaven Wreckers. We have Scrapyard North, the Labyrinth, Scrap Heap. Oh, is this old? Oh, no, it looks like it's updated. Okay. Scrapyard South, Snack Bar. That's where I find you guys. Main Garage, Barn, Pumps, Cottage, and Old Shack. So there's Macmillan Estate and Auto Haven Wreckers. How fudging cool! How cool! So there's 2 different maps. This is so dope! Oh my god. Poe. Thank you for the 100 stream streak. Oh my god, Pixel, you had 1 shot. Can you calm down? Oh my god, I almost fell. Chill on it. It's a big 100. Do I win a cookie? You win. I'm joking. What? She had 1 shot of rum, guys. So anyways, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 100 stream streak. Also, Reaper, mwah, Nutmeg, did I do your kissy? Mwah. Wait, Pixel. You have 50 streak? Share it. Wait, did you? Share it. You have receipts? Receipts for what? Patorti! Thank you for the poor kissy. Oh, this email is so cute, Capricorn. Lady Mo. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Hi, Haunted Mouse. Check DMs when you can. Oh my god, no, because I feel so bad because I have like 20 missed messages from you that I need to keep up with. Stanley timed out Pixel for 69 seconds. Stanley timed out Pixel for 69 seconds. Reason? Naughty. Stanley timed out Pixel for 69 seconds. Reason? Because. Stanley timed out Pixel for 1 second. With reason, more. Stanley timed out Pixel for 69 seconds. I'm sure there's more. These do go back to 2023. Alright, well I have to... Oh! I just looked at your message from April 14th. How long ago is that? A week and a day ago. Okay, let's scroll and see how long have I been ignoring Stanley. Oh my god. Oh, Stanley. Oh, Stanley. Oh, there's so many messages from you. From 2025! Why are you getting timed out so much? Because he thinks I'm a threat to his girlfriend. And I am! I am a threat to... Red Wolf... Sorry. Rootsy is mine. I knew her first. I haven't answered Stanley. Okay, hold on. I gotta 1226, Stanley. I'm the worst person ever. 1226, 2025. So many messages I haven't messed. I'm the worst person, Stanley. I'm literally gonna respond to you as soon as I'm done a stream. I already did my Duolingo for the day. So you are my priority. I'm literally gonna answer every single one of your messages as soon as stream is over. Think I'm not going to? Okay, Stanley, I'm gonna make a deal. Guys, we're gonna make a bet, and we're gonna make this live and on camera. No, Stanley, there's pressure because I'm adding a bet to it. If I don't answer Stanley within the next 12 hours, starting now, Stanley gets to time me out in every stream that he's a mod in for the next like 4:20:69 seconds. How long is that? Everybody's stream. How long is 42,069? How many seconds is that? Or minutes? I don't know. Yo, that's Patrick. Think of the 4. Think of the 4 hit kiss. See, everyone bond me is crazy. It's at least 2 days. Aw, father. I have to hide my male wife. You're too beautiful. No one's ever said that to me ever. Whatever. It's 11 and a half hours. Worth it. To get a later... Really? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Do you guys want to be really, really proud of me? I'm gonna tell you guys how many people I've answered in the past 24 hours. Oh, no, that doesn't count. I read that one. 1. And shut up. This is going to be a really low number, but really high for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoa! Okay, this is a group chat. It's a group chat. But there's 3 other people in it, but it's going to count as 1. 6, 7, 8, That's not 20. Ooh! No. Yeah, that's in 24 hours. 9. That's just on Discord. That I've responded to, by the way. This is how many messages I've responded to in the past 24 hours. I responded to... Oh, I'm not going to count family. I've texted my brother, my sister-in-law, and my dad. But that doesn't count. Although it should, because I never answer them. Alright, that's... Then I answered a text from a friend. 2 Twitter DMs. 2 Twitter DMs. 2. That's 12. And that's it. So I've answered 12 DMs in the past 24 hours. I'm not gonna lie, that's like a fucking record. And that doesn't include like comments that I've responded to or like anything else I've responded to. Claps, thank you. I'm really proud of myself. 12 DMs. Oh, I also answered a professional email. So that's been very exciting. Thank you guys. You guys are so sweet. What the hecky? Daddy! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 heckies. You sent email yesterday? Was it to me? 'Cause I didn't get it. I'm joking. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Whatever. Yep. Oh, man. Daddy, did I miss your kissy? Bing bong. Hi, Jinx. Hold on. I'm scrolling up to see if I missed anyone's messages. You never reply back to me. I'm just thinking Pixel forgot I was going through things. It's probably both, actually, Eclipse. Message me with a bump. And it'll go back up to the top. Do you want to play a game of how many messages I need to respond to just on Twitter? Oh, I'm so sorry, just on Discord? You guys aren't ready. It's probably in the hundreds. Just so you know. There's a lot. Anywho, what were we saying? But in points of says, oh, thank you, Danny. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. You guys are being really, really nice to me. You stopped at 2. Oh, I'm grateful to even get a hi. Hi, Eclipse. Hi, Bubble. Oh, Chloe 60 stream streak. Holy. A Terrapole. Okay. Oh, also, I think I have the penis of the day, by the way. What was it, like 47 inches? My mouth is open again. Dude, my mouth is cold. No. Thanks for the beds. Oh, you guys could sword fight. Stop. I think my pee-pee is like 40... Was it 43 or 47 inches? Either way, I have the penis of the day. So whoever beats... I'm going to say 47. I'm going to say 47. I got a critique from a developmental editor yesterday and had to answer her email. It was so scary. Wait, what does that mean? A developmental editor? What do they develop? Also, Jinx, mwah, Sunny, mwah. They go the forehead QC. Ads! That's okay. I won't do the tarot poll until... Won't it? Oh, man. Well, there goes my penis of the day. I'll wait. They can't hear me. I could type this out. Wait. I'm not typing. Wait. There you go. Ignore VV command. There's a cooldown. Oh, for your, wait, is this for like a novel that you're writing or for like a school thing? Novel, shut up. That's so dope. 61 inches. Chill. You're 99% bratty. What is happening right now? Where are you guys getting these huge numbers from? Who did you guys pay for to get these huge numbers from? 37 icons. Oh, really? 68. Almost a funny number. I have an ex-appointment for transing my gender next week, Thursday. Are we excited? Also, wait, who is the giant penis? I forgot. Was it Father? Father Farron has the penis of the day, by the way. It was 61 inches. Can anyone beat that? I said you doesn't require reply, but I would suggest open it. Really? I haven't even seen... Wait, no. No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry. Condensed got 67... Wait, 67 inches? Wait, so Condensed has the penis of the day? I'm glad you guys are paying attention to the penises, because I haven't been, apparently. Are we all back for Mads? Oh, that's your right, Panda. I can't help it. That thing is singing. That schlong is schlonging. It's just so massive. Shut up. Ooh, close. Damn doka. Are you guys ready? Wait, are you guys back from ads? One's in chat if you guys are back from ads. Panda's just getting smaller. Alright? It's alright to be shy. Ones? One? Oh! Father Farron, that's why I have the territorial. It tells you what the cards mean in both regular and reversed. It's cold in here. I was in the pool! I know! Exclamation point tarot. She's sponsored. Oh, just exclamation point tarot if you want to see the link. Yeah. Alright, here's the tarot pull. Who redeemed this? Danny. Remember, if it's a good pull, you're welcome. If it's a bad pull, blame Danny. What? You're welcome. Preemptively. The Eight of Pentacles tells you to chase after education, whether that means going back to school, taking a new skill, or something in that vein. Know that the dedication you have will pay off in the long run. Whoa! So if you guys are looking to master a new skill or master some sort of like thing that you're trying to teach yourself, Eclipse, I do feel like you're getting called out. Mira, maybe. Anyone who's in school right now. I think this is good. This is really good. Just like I think it's like you'll enjoy the fruits of your labor is essentially what it's telling you. Pan to pan. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Poo. I'll do it the old-fashioned. Wait, what? Oh, clip. Oh, I don't have an automatic clip thing. I'm pressing spacebar. Black belt. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, I sure hope so. Thanks, autism. But yeah, I've been using the Tarotorial decks since 2020. 2020 is when I found Raven and Rogue, which is the creator of these decks. I found her in 2020. Thanks, COVID. And I actually found her because I was looking for rocks. And she had these really amazing peach satin spar, which, spoiler, is my favorite rock. And she had some really great peach satin spar products. And then I'll show you what my first deck. So here's what my first deck looks like. The box is like all messed up, and the old box doesn't have the pictures, but the new ones do. And you can see like how messed up the cards are because I've had these for so long, and I've used them on stream for so long. This deck is very well loved. It's amazing. And she also has, they're so cute. She even has like mini excuse me. She has like mini travel size decks. And so this is essentially a mini version of what I was just using. So it has the hollow on the side, hollow, and it has like a more condensed, not condensed milk, but a condensed reading of what the cards mean. So if you want like the full learning experience, I say get the full one. But if you want just like something like compact, the mini ones are super cute. Condensed milk. A supernatural deck? I think I have that one too. I was gonna use it for my Etsy store, but I haven't yet. Tee, condensed milk. Garlic flavored rocks. What do I do with this? 55 inches? Whatever you want. Just keep it away from me. I'm just joking. I'm Sunny. I'm gonna keep them for forever. Can you eat the rocks? You can eat everything once. I wouldn't recommend it, but yeah, you can eat everything once. Your curry. Oh my god, I want some curry. But the Territorial deck sounds like perfect things. Yeah, it is. It's so I have other decks. Like I have this wonderful Lord of the Rings one that it's upstairs. It's in my Lord of the Rings like shrine, and I love it. But the Territorial deck is just you know what I'm saying. What kind of curry, by the way? Oh, this little pamphlet shows other board games that they've done. Oh, they've done one with Guilty Gear. Isn't that an anime? Oh, they've done a noir one. This one looks fun. A noir. How many tarot decks do you have? I have 1, 2, 3 territorials. And then that I use like I authentically use 4. The 3 territorial decks, the mini, my old one, and my new one. And then I have my Lord of the Rings one upstairs. I also have a cat tarot deck that I've used for Etsy, a Nightmare Before Christmas one that I've used for Etsy. This other, like, I don't know, really fancy tarot, classic tarot art one that I've used for Etsy. Oh, I got it from Spirit. I got it from Spirit Halloween. I have actually 2 of those because they're so pretty that I got 2 of them. I used for my Etsy store. I made like little trinket trays, and they were like, so as a trinket tray, and the base of it is a tarot deck or a tarot card. That's what I use. So I don't use them, but I have them, but that I use for. Otaku, mwah. They go with the forehead kissy. Oh, wait, Iris of the board game. What's up, Haku? Haku, happy Wednesday. Everyone say hello, Haku. You know, I've never actually said your entire name before. I'm gonna try it and correct me if I'm wrong. Haku Tono Mire. Did I say it right? I've actually never said your entire government name before. I just go with Haku because I'm dumb. Haku Tono Mire. Did I say it right? Ooh. But thank you for your forehead kissy. I don't know if my Etsy is even enabled right now. I don't know. I haven't logged into my Etsy for a long time. I went Etsy free for at least a month. I'm gonna get more chapsticks. The curry is safe. What kind of curry did we get? Or are we making? Cool. Alright, so this is about level 99. Alright, let's go back to the board game. Woo. Let's look at... Yeah, let's look at Autohaven. Autohaven's fun. We like Autohaven. Oh, actually, this opens better, so we're going to open up this one. We're going to do Macmillan Estate. Medium hot Japanese pork curry. Medium hot is what they called me in high school. I'm joking. They called me not hot. I'm joking. Hi, Farah! I keep pressing the space bar. Hi, Farah. /Farah Fruit. I hope you're doing so good, homie. It's February 14th this year on your Etsy page. Yeah, that sounds alright. I think it was someone bought like some Pokemon stuff for me. Music at night. Oh yeah, someone bought like 6 Pokemon keychains for me. Oh, these are so funny. Little hee hee. Okay. What? How does she close this? Ah, that's how she closed it. There we go. All right. Oh, let's look at the figures. Let's look at the figures. Hold on. Oh, look at the dice. Look at the dice. Oh, they're so pretty. So it looks like there are up to four survivors that can play. So this looks like you can move 1 space, 2 spaces, 3 spaces, 4 spaces, 5 spaces, and then a entity symbol, which I assume is like don't move or maybe miss a turn. And then this is the killer one. So they either move 5 spaces, 5 spaces, 5 spaces, or whatever this means, which I'm not sure. The dice are so nice also. You're welcome. Hi, Alice! Everybody say, hello, Alice. Alice, you're so hot. I hope you're doing so good, homie. I want more Pokemon Pyramids. Ooh, I don't know if I make those anymore. I don't know if I have any more res anymore. I'm not gonna lie. Alice, mwah, they were the forehead kissy. How was the rest of your 420? What is this? Shut up. Is this blood? Oh my god, I think these are little blood things that go under the survivors to let the killer know that they're wounded. That is so cute. Stanley! Mwah, Alice, mwah. Stanley, I never redeem the daily check-ins that people have, the daily lizards that people have, because then I break my lurk, you know? Because, like, if I redeem my dailies, then it means I have to talk, you know? So I just never redeem anyone's dailies. No, I'm the same way, Stanley. I never redeem them. Alright. I want to look at these. I'm going to. Whoa, okay, hold on. Whoa, chill. Oh my god. Oh my god, these are so cool. Oh, she's gonna cry. Alright, we're gonna be zoomed in. Sorry. Jump scare. So we have Hag. How zoomed in? We have Hag. How can I do this? Focus. Maybe if I leave. No, it's just on Sprigalatito. Alright, well, promise. That's Hag. I promise that's Hag. Don't look at my broken fingernail, okay? Don't look at her. Oh, if you just heard my stomach growl, no, you didn't. Beauty influences. Oh, hand behind! This is Nurse. This is Sally. Oh, kinda. Yeah, that kind of worked. So here's Sally. I love Hag. Oh, that's so cute. And my husband, Evan McMillan. Hello, husband. I'm sorry that he's not in a diamond bedazzled banana hammock, but I guess that's in one of the other releases. Oh, and here you go, Stanley. Here's your boy. Here's your Billy. Not in the milkman outfit, but you know, I guess you could paint it. It's weird seeing the nurse's feet. I love how that's what you notice, Poe. That's what you notice. Japan! Mwah! They have the forehead kissy. Ooh, El Doctor. Herman. This is actually really cool to see, like, his little shock coming off his weapon right here. That's so neat. I want to chew on it. I'm not going to. On camera. And also, there's Philip. Bing bang. He actually looks really good. Bing bang. Bing bang. Bing bang. Bing bang. The nurse is what? Feet. Who is this? Jake Park. Jake Park. Trust me, it's Jake. Listen, my camera can only do so well. The eye contact with the camera. Midnight's here, by the way. Oh, it's Naya. Naya Carlson. You guys are just have to trust me. It's Naya. I'll take a pictures. Oh! Somebody get Tom Faulty. His girlfriend's here. Look at her. Look at that runner. She's a runner. She's a track star. Look at her go. Oh, Meg Thomas, by the way. Megan. Jake from State Farm. I'll do it. Claudette. Oh, they really captured everyone's, like, I don't know, ambiance? The entity. Yeah, Nia. Here's Claudette. How cute. I cannot wait to paint these. Oh, they have holes in their back? I'm sure to put on a hook or something, I assume. Oh, it's Fung Min! Cute! Oh, it's little Fung Min! Loki, right? She isn't crouched in the corner healing. Oh, so cute. Dwight. Here's Dwight. Oh my god. How cute! He's like adjusting his tie. Is David topless? You guys are not gonna believe okay. Who do you guys think is character number 8? Who do you guys think is gonna be the 8th? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, who is the 8th character? Who do you guys think it's gonna be? Oh, a bunny hood. Oh, there's gonna be some sort of expansion. Pixel is a good thing this game. It will have no Nancy. David, Ace, Tap. I don't think there's any licensed characters. I don't think. Ace, Nicolas Cage, Sable. Who do you think is gonna be the last character? I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was gonna be David. I really thought it was gonna be David. But you'll never guess who it is. Very did, Meg. It's my boy! It's Ace! I just choked. That's right. I'm just choking with happiness. I'm so happy. It's my boy! He's doing finger pistols, by the way. He's doing finger pistols. Are you shiitake? What do you mean not Felix? Ace Fizz panties. I am so happy. So if you guys didn't know, Ace is my favorite. I love him so much. Oh my god. And yeah, he is wearing pants. We could fix that in post. I hope so, Poe. I hope so. How cute. How cute, cute, cute. Now, are there, like, hooks to put on? I've seen hooks, but I'm not sure if that's, like, an expansion thing. Okay. Okay, let's read the cards. I take Felix over Ace. Oh. So he is topless. He just doesn't have a top or a bottom. He's probably in the expansion. Oh, I'm trying to get this down here. So it looks like there's a couple. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. So I'm on the website. Oh, this all just opened the same page. Okay. Well, excuse fucking me. Let me scroll to the top. Oh, okay. So there's the, oh my god, there's so many different oh, okay. So it's probably, did you do the Kickstarter, Stanley, back in the 2022? I didn't because I was broke at the time. So I did not get it. But I really sad that I didn't. Which I'm so glad that they did this promotion because I really, really wanted this. But Lightbringer, oh, does it? Okay, hold on. Let's look at the different expansions. Oh, should I hold on. Should I show on stream for you guys? Let's go. Okay, hold on. Make sure I'm not showing any emails or something. Emails or conference calls. You did? Shut up. Okay, so here are the expansions, and it looks like this one, the Malicious expansion. It has Jonah, Hattie, Michaela, Vittorio, the Dredge, the Artist, and Knight. No. Ugh, what did the Collector's Edition come with? The Unbroken expansion has twins, Talbot, Rin, Oni, and Caleb. Oh, and then here we go. Here's Felix. Elodie, Adam, Yui, I'm sorry, I don't remember her whole name, and Zarina, Gatekeeper, Clown, Huntress. I'm actually surprised that Huntress isn't in this. But I guess, yeah, I guess, I don't know, maybe instead of Hag or something, I don't know. But Huntress, Trickster, Legion, and Plague. Kate, here's David, Lee Yunjin, right? Jeffrey, and Jane. Lightbringer. Okay, here's your staple. Oh, my. Unknown. That guy. Why is this escaping right now? That guy. Someone help me. It wasn't meant to harm the crew. Someone help me out. Someone type in a chat right now. Unknown mention. Singularity! Oh my god, Singularity, thank you. It's gonna bother me. Papa! Holy, Papa, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders. We are currently looking, this ADHD makes me forget words, and it's so frustrating. Hi, Very Floofy. I love your name so much. Haku, thank you for the 15 stream streak. What the hecky, Peppa? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say, hello, Raiders. Peppa B, how was your stream? Welcome in. We're looking at the Dead by, I'm just gonna show this, because then I won't throw anything. We're looking at the Dead by Daylight board game right now. That Dead by Daylight and Level 99 Games was so kind to not only give us, but also to give us a chance to give away one to the community, which is pretty cool. So we're just looking at the board game right now and just looking over everything. It's so dope. I've never looked at it before. I specifically waited to open this with everybody, and I'm having this is so dope. It's really cool. It wasn't programmed to harm the crew. Exactly. Played some Phasmo. No way. Died all but one time. Me when I play. Hi, Cayman. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, QC. Huntress is base game, and they didn't add her to the base game version. I don't know. Well, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 killers in the base game, and there's 8 survivors. No. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. There's 6 killers, 7 survivors. Oh, really, Max? Am I gonna cry? Cayman, hope you're doing so good. So I can do a 2v8. I'm sure you can make like some modified versions, right? I actually could bring this to my parents' house on like a family dinner night and maybe convince my family to play this with me. I'm actually more excited to color and paint the little minis. But everyone go follow Peppa. Peppa, please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bath and breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, poo, go stretch, go drink. But if you guys are new here, welcome in! My name is Pixel Kid. I'm a variety streamer, but today we're just yapping and going over the DBD board game. But if you guys want to enter, make sure you read the pinned comment. I'm not gonna paint him in his panties, but maybe I'll see if there's like a printed, like you mentioned, a 3D printed version of him in his panties. I think that'd be so fun. But yeah, there is Ace. You can just, I think that's so cool that I could change their colors. I think it's so cool. You could make Milkman Billy. I don't know. This is gonna be super fun to paint, I'm thinking. Where's the Midnight? She was actually, oh, she's right here. Midnight, come here. Wanna say hello? Did you actually see her laying down? She was on the carpet a couple seconds ago. Supernova, you did not just do that. Supernova, I literally just added that to my throne. Like, Salted Loki put that in the mod chat, and I was like, I'm gonna add that to my throne. Are you shit? Loki, are you here right now? Loki, look at what you did! Oh, I just flexed my muscles. I did a lot of weights yesterday, and this is the first time I've been sore all day. Well, that's annoying. I was totally not sore all day. Oh, why am I sore? Oh, ew. Ew, ew, ew. I literally wasn't sore all day until right now. What the heck? Supernova, thank you so much. Thank you so much for getting. So it's a reusable sticker book that Salted Loki recommended, and they suggested that I put my G Fuel stickers in there. Oh, we're gonna do a sticker day where I'm gonna put every G Fuel sticker in that book. Oh, thank you so much, Supernova. Wait, let me know. No. Do you want a doggy or a kitty? Do you want doggy or kitty? And Peppa B, if you're still here, you better not be. But please get your post stream self here. Thank you so much for the raid. What the hecky? Do you want a doggy or a kitty? Oh. Midnight. Come here. I'm gonna pick you up. Oh. She knows. I'm gonna pick him up. You want a kitty? Oh, girl. Okay. I get a kitty for you. I'm gonna put this blade away before I cut myself. It is epic, yeah. I've never had a reusable sticker book before. Holy pig! She's right there. She's literally just right there. Oh, Midnight, here. She loves my nail file. Midnight, come here. Go lay down. You're scaring her. Go lay down. Come here. Come here. She loves my nail file. Ooh, what's she doing, Midnight? Ooh. Trimming her nails. What are you doing? What is that? She gonna try to eat it. Oh, you want to eat it? Oh, don't lick it, you freak. She's so weird. She loves, it's a glass nail file, and she loves it. Oh, got your ass. Oh, okay. Where's my cat? My boy cat's like that with my hair comb. Really? I don't own a comb. I only have brushes. No, I have this wooden comb. I don't want to use it though. My hair's too thin for it. I need a fine tooth comb. It actually just reminded me that I need to get one. Supernova. And so I've actually never said your full government name either. Whenever I shorten people's names, it's because I'm afraid I'm going to mispronounce their names. Supernovaccio. Am I saying that right? Supernovaccio. I hope that's right. Okay, that's the prettiest S that I've ever drawn, ever. Okay, Mira, you too? Me, when I first met Mira, I was like, I don't know how to pronounce Mirapa. Max the Idiot's pretty good. Supernovaccio. Supernovaccio. I like that. Thank you for spelling that out phonetically. Is it really Eris? Shut up. Mirapa. Wait, am I saying it right too? Yes, Peppa! Oh, I love her so much. I also have Queen of the Kings on here too. Novaccio. Of the latest Resident Evil game, said he can confirm Leon S. Kennedy is bi. Shut up. That makes him so much hotter. by The Hollywood Reporter. Is that like a reputable source? Do we trust that? Oh, Peppa Pig, do not even get me started. Like, I think I remember, okay, I don't remember who won. I feel like I remember being like, oh yeah, like, good for you. But like, King of the Queens changed something in me. King of Queens is on my, like, my short playlist. Like, my go-to, I need something good to listen to right now, and I'm very picky, and I only have, like, a few favorites. No way, Max, shut up! Ugh. King of Queens is so good. Yeah, this one's really good too. I saw it all over TikTok and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna add this to my playlist. Yeah, Queen of the Kings is so good. Yeah. I can't really sing it, but I love it. 24 was the anniversary of ABBA winning and they wanted it back in Sweden. Oh. Oh, so it's like a conspiracy? Is that like your tinfoil hat moment? I trust you. I trust you. All right, Supernova. What are we gonna do for you? What are we gonna do for you? Ha! Okay. I keep saying King of Queens, but I mean Queen of the Kings. Yeah, I've actually never seen that show. Was just as good as Queen of Kings, and we're more popular. But Tattoo won. I don't remember Cha Cha Cha. No, not yet, Max. No, but I will. Glue Kazoo. Like with a forehead kissy. I'm gonna make your eyes pretty because I feel like you're a pretty kitty, Supernova. Don't question it, alright? Don't question my artistic process, alright? Ooh, you know what? You're gonna get a third eye. Because I really want to put something on your forehead. Okay. I am performing delicate art right now. Excuse moi. Excuse moi. Derpy! Because my daily dose of dicks. Really? It was called Cha Cha Cha? I am making art right now? Okay, I feel like I'm making it worse with every single thing that I add to this. Accidental lift. And you know, I'm gonna keep adding to it because it makes me happy because I have a too much gene and I don't know how to stop. No one taught me how to stop! That scared me. Dicks scare me too. We love some good dicks. Hey, are you Presty? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Presty? Oh, it's after the giveaway! Derpy, yes, slay. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna stop my too much gene right now. We're gonna stop it. Supernova CO. Thank you so much for the throne gift. Look at her. Okay, I kind of covered the third eye with tape. It's like super reflective. But they're so cute! I lied. I want to do one more thing. The too much gene can't stop me. It can't stop me. I'm going to make it like rosy cheeks. It's like think like Pikachu. But they're not Pikachu. It's not a Pikachu. It's just rosy. Alright? There you go. Oh! I love it. Alright, we're done. We're done. We're not... Aw, thank you so much, Supernova. Oh. So what we have? 1, 2, 3 cats, and 1, 2, 3, 4 dogs. Dogs are winning. Thank you very much, Supernova. I'm gonna open on stream, and I'm gonna put a bunch of G Fuel stickers in it. I'm very, very excited. Ah! Thank you so much. What else is I doing? Oh, you want me to check Discord? Hold on. I love just chatting streams. I'm not gonna lie. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm been like super excited for games, but I'm not gonna lie. Just chatting is just super vibey. Like, it just lets me just chill a little bit. You know what I'm saying? What were we doing? I forgot. Oh, Pixel Kitten art. Oh my God! You put a little bee on there. This is so cute. Shut up. Oh my God. Look at the little bee. Look at the little bee. This is so cute. And I also love that you got my, like, wavy hair. This is so cute. Are you kidding me, Max? What the fuck? The background is so pretty, too. Hello? This is so pretty. Okay, you guys gotta stop being nice to me. The next person who's nice to me is gonna get banned. What the fuck? I'm gonna cry. Where's my crying emote? There she is. Are you kidding me? The glasses are really good. Like, okay, hold on. We gotta go back to it. Hold on. I was adding, emotes. But, like, I don't know if you guys can see, but they're, like, there's like, a different color underneath where the lenses are. Go look at it in Discord. You guys will see it better. It's kind of ass on my phone. But this is literally so dope. Hold on, I gotta get more reactions. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Max. Do you like Edgar Allan Poe? Quoth the... I just realized I was on zoomed in. Ew. Quoth the Raven Nevermore? Yes. In 6th grade, I did an entire poetry section in school where I did a bunch of poems about ravens, because ravens were like my favorite animal at the time. And I have all the poems, and then I got sent to the principal's office because a lot of them are about killing myself. Quoth the Raven Nevermore. So anyways. I got you. I have a song for you? Can I send it to you? Yeah. Please do. Are you kidding me? Max, thank you so much. I can't draw people. People is something I can't draw. Pokemon? Oh, I'll draw the out of some Pokemon. Also, Loki. You're gonna get your package. You're gonna get it. You're gonna get a package. You're gonna get such a package. I finally sent Slasher bunnies. Ah! Long hair, wanna move on here from this afterlife. I need to get you the song to okay, hold on. Let me send you a whisper. Don't even get me started, Loki. I feel so ass. I'm gonna send it. Alright, Peppa Bee. Sent. You just admit you unleash a flock of ravens in the school. I would never. I would keep them. I would never unleash a flock of ravens because I would keep them. Aren't they? No, it's a murder of crows. It's in Discord DMs. You're so hot for that. Thank you. I need to get. I need to make the playlist of all the song recommendations of people. Did you guys hear that? Bing bong. Beth! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead, Kizzy. What was I saying? I don't remember. It was shown to me by Smokey. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, have a good night, Eclipse. We'll post an @ here in the Discord when we're gonna do the giveaway. An @ here. Oh, itchy. Okay. Alright. What were we talking about? Strawberries? Do you guys want some? Mira? Oh. Oh my god. No. No, never mind. This one was like so like short and fat. So I had to cut off its top, and this is all that's left. Mine.
Lizard.
Look, cat. Hi. Want a strawberry? Oh, you want my nail file? Fucking freak. You want this wooden stick? Want this wooden stick? Want this wooden stick? I have such weird cats. How did that startle you more than a Dix? Oh, the lizard? I don't know, you warmed me up or something. Oh, did you? With the cha-cha-cha? If I must, I guess I could say to watch you fall asleep. Wait, watch me sleep?
Lizard.
Stop. Oh, use the button. No, like how badly allergic are you? Just out of curiosity. I don't die.
Lizard.
Stop! You're trying to scare me. No, but Panda Pan, you're gonna fall asleep? Make sure you guys are entering the giveaway. We'll post in the Discord like an at here announcement. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Bum-ba-bum. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, that, a little itch in the throat.
Lizard.
Do you still eat strawberries, or is it enough to be like, ugh, fuck that? 'Cause that would bother me. I don't know, but strawberries are so good. Now, is it like artificial strawberry flavor too?
Lizard.
For the record, the lizard doesn't bother me. I just know he's trying to scare me. I'll have some here and there, okay. Really? Peppa, I can't wait to watch it. Oh, natural! You're so funny. You guys didn't hear that, right? There's like a seed stuck in my molar again. Drive me bonkers. That's right. The lizards are making me tweak. I'm so sorry. They do that to me.
Lizard.
Oh, if you guys want to feel better, look at how cute Boo looks right now. Like, look at him. I saw Poe. I saw 25 years of pure, yeah. He's so eepy. He was sunbathing all day today. It was so cute. Me too, Boo. Me too. He's so eepy. Schlumped. Be happy. Yeah, always that one seed. Happy birthday, Shrek. Happy birthday, Shrek. I got a Shrek energy drink from H Mart yesterday. He is a crazy boy. Oh, he is absolutely crazy. He's bonkers. Schlumped. Okay, hair everywhere. I'm gonna look at more of the board game in a second. Waffle and onions? Oh, Derpy, do you want to talk to chat about what your... So G Fuel tweeted, like, what's your birth month and what's your favorite color on Twitter? And it's like, whatever your birth month is whatever flavor of G Fuel you're gonna have. And then whatever your favorite color is, like, the kind of, like, taste it is. So Derpy got onions and waffles, but I think sour. Or onions and waffles. I don't remember what mine was. I think mine was good, though. I did, bravo! Yeah, Reaper Bunny. So he got sour onions and waffles. I think it'd be so funny. You know what, Derpy? You should do this for, like, a sub goal or something. Or, like, a subathon. You should, like... Is there a way to do, like, sour flavoring? Like, is there a way that Derpy can do an onions and waffles and then add, like, a sour additive to make it? Because that'd be super funny. I was in elementary school, and my mom and grandparents were asking, test driving minivans to get Shrek VHS. Oh my gosh. Throwing fairy gift on Twitter, someone put money on my... No way! Kids button, how close are you to getting your Switch 2? I'm sure there is. Okay. Oh, citric acid! Oh! Don't they add that to bath bombs? Reaper Bunny, I don't know if I said hello to you. Hi, Reaper Bunny. Very far away. Hey, a little bit closer, right? Cutest button, that's awesome. Shout out to the Throne Fairy. Hi, Reaper Bunny. Also, you can see my cat poke up every little bit right here. It's really cute. 73, that's great though. That's like, what, like almost a fifth of the way there, no? Enjoy your lurking turkey! Oh, it's $700. So you're a tenth of the way there. Oh my god, enjoy your lurking turkey. Enjoy your stream. Everyone go follow Derpy. Sherbert Blast. Oh, did you look at the Twitter? I'm gonna pull it up in a second. Fucking nightmare. Have you all seen this for the new horror Leviticus? No, I've never heard of it. Chocolate hydration. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up on Twitter. Hold on. We'll put it. Oh yeah, that's what we were doing. We're looking at the DVD board game on the website, and then Peppa B rated us. Okay, I don't want premium. Let's put me at Twitter. Who are you? I don't want your stupid premium. All right, J Fuel. Are you excited for the Practical Magic movie? Okay, I saw that there was gonna be a second Practical Magic movie? Is that really it? It's gay horror. Me when I look in the mirror every day. I'm joking. I mean, I'm gay. I'm pansexual. Shout out to any of my pots and pans. I saw that there was a trailer, but I did not watch it. I loved Practical Magic, though. Okay, here it is. The G Fuel thing. Hold on. Okay. So, ew, DJ Slushy. Oh, yeah, because you all have, like, the same birthday. You're all in July. That's so funny. All right. So, I'm October. So, I'm apple, and then my favorite color is, like, blue. Okay. It's blue, but sometimes purple. Ice? Apple? I'm gonna stick with sour apple, yeah. So, my flavor is sour apple, which is essentially the Ghostface flavor. Chocolate candy, chocolate November, candy green, cherry ice or cherry candy. So you're purple or green. Cherry is January. Cherry candy. Ooh, okay. Watermelon lemonade. Red. I love that. February red. Oh, I love that. Coconut ice. Ew. That sounds interesting. May and purple. Chocolate hydration. Oh, wait. Okay. I drink that. Candy ice. Oh, that sounds amazing. Holy. Bubblegum candy? Okay, we need to talk about this, by the way. Bubblegum, September, and candy. Bubblegum candy. So there was a flavor. Oh, God, what was it called? It was, like lemonade bubblegum or something. It was a Spider-Man flavor, like Spider-Man No Way Home. It was so fudging good. Oh my god. Coconut blast! Wait, what would be the most nasty one? What do you guys think? I don't know. Sour onions and waffles, I think. Okay, I have to like this because I can't stop looking at this gift of DJ Slushy. Oh my god, I love DJ Slushy so much. You guys have no idea. My Bloody Mary twin. He and I are the only ones that like Bloody Marys in this entire world. Bubblegum creamsicle sounds low-key foul. I drink it. I drink the hell out of that. Sherbet blast. Sherbet. Oh, I'm sorry. Sherbet is August. What sounds the most nastiest? Ooh, something with cola, right? We could make something nasty with cola. I think any of this with cola. Maybe onions and waffles cola could be really gross. Ooh, spice maybe? Does anyone's favorite color brown or gray? Sushi guy, I need you to know. I need you to know that we've had so many 6-7 references, and every time someone like says 6-7, I'm just like, I'm so happy you're here, Sushi guy. Think of the forehead kissy. Banana cola sounds disgusting. I would drink the fuck out of that. I really would. On God, Scout's honor. My brother is an Eagle Scout, so on God. I by proxy, I cannot tell a lie. Why no Dr. Pepper? Probably because it's like a brand, right? Did you guys see the tweet that I twatted earlier? Quote retweeting Dr. Pepper. Hubba Bubba made bubblegum soda in the 80s. Oh, really? That doesn't continue it? Just shocked to nobody. That's heinous. Onions and waffles popsicle? That actually sounds awful because imagine like a frozen... I need to write something down. I need to write something down. Type that when I've been looking. War flashbacks is crazy. I'm not doing anything. Something though. Banana ice? Oh, man. Thank you for that. You guys don't know nothing about nothing. But I have good ideas. Cola is a synonym for soda. It is. It is. Yes. Twatted? Yeah. Yeah. Did you see the tweet I twatted? Oh! Aris! I got you. It's easier if I do it. I know my mods are here, but it's easier if I do it because you guys are already following me, and a lot of people have the function or the setting to like where if you aren't friends with somebody on Twitch, or if you're not following them on Twitch, then you have to like send a message first. So it's just easier if I send it. Address. You redeemed that, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna refund you. I'm sending you a whisper. Let me know if that worked. I may have sent you the same link that I just sent, Peppa. Shinobi! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Thank you. No, thank you. Okay, let's go back. Alright, wait, were we done with this? Because we could go back to the DVD thing. Oh, peach lemonade! Peach lemonade? That sounds really good. I don't think there is a peach lemonade. Sushi guy. Thank you for the 95 stream streak? That's so many. That's like at least 67. Wait. You hear leather pants? Like in the lyrics? I'm sorry, Sushi. I can't. I'm so unk. I know. Cringe. I don't wanna be friends. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged! I've been told so many times to watch that and I never did. Onions and Waffles Blast sounds more like a finishing move. Honestly, adding Blast at the end of this is really a threat. Banana Blast! Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, I would say blue. I'd say teal is more of a blue, right? I don't know. Actually, Tanker, which one do you like more? What's blue? Blue is sour and green is candy. Whichever one you like more. Oh, no way. What is Blast, though? I don't know. It's more of a state of mind. Also, Tanker, mwah, think of the 4 because you stay cringe forever. Why not do sour candy? Oh, do both! Oh! Pepperina! It's good everywhere! It would be candy? That's so funny, I just noticed that! I like candy. I like that. Do candy. Papa Be Lady. Thank you for getting 5 subs to Anzu Marie, Shasti, McNasty, Alioop, Kurda, and Ari Horrified. I'm gonna have to ask you. I have 2 questions to ask you. They're very important. The first one: do you want pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple pussy? And then I'm gonna take a shot. Thank you for the 5 gifted holy shiitake mushrooms. Green, I got you. And then as for shot options, I have Pink Whitney. 3 olives vodka, Malort. Una pasada tequila. Rum. And yeah, that's it. Malort, okay. See, this is why I keep you around, so you're my favorite. Okay.
Twist my arm.
Alright, I'm gonna do your kitty cat first. Moon? What is on my face? Did I, like, get lipstick on me? It's, like, itchy. Oh, I may be getting, like, allergic reaction or something. I've been having really bad hives from stress. I've been having some really bad stress lately. It's been really fun. So anyways, what were we doing? Permanent marker. Gimme. Blows kiss. This is Midnight. Midnight, say hello. Oh no. So this is that's Midnight. Oh, you know what? So I can't give her a treat because she throws up certain treats. But is it okay if I give the doggies a treat, Danny? She'll throw them up. I've been having some really bad so I'm diagnosed with PTSD, and I have a few things that triggered me about 3 weeks ago that started, and then something triggered it again, totally different, last week. And I guess like the wombo combo of two different entities, like two different things that I have diagnosed PTSD from, and it triggered a all over hives response, and I've never had all over hives before. And what was it, last Friday when I was in Diva, like I don't know if it was obvious, but like I kept like scratching like my it was like all like my chin, my neck, my scalp, my chest, my arms. My hands are really bad too. The back of my hands are really bad. My arms, I have like all like on the back of my legs, all the way down to my calves. Oh, and all over my stomach too. It's like it's everywhere, and I've never had like that response before. So it was awful. So that's why I canceled stream on Saturday. Due to my mom's birthday, and I could be here. Oh, Papa, I'm gonna actually start. That was so cute. Oh, thank you for that. I was gonna start crying because of what Papa said. Papa, I'm so sorry. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can definitely get to the next person. But that was so fucking funny. Like, he did not hesitate to get that fucker. But Danny, thank you for the treats. And hi, Popstar! But that was so cute. Thank you for that, Boo. But yeah, I've never had all over hives before. Like I've had hives before for like different like allergies, but never because of like stress or my PTSD. But yeah, the thing that triggered me 3 weeks ago sucked. The thing that triggered me last week sucked. But that's right. The love color, thank you. It's the Safia Nygaard ColourPop collection. It has Bury Me in lipsticks in the middle. Bury Me in lipsticks in like the middle. That's like where the purple is, and then the outside is the Mrs. Norris, I think. Also, is this like smudged? Don't look at it. Don't look at it! Tarot pool? Okay. Leanne's Mountains. Don't let me forget. Because I'm gonna forget. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna play an ad now, because by the time the ad's done, I will have finished the Pussycat, do a shot of Malort, and then I'll do the tarot pool. But I want to do it, because if in 3 minutes, it'll be time for me to do tarot pool. I'm gonna do an ad now. No ad during tarot pool. Beautiful? I'm as beautiful as you are. Papa me lady. Capital P, capital B, capital L. Ooh, that's a beautiful P. I may have made the most attractive looking P that I've ever made. B, lady. Oh, that's so. Well, that P is so nice. I kind of wish I had P in my name. So I was doing a signature or something. My name's Pixel. Oh, I'm so stupid. That's why it looks so good. Because I sign of my name all the time. I'm so stupid. I was like, why do my P's look so good? Oh, the cat's right there. That's why you're doing this. You're getting closer to the cat. Boo, what are you doing? Boo, what are you doing? Boo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you taking closer to the kitty cat? Oh, there she goes. That was so cute. You're so cute. I want to eat you. What if I just eat you right now? What would you do? That's what I thought. I'm going to eat him right now. Name is also the Taker. I never said I was a smart man. Boo is so cute. That's usually like an end of stream thing. What was I going to do? Oh, Papa. Why am I so... That's fine. I have an idea. And who knows if it's gonna look good. It kind of does. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I messed up that one a little bit, but that's fine. I've never made this face before. It's kind of cute. Unique New York? ABD, right? I've never been medicated before in my life. Can you tell? So she's kind of got like, you know, the Pokemon Spinda? She's kind of got like Spinda eyes. I've never done that before. And it was so cute. I love it. Right? Aren't they cute? But look at the P. That P is like, that's a P. You love her? Okay. You're hanging out right underneath Ghoulishly. And right next to Bravo Penguin. China Malort. Legally, just change your first name to Pixel. I actually have a lot of things delivered to my house under Pixel. Isn't that weird? Pixel. Oh, Panda Fan. Thank you. Thank you. Canada. Shout to Huawei Fan for this. My lord. Oh my god. I need to make a lick emote. Oh, there was still a little bit of rum in there. Yuck, yeah. Really? Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I'll do Pixel, sometimes I'll do my name. I don't do like my whole username though. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to like anyone know where I live. I do! It's the one that Leon Simone's put in there. It's the Pix Malort. It's the Gigantamax Pikachu holding a bottle of Malort. It's kind of hard to tell in its smallest. Yeah, that one. Thank you. Thank you. It's kind of hard to tell in its smallest form, but if you hover over it with your, yeah, that one. If you hover over with your mouse or your cursor, or click on it. Yeah, if you click on it, you'll see it a little bit better. I made you stand up too fast. Excusez-moi. What do you got, POTS? You gonna pass out? Oh, you hit your knee. Oh, I thought you said you're gonna pass out. Oh, don't pass out. Oh, thank you for the Malort emotes. That's super cute. I love that. Salud, Papa B.
Lizard.
National anthem? What? Oh, because I said okay. That's so funny. Where's the rum? I actually already had a shot of it earlier.
Lizard.
That is really funny. You gotta stop. There is lizard. Yes. It didn't work for a couple days because I forgot that I moved the sound source, and so it's back to working. Boo, that's not how you sit in the bed, honey. Look at him, this little bed right here. So funny. Yeah, lizard away to your heart's content.
Lizard.
Oh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the fudgy wudgy? Whoa. Cat scared me. Forgot she was here. I did fix it because I totally forgot that I made a specific sounds folder, and so I actually had to move all of like my Stream Deck ones like this. Did you guys hear that? Or the... I never use these. I need to. I want to use this during chases. This is a long one, by the way. And then I also have,
Michael! Don't leave me here! Michael! Michael! Help me!
I should use it more, honestly.
Speaking the damn thing.
Courts. That was weird. That was a really weird accent. Moon, I just took a shot of Malort. You can't judge me. Thank you for the Prime subby. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. You're ad reviewing and you're so bad. You were so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Also, I didn't forget about your Leon's pull. Tarot pull. I'm gonna do it. I just got distracted. Wait, what else do I have? What's this? I have so many sound alerts, I need to start using them. You're welcome, Bravo. You're welcome. Hello? And what else? Oh, and then the best one.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
Mm-hmm. So, Bravo, when I first added that to my Stream Deck, I used to just, like, in just normal conversation, I would just go, like, so I'm just talking, chat, and I would just do that in the middle of my set. I would do that in, like, the middle of the game. Oh, Ewok, I don't think, you could win because you're not in, wait, are you in the European, that's not a European, New Zealand's not European Union, right? I can't tell, just do hashtag DBD. OCE? Yeah, so make sure you guys read the pinned comment. It is for, America, North America, U.S. and Canada, so not Mexico, which is super weird. It's just U.S. and Canada, and then European Union plus the UK. Yeah, so make sure you guys read that. But that's specifically. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. But that's specifically why I had it, so that you guys have to be here to win. Because no, you're so good, Ewok. So, yeah. But that's why I have the pin comment there. But that's why I have the rules saying that you have to be here to win, because I want to make sure that whoever wins can confirm to me that they're in, like, one of those countries. I'm sorry. I wish it could be worldwide, Ewok. For the record, that is not my choice on whether or not, like, who ships it. That's just the level 99. But, so I'm so sorry. Otherwise, I would make it worldwide, but I can't. But, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, because, like, God forbid, like, someone in... God forbid, like, I don't know, someone in, like, I don't know, Japan wins or something. And then I'm just like, okay, giveaway's over. And then I find out later that someone won who, like, wasn't... Who, like, can't get it shipped to them. And then we have to run the giveaway. I don't know. So that's specifically why I made it so you have to be here. So I know people don't like that rule. People don't like that rule because you have to be here and my streams suck. I know. But that's why I made that rule. But also, Ewok, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Bubble, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Kyle! Kyle, you're so funny. No mod hate if a mod wins, by the way. No mod hate. Ooh! El Diablo. So, into the stream, I almost overcooked. Oh, no! Is your mac and cheese okay? Ban Kyle. I support that. And you could just give me that and a high five in person? I'll high five anybody in person. I'm a hate. For sure. Panda fans did almost burn their curry. Get cool VIPs. Oh! Oh, get shit on Beth? R.I.P. Beth. Nuts in chat for Beth. My finger slipped. Alright, so this is for Leon's Moan, or this is Leon's Moan's tarot pull. Remember, if you guys don't like the tarot pull, blame Leon's Moans. If you guys do like it, you're welcome. Really? Rosario, I've heard it's really bad. So, I'm reading in the DBD creator Discord that there's, like, a lot of issues with cheaters. Are there a lot of issues with cheaters? I'm not good enough to be put in a high MMR where cheaters would be, so I don't really experience cheaters. But are people, like, experience a lot of cheaters? Ooh, close came in. Who has the highest PP? Oh, man. Who's got the biggest PP? Was it... No, it's condensed milk, right? Condensed milk is our penis overlord? What do they have, 70 inches? Alright, everyone stop being cute with your penises for, like, 1 second and let me read this card. El Diablo, which is, the devil. You feel trapped. There's a lack of fulfillment in your life. Or maybe you're enslaved by the allure of materialism or substance, rendering you powerless. Perhaps you have succumbed to a bit of, como se dice, retail therapy. And so I'm not calling out Leon's Moan. This is literally just for anybody who's listening or anybody who's here. This could be it for anybody. If you guys want it to be about you, it's about you. If you guys don't want it to be about you, it's not about you. But I'm sensing someone is pulling into a little bit of retail therapy, and you got to make sure that you don't, like, go into debt. You know, you got to, like, make sure that you don't do too much. You know, you don't have the too much gene. And you remember who you are, and remember not to get too tempted. With the Blue Devil tarot card tattooed on me, oh, the Blue Devil, for making out with ladies. I would love to make out with anybody right now. The last person I made out with was not a very good kisser, and so I'm, like, craving a good makeout. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Come on, 1 inch. Yeah, you guys know, just, like, you just, like, crave a good makeout. Yeah, the last person I made out with was not good, and it just leaves you wanting, right? You want a good makeout? I do. I really do. I love kissing. I love kissing. Oh, Kyle! Aww. Oh, let me show you what the card looks like. Here. So this is what this specific one looks like. She's a lady. I love it. Oh, she's got like little wings too. I gotta stop using that finger because like that's my broken nail finger. It broke in the middle last week. It was bleeding. It was gross. I do crave the makeup. Yeah, El Diablo, the red dress. What is red in Espanol? Ace. Ace, you speak Spanish, right? What is red? Oh my god. Oh, so everyone speaks Spanish except for dumb white pixel. Alright, remember that I am... Shut up, Dingos. You're lucky that it's your birthday. Guys, everyone say happy birthday, Dingos. That's blue, right? Ro? Is it Ro-Yo or Rojo? Rojo, thank you. Hola, soy Dora. I'm allowing that because it's against me. So you're lucky. You're lucky. I'm hitting 45. Are you really? Happy early birthday, Ace. Ho. Rojo. You're a hoe. I love how Eris's message wasn't automated, but Gringo was automated. I'm a bad kisser. Oh, I love biting. No one's ever really bitten me while kissing, and I'm sad about that. I would enjoy that. I think not like a lot, you know. Roll the R though. Okay, Gringo or Gringa. La Guera. What my ex-boyfriend's mom used to call me a gring. No. What she call me? Chicle. But what she call me? Okay, why don't you just dig on that bed and then go lay down there? La Guera. That's what she called me. Hi, Nikki! Nikki, mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. Yeah! I've never had anyone bite me. I am day 104 in my Scottish Gaelic. We're learning about how to say pets. So, cat, to the shock of nobody, cat in Scottish Gaelic is cat. C-A-T. Ha cat agam. I have a cat. Ha cat agus ku agam. I have a cat and a dog. Cat is gato. That's I'm talking about Scottish Gaelic. Awesome boy. Mwah. Think of the way I kiss you. Oh, Nikki, that's so nice of you. Good luck in the giveaway, everyone. That's so nice of you. I've had 2 shots today. Can you guys tell? Do you guys want to look at the game some more? Gaelic? Yeah. So if you're learning Irish, it's Gaelic. But if it's Scottish, it's Gaelic. Fun fact. I'm day 1 million of not learning more language because my kid is already tired of me getting mad and yelling at her in 4 languages. Wait, what 4 languages do you know? Si. Oui. Shut up! Shut up, Banabam. I'm gonna ban you. Oh, Banabam. What if I just delete this message and then you can't read it? Oh, that's crazy. Guess you can't read it. It's not garlic! You guys are being wasted. I'm joking.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Since we were talking about lip bites.
That's funny. That's funny. You say it wrong? Oh, the Gaelic and Gaelic? Yeah, you will. Gaelic is what I did to a man at the club. Shut up! Also, Bravo Megan, thank you for the 100 betties. I'm bad as fuck, boy. My heart, despite my 345-day streak on duo, is one that we all learned in high school. Yo tengo el gato en mi pantalones. Why is there a cat in my pants? Oh! Oh! Oh, I never took Espanol. You have a cat in your pants? The only Spanish that like lo siento, right, is like I'm sorry. Dulik is I'm sorry in Scottish Gaelic. There you go. It's spelled dulik. That's how you spell I'm sorry in Scottish Gaelic. What is it? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? There. And head Gaelic. Wait, really? Wait, Scottish Gaelic or Irish Gaelic? Gaelic is what I did to the bar. Shut up! That's gonna buy. Gaelic is what I did to the bar the other night. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, you talking about Flyleaf? I saw Flyleaf in... No, I did not. Yes, I did! No, I didn't. Yes, I did! I saw Flyleaf in concert. Or, I'm not gonna really say it's a concert. It was like... There was like 50 people most in this place. It was in 2009 or 2010. I was so close to Flyleaf that I was literally in the front. So here's the stage. This is the stage. I'm standing right here. And I could reach Flyleaf, whatever her name is. I can't remember. But yeah, that's how close I was to her. It was like 50 people. It was like a little bar. I was in high school. Hi, I'm back. How high are you? I know. Very, very cool. That was in high school. Before I developed really bad anxiety. I had anxiety, but not like really bad. So, okay, I have a question. Anybody else who's like neurodivergent, whether it's anxiety, ADHD, autism, etc. Question for you. Has your neurodivergence gotten worse as you've gotten older? Because mine has gotten like 10 times worse as I've gotten older. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. All across the board, yes. Wow, okay, yeah. Lacey, oh, I remember that. Yeah, me too. Okay, I honestly thought there was something, I knew there was something wrong with me. But I thought there was something wrong with me because I was like, I'm looking, me too, condensed. I literally, so okay, this is oversharing time. When I'm walking my dogs, and I'm not like running. I'm literally just walking my dogs. Here's the pace that we're walking my dogs. Because Boo likes to walk and sniff every blade of grass. So here's Boo. So this is me walking my dogs. Yeah, I'm talking about you. This is me walking my dogs. So I'm not walking, right? And I also want to put in there, yes, I'm fat, but I also, I'm fit fat, you know? I just did 5.5 miles every single day for 172 days, right? And I still, I'm fit fat. So, no, my heart rate is not amplified because of my fat ass walking my dogs. This is, so I get curious. So I look at my little Fitbit and I look at my watch and I was like, okay, what is my heart rate? My heart rate when I'm walking my dogs, when I'm out in public, is between 130 and 140 because I am so. You're so cute. No, please go. Please go. It's so cute. It's so, okay. I won't look, but I'm gonna look. But you won't know I'm looking. But yeah, my heart rate is anywhere between 130 and 140 while I'm out walking my dogs because I'm so scared to be outside. It's so bad. Yeah, fit fat. You know what I mean? I could run a mile faster than probably half of you here, but, I'll look bad doing it. You know what I mean? Because I'll be like, and, my face will be red, but, I'll run it faster than all you guys. I'm just fat. Mood. And everyone who likes me on dating apps is not the same lifestyle as me. Follow-up question. What would you say your lifestyle is? He loves the little diggy down. Oh yeah, Panda Pen, you get it. When you're a kid in school, you're forced to socialize. Now you're an adult. Oh, that's true. Okay. No, that's so true, Poe. It was so much easier to socialize as a child because you were in these. Yeah. No, you're so right. And my parents would drive me everywhere. Oh, whoa. See, that sucks, Peppa B. With don't take women neurodivergent seriously. Clock it. Clock that shit. Also, you put another message and I missed it. I think it has a lot to do with women. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Larry. Can I get more guidance on what you mean lifestyle is? Yeah, that's I'm curious. Also, hi, Etsy folks. And don't trust me, I work in healthcare. Oh, what? They don't trust me? Wait, who doesn't trust you? I'm an active foodie. I really love riding my bike 30 miles a day. Shut up and go 50-mile kayak afterwards. That's a perfect day for me. But also I'm not skimping on the heavy cream. See, okay, so people were people on TikTok specifically, because I documented, I haven't logged onto my, what was it? My Pixel X Kitten TV TikTok account, but that's the account that I made my Walking with Pixel account where I documented all 172 days of my 5.5 miles every single day. And some days I did I don't know, 10 miles. I did what most I did was like 16 miles in a day, right? But people were upset with me because they're upset that I wasn't losing more weight. Because, and I've talked about this before on stream, it's like, yeah, I worked out a bunch, but the thing is, I also, like, I fucking love food. Like, not only do I love food, because it's food, but, I use food as a coping mechanism. Like, I don't have a drinking problem, and I don't have a smoking problem, or a drug problem, or any sort of, like, any other addiction. I love food. Food makes me happy. The texture of it is very satisfying to me, and taste makes me very happy. Like, I do, like, a little, like, autism, like, happy dance, you know, if, like, something, like, is super banging. But food makes me happy. And I've been super fucking depressed for the past 33 years of my life. And, food is just such a good coping mechanism for me. So, I would have lost so much more weight if I was in a deficit, but I wasn't. I was going to start doing a deficit, but then I got depressed again. So, I'm just more conscious of what I'm eating, but I'm still eating, like, lots. I work in behavioral health and work from home as a data analyst and spend my day walking my treadmill and then doing dog walks. And I socialize my friends via Discord calls while I'm working. My anxiety is so bad. I have 2 different... Oh, my God. See, a pain disorder. Wait, what happens to you, Antifox, if you don't mind me asking? But, I also don't have healthcare because I'm self-employed. Because it would be the dream to be medicated on anything. On any antidepressants, anti-anxiety, ADHD meds. I would love literally any of that. But, don't have healthcare and it sucks, Jack. Yeah, ADHD. They don't take women seriously. No, they don't. Especially adult women, right? Researchers say that females ruin the studies. Oh my god. I hate doctors. Have more fluff, which is fine, but then they follow that up with only indoor activities. Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, Panda Pants. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Ever since I stopped drinking and vaping. See? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know a lot of people that do that. That a lot of people who, when I was younger, a lot of people who stopped smoking cigarettes, gained a lot of weight. Because they, like, had to offset that habit with something else, and they picked up food. I've always had food. Food could be better than intimacy, as an asexual, agreed. They need to remove luck from the game. Someone didn't hook, swap another person, brought in lips, and the other person on hook went to second, when I could have gotten him if that same... Oh, damn, Rosaria. What killer are you playing right now, Rosaria? I enjoy but love being active. See, okay, I love that. Hello, nurse. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, by the way. I'm not against being fat or dating fat or curvy girls. Yeah, but like, okay, but like, it's probably not even like, I'm not trying to speak for you, but it's probably not even just like you need to do every activity outside or like every activity that you enjoy, but like some sort of like meet me halfway kind of thing, right? Sensitize, okay, I'm gonna have to Google that. Hold on, because I don't know what that is. We're Googling. Oh, that sucks. Is that what you have? And your meds gave you that? That sucks. So it's basically like it turns like your pain like up, essentially. Diggy Diggy Hole was playing earlier too. Dick. Shout out to Pocahontas. Love that movie. See, he just keeps digging. I'm condensed milk. I'm the same way with my parents. Yeah, I love my parents, but it was also like it was yeah. Yeah, I wish that I had, like, I don't wish I had an almond mom or anything like that. Like, fuck me, I don't wish I had that. But I do wish I had different eating. I wish I grew up on different eating habits, I think. Dweeb, think of the forehead, kissy. I would love to go to Japan. That's a dream of mine. Let's go. You're so cute. Alright, I won't look at you because you won't dig. What's up, little gun? they could show us cleansing a lot. Wait, what? Oh, a lit totem versus doll? Wait, what do you mean? Also, everyone say hi, Ritzy! Need to touch grass every day. Yeah, okay. Or photosynthesize, yeah. Totally. If I didn't walk my dogs every day, I would not have my vitamin D. Oh, really? See, I don't have children, and I never want children. But I do have 5 animals. And I was talking about this to my mom the other day when I was at my parents' house, and we were feeding our dogs, all 5 dogs. And I was watching Charlie eat, and I'm just like, I just love to just watch him eat. And I was telling my mom, it's like, there's nothing like more satisfying than like watching my dog eat, and I love watching him eat. It just makes me so happy. Like all those like mukbang videos of like those dogs eating all those like raw foods. I love them. I love hearing them chew. I love watching them eat. And then my mom goes like, yeah, it's the same thing like when you have babies, like you love to watch them eat. And I was like, oh, these are my babies. You know what I mean? To put me in, I was on the keto diet, and that was also not good for me because I became so happy. Yeah, and do you guys remember, what was it called? Jenny Craig. Oh my god. And like, I don't know, I don't think you're a millennial, right? I think you're like a lot younger than me, but I'm a millennial, and we grew up with like Jenny Craig and Britney Spears being called fat, even though she's like skinny as fuck. And Hilary Duff being called, like, morbidly obese, even though she's skinny as fuck. And it's, like, the late 90s, early 2000s were just, like, the roughest place to, like, grow up as a child. Because everybody's on this, like, dieting fad, right? But, I don't know. It's don't get me wrong. Like, now, like, there's still, like, crazy fads and horrible stigmas and horrible body image expectations, but it's definitely better. Oh, and Weight Watchers. What's up, Simise? Oh, we're just big chill. We're just yapping. I am eventually going to start talking about the DVD game again. Eventually. But we're just yapping right now. I do love Pepsi. Or Pepsi Zero Sugar. Oh, not Jiminy Cricket. Oh, I did get that little bit as well. Yeah. So I'm sure oh, Jessica Simpson! Oh! And because Jessica Simpson, it was like, so she's like me, where she's built like this, where like people are like, ooh, like this is like your boobs, this is your waist, this is your hips. I'm like this, where I have boobs, waist, butt. I got huge tits, huge butt, but also my waist is very wide. I've never had a like small waist. And I love seeing celebrities and sports and all these other like women that have like what's it called? What they're called, like board bodies or something, where they just don't have a waist. Oh, I love seeing that on social media, and I love seeing that online because it's like they look like me. Oh, here Natalie Portman. She's a good one. No titties, but she's just straight up and down. She has no like in hip, and Natalie Portman is just like beautiful woman. And so she's actually like up there as far as like women I look up to as far as like body goes, because she is just like, if you've like seen, like she's straight up and down. She doesn't have like a hip, waist, boobs thing. Well, she doesn't have any tits, but you know what I mean. But I really like seeing people think like, oh, that's a beautiful woman. It's like, I agree. But here I am hating like my hip dips and like my no waist, you know. I was the captain of my lacrosse team in college, and I'm 5'7", weigh 200 pounds. I had 6-pack abs, and my doctor tried to, oh my god, same! Oh my god! I not in college though. I didn't hit 200 pounds until after college. But I was called morbidly obese well before I even hit 200 pounds. I'm way over 200 now, but BMI is bullshit. Agreed. I miss $5 footlongs. Amen, sister! But losing weight by eating Subway. Oh my god, I forgot about that. What was his name? Like, Jerry, I think? Yeah, because it has nothing to do with the body. It was like some mathematician or something made it, right? I think that was something about him, right? Like, he had something bad about him. I don't remember what it was. I'm assuming. Pedophilia, or philiac, or whatever it's called. Damn. But Samis, I hope you're doing so good. I asked for a body fat analysis, and it was 12%. As a woman, that's pretty low. That sounds really low. What's like normal? Yeah, that's so messed up. People suck. Alright, do you guys want to talk about the GBD game again? I'm so sorry, I got distracted. His name is Jared, and moving on. Oh, I was medically ordered to eat more. Yeah, I've never been like that. I have G cup. Yeah, I don't remember. What are you? I don't remember. I like my boobies. I'm pretty happy with my boobies. Happy with my butt. I hate my hip dips though. I hate my hip dips and I hate my waist. What? What are you laughing about? Little God, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. I don't remember. I think I said hello to you, but I don't think I gave you a kissy. Oh, really? A physical? It's been not that long for me, but it's pretty up there. Pretty much ever since probably 2019. 2019 was, I think, the last time. Oh, I like this one. This is Ghost, right? Yeah. I think 2019 was the last time I had a physical. This was before COVID. Panda pants. Mwah. Think of the forehead, kitty. Kitty? Kitty! Panda pants and panda pan. Yeah, I might have to start doing your entire government names, guys. And then there's Panda Monster, because you mentioned that there was triple pandas earlier. I think that's the most pandas that we have, is Panda Pants, Panda Pan, and Panda Monster. I think those are the most pandas that we have. I think. As a tattoo, what would you do? Would it be like lyrics? Like the song title? Espera. You know what speaking of Latin, you know what I watched yesterday? It was the newest Conjuring movie. Was it called Conjuring 4 Last Rites? I watched that last night. Oh, it was good. I liked it. Thank you for the 10 streak. What the fudgies? Thank you so much. That really means a lot. 10 is huge. Have a good night, Peppa B. Peppa B, seriously, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the gift of subbies. Thank you so much for being here. Everyone say, good night, Peppa B. Then I have to stop forever because 29. Oh, really? Respect. Oh, really? What were the first two? What were the stories of the first two? I don't remember. You know what? I would totally be down to just watch all of them in a row. In a row. With Ouroboros? Wait, like Wesker Ouroboros? Or am I dumb? Also, Panda Pants! Thank you for the 10 stream stake, too! Because there's also, what? All Conjuring movies. Oh, in order. Oh, shit. Because there's also The Nun. Oh, shit, there's the Annabelle movies. I don't know if I've seen the Annabelle movies. I don't know if I've seen any of them. Wolves at the Door? What is that? Why are there like 12? Okay, hold on. I'm looking at all the Conjuring universe. There's The Nun. And I guess this is like the timeline of the story and not the timeline of the movies coming out. So I guess The Nun is first. Annabelle Creation, which I don't think I've seen any Annabelle movie. The Nun 2. Okay, didn't know there was a second one. I guess I have to watch all of these. Annabelle. Wolves at the Door.
Let's go.
It's good. Okay, let's go. Aris, thank you for the 2 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad review, and your sub badge. Also, Trans Panda. Hope you're doing so good, homie. Has anyone watched Sissy? Never heard of it. But he really likes Nun movies. Really? I've seen the first Nun. That was scary. I didn't know there's a second one. Wolves at the Door. Never heard of it. Benny. Think of the forehead kiss you. Word. Panda Pants. Honestly, the only reason I could watch these movies alone with the lights off, because I don't really, because I'm broke, I never put my lights on while I'm watching, or while I'm like around my house. I just have like my RGB lights around my house, and I was like, that's it. Because I'm so broke, I try to keep my electricity bill so low. This is like the most lights you'll ever see in my house. But sorry, TLDR. But I watch these movies in the dark because I don't turn my lights on, and I don't believe in ghosts, so I was like, ha! Like, I get jump scared because I'm a little scared bitch, but I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't believe in, like, demons and hell and heaven. I don't believe in any of that. No disrespect to anybody that does. Like, literally, like, more power to you for anything you believe in. I just personally don't believe in it. And, I just love, I watched, The Conjuring 4 Last Rites yesterday, and it's about a mirror. That's not a spoiler, it's just about, the mirror is, like, a part of it. And I went upstairs to go fold my laundry yesterday, and I have a big, like, old, like, not like a vintage, but like an old school mirror. And I was like, I looked at it and was like, heh. And I literally walked up to it and I was like, heh, and I laughed at it. I'm like, fuck you. Because normally I'm sure that would scare somebody, you know, if they walked in and they had their, like, in their bedroom, this, like, scary mirror, and was like, I don't believe in you. Alright, so it's Annabelle. Wolves at the door. The Conjuring. Annabelle comes home. The Curse of La Llorona. La Llorona. Ignore the eerie warning of a troubled mother suspected of child endangerment. A social worker and her own small kids are soon drawn into a frightening supernatural realm. Which came out in 2019. The Conjuring 2. The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It. The Conjuring Last Rites. Are they really? Interesting. They're remaking it. Oh, I love all the Conjuring movies. I've loved every single one I've watched. I love the actors for Ed and Lorraine. Are their names right? I can't remember their last name, but I love those actors. I don't think I've seen that one. I'll have to look into it. I don't believe in bird. Bird. I heard the bird is the word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank God. Yeah, Warren, that's it! Hug, Marry, Kiss, Conjuring, Conjuring 2, and Conjuring The Devil Made Me Do It. Hold on, I'm gonna have to look them up again. Hold on. Conjuring movies in order. I already forgot what they were. Okay. I'm just gonna rank them 1, 2, and 3. I'm assuming that's what you want, right? Oh, I've never seen that Panda Pains. Paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren work to help a family terrorized by a dark private presence in their farmhouse. All right, hold on. Let me look at pictures. Show me some pictures, and I'll remember. Oh, that one is so good. Okay, so the first one is up there. Oh, I love that one. All right, Conjuring 2. Which one is this one? All right, so at the right moment, Conjuring 1 is up top. Which one is this one? Conjuring 2. Oh, is it this one? That one's okay. Right? It was pretty scary, though. That one was pretty scary. But I think the first one was better. All right, and then what was the Devil Made Me Do It? Nerdly, thank you so much on the raid. Welcome in. We're deciding which Conjuring movies was the best of the 3 of 1, 2, and 3. Owen Wilson. The Haunting. I don't know if I've seen that one. But then welcome in, Raiders. Have you guys ever seen The Conjuring before? I haven't seen this one. I have not seen that one. Alright, Devil Made Me Do It. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with the first one is the best, the second one's the middle, and then third one, Hug, because I've never seen this one. Okay. Conjuring Devil. I've never seen that one! Oh, man. I've never seen that one. You saw the first one? Have you seen any other ones, Nerdlane? I've never seen... I may have seen an Annabelle movie, but I can't remember them. I just watched that one yesterday. It's on Amazon Prime. You wanted to? You should. The newest one's on Amazon Prime, if anyone has that. Haunted of Hill House. Was that a movie or a show? Because there's so many haunting of hills and houses that I can't remember which one. It is your song! Kyle's our song. Oh, yeah? So the thing is, I don't give a fuck about Annabelle. I don't believe in it. I think it's all a hoax. Yes, I have seen it. Okay, is it the actress that's also in You that's in it too? Oh, and that really hot guy who's also in iZombie. What's his name? He's so hot. I love him. I'm obsessed with him. The song's so good. It is. It is really good. But yeah, okay. The Haunting of Hill House is so good. Yeah, that show is amazing. I've watched it twice. Oh my god, but Nerdling, please make sure that you go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Eco, beco, pugo, stretch, or drink. I can't remember. I keep wanting to say Rami Malek, but obviously that's not. It's something. He's dating Alana Pierce. And they're so cute together. And he used to be, like, do Funhouse videos. I loved him. I just can't remember his fudgy name. He's so hot. I'm literally obsessed with him. I'm in love with him. But you guys know who he is. He's British guy, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. No. He's, how many entries do we... Wait, how many entries? Oh, do you guys want to see how many we have right now? We have 57 entries right now. But I'm sure, but a lot of people that entered... Ravi! Well, no. Is it Ravi or Rob? What's his last name? Hold on. I'm not quite there yet. Hold on. Is that it? I'll look it up. Hold on. Who's dating Alana Pierce? Raul! Yeah, I was about to say, that's not it. Raul, that's his name. They were close. You were super close. Yeah. Wait, what's the entry for it? Read the pinned chat up on the top of the stream. Or right under the stream if you're on mobile. Ben, thanks so much for the 3 stream streak. What the heck, Gabe? Ben, I hope you're doing so good. Rahul. Ugh, he's so fine. Oh, it's the Haunting of Bly Manor, not the Haunting of Hill House. See, I always get them confused. I feel good knowing that other people are also confused with me. Yeah, the Haunting of Bly Manor. That's the show that Rahul's in. Yo, that show is so good. All right, so the Haunting of Hill House, I don't know if I've seen that one. Hold on, let me look that up. Haunting of Hill House. But it does have the same actress from The Girl From You. Haunting of Hill House? Haunting of Bly Manor. Is she in the same fudging show? Victoria Pedretti? The same fucking actors. The same fucking people are in there. What? How am I supposed to do? I am so neurodivergent for this. I am way too neurodivergent for this. Freya, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Okay, well, I've never seen The Haunting of Hill House, but I have seen The Haunting of Bly Manor. Wait, is the chick from Twilight in there? The mom from Twilight? Is that her? What's her name? I don't remember. She's hot, though. Grave Encounters. Never heard of that. How are you? I'm doing alright. Oh, it's on Netflix? I don't have fucking Netflix. How am I supposed to watch it without Netflix? Fudge. Alright. Well, R.I.P. me. I am. Really? Do they, like, cross the streams at all? How are you doing, Frey? I'm doing alright. Jangos on your heavenly birthday? What the fudge? Thank you so much for getting this up into Trans Panda Boom. Trans Panda. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Yeah, do they cross the streams? I was trying to make a Ghostbusters reference. Thank you so much. What the fudgy? Also, guys, everyone say happy birthday, Dingos. You're okay? Just okay. You need the physical movies? Wait, but I thought Haunting of Hill House was on Netflix. Someone told me it's on Netflix, but I may have been confused. Physical movies? Who watches physical movies anymore? Happy birthday, Digos! Nerdling, go get your post-stream self-care. Boom's internet homie. Trans Panda Boom is an internet homie. You know. Shit, you know. How do I get this way? I know the words. House on the Haunted Hill. That's what I'm telling you guys. There's too much. Too much hauntings, too much hills, too much houses. Too much. They just start picking new names for these things. Alright, what are we doing? Alright, let's look at the game some more. Alright, what are we doing? Alright, Lightbringer, upgrade kit. What's the upgrade kit? What comes in the upgrade kit? Oh, okay. Upgrade your copy of Dead by Daylight, the board game, with this handy kit. Oh, it comes with generators and hooks.
Big 40.
A tiny tiger. Tiny tiger, good. Thank you for the 40 months with the fudgy wudgies. Yo, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your self-edge. Thank you so much, Tiny Tiger. Happy Wednesday. The Haunted of Haunted Hill Manor on Haunted Hill. And there's a house. That right, Danny? This is so cool. So it comes with little blood points, hooks, and generators. And it's like little. You guys ever play the Game of Life? That's what that looks like. Little pegs. No, it looks like Battleship. You strike my Battleship. 40 high quality blood point tokens with great tactile feel. I would put those in my mouth. 100%. I put those in my mouth. 8 amazingly detailed generator miniatures with progress tracking pegs. You had me at pegs. Hello, what's up, Cincy Ewok? Watch Stay Alive. Stay Alive is like my favorite video game. My favorite movie ever. Stay Alive and Cabin in the Woods are like my favorite horror movies ever. Oh, I heard that, Trans Panda, yeah. You popped my generator. Yeah, I do. Little God, I will. I'll do it. Oh, no, wait. Oh, volleyball was great. Comes with pegs. That's what I'm saying. Is what did you put in your mouth? Have you met my ex?
Go on. Give him a nibble.
That scared the fuck out of me. I don't know if you guys saw, like, the little instant panic that I had, because I didn't recognize that sound. Thank you for the 100 bits. I didn't hear the alert go off. I heard the hype train sound. Jesus Christ. Got pasta. Mwah. DJ. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Thank you guys for another hype train. Cha-cha. I would put Blorbies in my mouth. I would. In and around. Thank you for the 100 bits. Funny number. Whoa. It's only 68 though. Look at that train emote. Funny number. Only 6 months or so until we can start doing Halloween. What do you mean? We can start doing them now. Yeah, see? Panda Pants. Just start doing them now. Thank you guys very much for starting the hype train. I will do shots for 5-minute subs. And what is it? You get a little kitty cat for 5 gifted. And if it's 10 plus gifted or Throne or Kofi, you get a little kitty or a little doggy. Scratch card. Alright, what else comes with this? Explore the realm and discover 2 new maps to play on, and 5 horrifying hook miniatures that will instill fear in any survivor. Cool beans. That's actually dope. $65 is crazy, because that's the same price as the base game. Accessory. Trapper gaming map? You can get Dead by Daylight game slaves? Oh my god. Oh, I see. Oh, I like these. I like the tallies, right? That's super cute. That's awesome. I like the Trapper mat. It's the base game. So you get the same thing that I have right now. So everything that you see here. Oh, you know what? I never finished like looking at the these cards. So you get crouch cards, sneak cards. Sneak is the doesn't know how to use a twist tie on a bag of ice. I just dumped a whole. I'm not gonna lie, Bravo Penguin, and I don't mean to be a man hater, but it was probably a man. So I have lived with. I'm not including my brother or my dad because they know how to do twist ties, but I have lived with 2 men, 2 different men, not at the same time, and neither of those men have ever known how to use a goddamn twist tie for bread. They always do this thing where they grab the bag and they twist it and then they fold it and then put it back under, and that does not keep the bread fresh. And I don't know any man in my entire life that has ever closed bread like a normal person. Oh, you know what? 3, because even though we didn't live together, he stayed with me for like a week. He didn't know how to do it either. Why do men not know how to use a goddamn twist tie? Oh, why don't you guys know how to close the toilet seat? I'm sorry, I'm getting mad. What? I'm sorry, I'm getting mad. I'm getting, sorry. Bravo Penguin, I feel your rage. I feel your rage. And it's just bread. And it's not 5 pounds of ice. I do that, what, close the toilet seat or don't close the toilet seat? You flop? You just twist and turn? Nuh-uh. How fast does your bread get moldy? I bet faster than mine does. I'm sorry. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna eat some fucking strawberries or something. I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down. I'm sorry. If you don't, I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna calm down. You want a strawberry? There you go. Do you use a twist tie? It all goes away in 3 days? Do you use a twist tie, Mira? Strawberries? Do you use a twist tie? Yes? Okay, Freya, you can have one. Just one. You keep your bread in the fridge. Okay, is there a twist tie, or twist ties different in Canada? I will go grab my loaf of bread right now. A twist tie took me a bit to get it, but I got there eventually. Probably. I'm glad you got there. So they're like, I don't know, they're things that come on bread. Loaf. Yeah. What Ogredor said. I forgot your guys' milk comes in bags. You guys weird. If you're looking for a new brother, I'm sure we can find a place to send him off to. Bravo Penguin. My bread stays in the freezer. Interesting. Hi, War! War, happy Wednesday, my dude. Oh, thank you guys for the hype train. I forgot we had that. There's nothing wrong with bagged milk. I'm a dumb American, alright? I've never tried bagged milk, so I can't compare. Really? So, question. I only use almond milk. Because if I get regular, like, cow moo milk, I can't finish it in time before it goes bad. So, I use almond milk because it lasts, like, forever. Does even, like, your almond milk come in bags? Just put it back. Easy. What the fuck is a Quick Trip? Oat milk? I've never had oat milk. Oh, really? Yeah, I've never put my stuff in the freezer. Oh, God, that shit is gone. What's your almond milk coming? Like carton? Genuine question. I've been to Wisconsin, but I've never been to, like, a shop in Wisconsin. I just go to the Renaissance Fair. A banana milk? Do you just drink it? I just get unsweetened almond milk. I use it when I make, like, hamburger helper or something. Are we milking bananas? I bet you we do. I hate chocolate milk. Panda Pants, why are you being so mean about it? Shit. God forbid a girl don't know about Quick Trip. Shit. Oh, for cereal. Yum. If it doesn't have a tit. Jesus. Yeah. I'm a strawberry milk gamer. I don't like chocolate milk, but I love strawberry milk. I can't remember last time I had strawberry milk though, but I love it. There's natural banana milk out there. I believe it. Oh, that strawberry did not taste good. Yeah. That did not taste good. Oh, nope, I've never been. Never seen it. Goat milk. I've had goat cheese before. That's alright. Do you like reading? I don't know, I dropped out of college. I don't know how to read. I'm joking. The only things I've been reading recently are the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit books. Well, actually, it's the Hobbit and the Silmarillion. A mango milk? I've never had that. Oh, it's just for, thank you, War. It's just for the Discord, though. I appreciate you, War. Yeah, Midnight's been hanging out here all night. What the heck, you? Isn't that crazy? I thought I stained my shirt. Oh my god. Guys, can I brag a little bit? Do you guys mind if I brag a little bit? So, did you guys see the, no, I don't know if you heard earlier, Panda Pants, I can't give Midnight treats because she throws them up. So, I don't know why. She's got a sensitive tummy. I could do dog treats, though. Moon cards, mwah. Think of the forehead, kissy. But, oh crap, what was I gonna say? Oh, so the pasta that I ate earlier that I put in the Discord, I just want to brag that I ate that pasta in this white shirt. Not a single stain. I'm very impressed with myself. Were you eating plain strawberry? Yes! Would you like some? I'm almost done. I'm allergic to dogs, so I'm gonna give him one anyway. Fuck you. I'm joking. But I'm still gonna give him one. What about Jasper? He's not down here. Thank God. Sure. Here you go, boo. Woo! 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 So cute. I like how you were looking too. So cute. A strawberries. I just started spitting everywhere. Sorry. Now I want a strawberry smoothie. Sushi, I'm waiting. I said his name, so I thought he was gonna come down here. No chaos gremlin this evening? What does that mean? Oh! Jasper. Yeah, fuck that cat. Last I saw him, he was upstairs. And I opened up a new scratch board. So I was cleaning out my closet yesterday, in one of the rooms. And I saw that I had an extra, like Christmas scratcher for the cats, like cardboard scratcher. Leave her alone, brother. And had like a bunch of catnip in there. And last I saw, he was upstairs sitting on top of it because he claimed that as his own. So as far as I know, he was upstairs. I want Jasper to be here. Well, if he comes downstairs, I'll get him a treat. Oh, that's a protein. Yum. Yum, yum. What else can we look at for this game? Hold on. I need a name for my mercenary band of mages. Mercenary band of mages sounds like a fun name. I have the Costco food court. Shut up. Like, is it actually shaped like a Costco food court? Is that like... That is amazing, actually. Hold up. I'm not funny enough for that. I'm not gonna lie, Panda Pan. Costco Associate Assassins. Wait, is that the name that you suggest? Boo! Boo just chased Midnight out of here. Cool. Good dog. I mean, a little more like bitch. Ah, sushi. So I have a Smoothie King, relatively close to me. I have never been. I have always been curious. Have you been to one? Would you vouch for it? That's the name I suggest. Bandolier Fireball. See, you guys are way more clever than I am. I would choose something with alliteration. Really? What's the price point? Would you say it's like Oh, it's a once in a while kind of like treat because it's expensive, or is it like, you know, I can get that once a week or something. Wilder Myth, and have to name my warband. All 3 members are mages. The Bandolier Fireball sounds nice. This conversation about to be dangerous. Definitely once in a while. Oh, so it's a little bit expensive. That's alright. Oh, these are different perks! Shut up. Oh my god. And they cost blood points to spend. Okay, so, okay. So I'm gonna read some of these. I don't know if I'm gonna read all of them. Because that's a lot of reading. And, I struggle. So, these are some killer perks. Monstrous Shrine. Your fervent care of the hooks has aroused the entity's interest. After sacrificing a survivor, if there are no other survivors in your space, gain 2 blood points. Spies from the Shadows. The entity's servants speak to you. When a crow is revealed, gain a blood point. Arouse mentioned? Everyone's nipples got hard. We have a winner! Oh, good. Congratulations, you guys. Peanut butter smoothies. Hi, Shadowhawk! Shadowhawk, happy Wednesday. Is it Starbucks expensive? Oh, yeah. I can't remember last time I had Starbucks. I think last time I had Starbucks had to be like, I think probably pre-COVID. Wait, what are you clipping? Thrill of the hunt. The false hope of survivors fills you with excitement. What is happening? When a survivor leaves your space, move with them. That's actually scary. I heard winner. Is that for the DVD board game? No! They were making a name for their bandoliers of fireballs or something. They're mages. Do it! We love magic. Bitter murmur. The bitter whispers of the entity drive you forward. After you move along a one-way path or breakable wall, move again along any path before interacting. What? Deer Stalker. You know how to track weakened prey. When a wounded survivor leaves your space, they roll the danger die. On a failure, they remain in place and cannot interact this turn. Oh my god. Insidious unlocks your stealth ability. When you would attack a healthy survivor, if you have not moved this turn, pick them up instead. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up! No one escapes death. A dark force drives you when your prey are on the verge of escaping. At the end of your turn, if the exit gates are powered up, take a killer bonus turn. You can only take 1 killer bonus turn per round. Whispers. You have a rudimentary understanding of the entity's voice. At the start of the planning phase, choose a survivor. That survivor either chooses to spend a blood point or place their movement card face up. How interesting. All right, let's move on from killer perks. Do you want to say hello? You want to say hello? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Woo! Everyone say hi, boo! I'm going to take my rings off because I don't want to hurt you. Oh, yeah. What's the thing where he goes like, whoa? Hey, yo, boo. His tail's going nuts between my legs right now. No, you can't lick my face right now. No. Why are your arms like that? You happy boy? Mr. Boo. You're so cute! I'm gonna call you Mr. Boo instead of Mr. Blue Sky. What are you doing? Why are you so cute? Look at all these like little dark spots he's getting. He's been getting more like dark spots all over his body. Look, he's got like a big one right here. Since he's gotten older. He used to be all white. And now he's got dark spots everywhere. Oh, you got one on your armpit right there. So cute. Mr. Blue Sky. Alright, Midnight's here. Please don't chase her. Good boy. So these are survivor items. Swallow bird! Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Oh my god, Salted Loki. I need to go and actually, I keep forgetting to save the picture, the screenshots that Salted Loki. So Salted Loki, thank you mods. It takes screenshots whenever Boo's on my lap, and they always take like the best screenshots. That one is so cute. I need to go and just scroll and just get all the screenshots. Same, Bravo Penguin. I hear this song, I think of Guardians of the Galaxy 2. So we have first aid kit, toolbox, okay, hold on. Discard this, so this is the first aid kit. Discard this during any survivor's turn to have yourself or another survivor in your space become healthy. Toolbox. Discard this during your turn to add a progress to a generator in your space. Shut up, Loki. You're so smart and tall and talented. See, that's why I keep you around. Broken key. Discard this at any time to allow any survivor to re-roll any die or gain a blood point. That's dope. Firecracker. Discard this at any time to remove a breakable wall in a connected space or to prevent the killer from moving into your space. Flashlight. Discard this during the killer's turn to prevent the killer in your space from interacting. Ugh, hell yeah. Dull key. Discard this at any time to allow any survivor to re-roll any die or gain 2 blood points. Skeleton key. Discard this any time to allow any survivor to re-roll any die or gain 3 blood points. So just go up in tiers. Discard this during... Oh, I'm sorry. We're looking at the map right now. The map. Discard this during any survivor's turn to reveal... Sorry. To reveal up to 3 props anywhere in the game board or to draw another item. Oh, and then there's the rainbow map. Discard this during any survivor's turn to reveal up to 3 pops anywhere in the game board or to reveal all of the killer's movement cards. Holy. Commodious toolbox. Discard this during any survivor's turn to add a progress to a generator in your space. Then draw an item. Whoa, 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 chill. Okay, that's all the items. Holy schmoly. And then these are all survivor perks. So... Huh. Cool. Okay. We have Ace in the Hole. I'm not going to read all of them. Because again. Lady Luck always seems to be throwing something good your way. Before you interact, swap a prop in your space with another from the same category in a connected space. Generators with progress, occupied lockers, and occupied hooks can't be swapped. Oh, interesting. Up the ante. All will be well in the end. You just know it. Oh, Betty! Okay, please tell me you did not mean to... Please tell me you did not mean to do that. Also, that's not the right alert that was supposed to play. What the fudge? Please tell me you did not mean to do that. Please tell me you were meant to do like 424. Well, actually, don't tell me that because I can't refund bits. Sorry, I didn't know my cat was there. That scared the hell out of me. Was this Dodo free stream? Now it is. Okay, that's also not the alert that was supposed to play. What was the alert that was supposed to play? Oh, that is the alert that was supposed to play. Hey man, I'm just stupid. I thought it was something else. I know my alerts. No, it's funny. I don't think we've heard that alert before. What the fudge? I don't know. Do you want to dance? Like, do you want to, like, do you want a cat? Like, what? Okay, you can't have a cat. What do you want from me? Do you want a shot? Do you want a cat? Do you want a cat or a dog? I don't know what to do. He paid double. Play it again. A dance off behind why? You guys don't want to see me dance. English. Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? Oh, okay. What's the new emote that you're gonna get? Hold on. Does it tell me what you have? Pop and lock? I don't know what that is. I think there's something to do with like a stanky leg. And you like go like this or something. You only have one that's locked for you. You know what's funny, War? If you unlock a bit emote, if you're hold on. Actually, let me look. Because if you're the emote, do I have that one? Oh. If you're the bit leader, every time someone hits a new record, the next bit alert or bit emote gets unlocked. Yeah, you have that one. Yeah, because it's my channel. What do you mean? I have all of them. I have all of my emotes, actually. I even have this one, which I'm pretty sure is a tier 3 emote. Is it? Oh, it's tier 1. Just kidding. Oh, but there's Pig's Pumpkin, which is a tier 3. Oh no, that's 10k bits. Leon's Bones, chill on it. Okay, War, I have 2 questions for you. And they're so important. Do you want a cat or a dog? And the next question is... Midnight, you guys have scaring me. You guys scaring me. Pink Whitney. Vodka. Malort. Rum. Yeah. My children want a cat? Are you gonna get one? Do you want Jasper? Do you want Jasper? I'm just joking. I make jokes about giving away Jasper all the time. For the record, I would never give him up. I love him so much. But he just... You know? They have the shadow of a beautiful. Jasper's so cute. You want him? Gonna wait on that? That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, let me know. Dog or cat? Do you want a cat because you said your children want a cat? And then, let me know if you want Pink Whitney. Let's see. Okay, cool. Pink Whitney, vodka, Malort, rum. Do I not have another one? There's the Biggie Balls, but I don't really like that one. I don't think they went. See. English only, please. I'm just joking. I'm so sorry. Am I following you? Oh, I am. Okay. Vodka. I'm joking. Okay. It's 3 olives vodka. Oh my god. So, Panda Pants. I was watching one of those, like, fucking dog animal shelter videos where it's like, these are all the dogs. These are all the dogs that have been here the longest, and we're trying to get them adopted. I'm just like, I want all of them! You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard. Never gonna give Jasper up, never gonna let him down, never gonna run around and desert him. Sweetie, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. That one gay cop, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Never gonna give Jasper up, never gonna let him down. There's no, okay, oh my god, Canary, not only that, not only can I not travel to another state, okay, 90% brat. Now, Leon's Moans, you do it. I can't. I understand that I was a very shut up Salted Loki. Shut up! 67, stop. I am fully understanding and come to terms with the fact that I never should have adopted Boo. I am... I'm flexing my butt cheeks, I'm bouncing up and down. Yeah! What the fuck? Something's turning my brain. Oh, my headset is broken. You guys hear that? Oh, my headset just broke. Do you guys hear this? Do you guys hear that? My headset just broke. What do you mean? You don't hear that? Do you hear me? Oh, it's off. Wait, hold on. It wouldn't turn. Okay, it just turned off. Hold on. Did you guys hear that?
Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. I'm a kitty cat. And I'm meow, 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 and I'm meow, meow, meow. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I'm meow, 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 and I'm meow, meow, meow. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance.
50k until 600k bits emote. Here I come.
So I'm still kind of recovering from Bravo Penguins and my headset breaking and hurting my brain. what is happening? What is happening? W bitties, more like W titties. Am I right, chat? So I'm thinking I'm hearing alien shot. I'm gonna check my heart rate. Do you guys mind? 102? Feels a lot higher than that. Poor Midnight didn't sign up for this. Bravo Penguin. Thank you for the 5 million bits. War. Thank you for the gajillion bits. Oh, that's crazy. Warvo Penguin. Warvo Penguini is here. Oh my god. Warvo Penguini. I don't know what to say. I'm thinking I just washed my Ack drink bev cup. Are Warvo Penguin is here. Are you guys okay if I mix every one of my liquors together for you? Or do you guys want me to just take an individual shot of each one and just like, Also, Bravo Penguin, cat or dog? With their bitty titties out. I don't know what to do. It's Bravo Combat! Give me a dog. Woof woof. Also, or you're just gonna get a dog and a cat. I chose for you. Not the alcohol poisoning bukkake gesture. I was referencing Vanilla Maze, obviously. What the fuck is happening? Oh no, there's black cat hair all over my shirt. Damn. Holy 62! I think, what, condensed milk is still our pee-pee leader, no? Alright. I'm gonna do something cute. 66! Didn't you have 68 earlier, Loki? Always watching, Mike Wazowski. Always watching. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Why is no one getting 67 or 69? Well, Loki did have a 67 vibe, right? Woo! If you complain, it will come. So wait, is that our biggest pee-pee? Did Gay Cop just have the biggest pee-pee of the day? Alright, you guys talk amongst yourselves. I gotta do this. This is really important art I have to do. Oh, okay. I was gonna say that was the most beautifulest way I've ever written Bravo Penguin before, but then the G messed up, but then I fixed it and now it looks good again. Holy, that was scary. Whew. I've got 100? No, you don't. No, you don't have 100 pee-pee.
Meow.
Jump. Oh! Oh, I have Pokemon card for you, Slasher Bunny. Slasher Bunny, thank you for the 1 year. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for your view and add your sub badge. Everyone say, hello, Slasher Bunny.
It's gonna be good a shout out for Slasher Bunny.
I'm gonna do something cute. And you guys are gonna be like, oh.
Lizard.
No, I'm not doing that.
Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, 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 dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I
I'm
dance,
gonna
dance,
end
dance,
stream.
Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. I'm a kitty cat. And I'm meow, 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 and I'm meow, meow, meow. Cats, I'm a kitty cat. And I'm meow, 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 and I'm meow, meow, meow.
I did it
Cats,
wrong.
I'm a kitty
Sorry.
cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats, I'm a kitty cat.
Mom and Dad are
Get
buying
me
and
back to the
Pixel is
top row
crying.
dat leaderboard.
Okay, why did my heart rate go down? Hello? It feels like it's going up. You know, I was gonna do something cute and I'm not gonna do it anymore. Thank you for the 1 million zillion bahonka billion biddies. It won't go up if you're holding your breath. Was I not breathing? I don't remember. Cortana, was I breathing? I don't remember. Oh, good morning, Gay Cop. I was gonna jump a cute for you, Brown Pig, but now I'm not gonna do it anymore. Just kidding, I'm still gonna do it. Also, you're gonna get a kitty. You guys are gonna get a dog, cat each. I'm gonna have a lot of shots. What the fudge? Did I shout out the cop? Oh, hell yeah. Wait, was your last stream your birthday stream, Gay Cop? No judgment. Just curious. I hope so, because then I haven't missed any streams. Oh, you be so cute. Alright. She has a vision. I'm not an artist. So you guys just have to freaking work with me, okay? This is so gay. Non-derogatory. All right, this is your doggies. I did the doggies first. Also, Wiltsy, your partner, boyfriend, whatever, your partner was being mean to me earlier, threatening to time me out. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. I'm gonna do it anyway. Where? Everywhere! I'm gonna put it away. I'm gonna put it away. I'm gonna put it away. I'm sorry. I'm obnoxious. I'm obnoxious. I'm gonna send a picture of you guys. Hold on. Sorry, I just spit everywhere. There you go. All right, now we gotta do kitty cat. And I still have to go get my alien shot. Okay. Stanley needs swats. Not like SWAT, but like SWAT, right? You know, like a cat like knocks a shot glass off the counter or something. Why is it a shot glass? Why couldn't it just be a glass? Okay, the next person that's nice to me today is gonna get banned. Monster demolishes cantaloupe. Ha! I'm drinking some, I mean some strawberries. No. I love cantaloupe. Cantaloupe and honeydew melon. I love them. Whoop, whoop. I want cantaloupe. Oh, Miri, you're so cute. I love you so much. Penguini. Alright, what's with my G's today? Genius. Got it. If you don't look close, it'll mess up. Gotta go do your thing, little god. I'll be here. Tito's? Oh, I saw that. I saw your picture in the Discord. Well, I appreciate the lyric, little god. Somebody banned Panda Pan. I saw that. Oh, Pablo, I love you like it. Berries and cream, berries and cream. I'm still here. It's because my mods hate me. No, Ground Zero. What happened? Thank you, Warsi. Thank you. Good boy. Good boy. I'm joking. Wait, what J Fuel is everyone drinking today? Ah, shit. I forgot to update my guffle of the day. You guys don't look at it yet. Oh my god. Alright, you guys can look at it now. Ha! Shit on. Chesky! I haven't even gotten drunk yet, but that's sloppy for you. Hi, Chesky. Chesky, I got gifted a sub in your stream yesterday. I was so gassed. Tee-hee. So I have all these Chesky emotes I can use now. Operation Meteor. That's, Gundam? That's Gundam, no? Lurkin, twerkin! Enjoy your lurky turkey angel face. What G Fuel should I drink? Nuka grape. Duh. Cutest button, if you be nice to me, I'm gonna punish you. Seems like I have to go get my alien. Here, how about this? I'll do these kitty cats in a second. Oh, let me do Slasher Bunny. So hold on. I'm gonna do these kitty cats in a second. I'll go get my thing. Oh, cherry raspberry. Yum. Ooh, but okay. Cantaloupe, cherry no. Hold on. Shh. Tequila, cantaloupe. No. Axe the cantaloupe. Tequila. Wash it down with the cherry raspberry. Files got deleted, so a ton of cars and trucks are disabled, and if you still try to use them in game, they're glitchy as fuck. Really? What are they doing? Oh, I can do Nuka Cherry. I'll allow it.
Electro, Diglett, Nidoran, Mankey, Venusaur, Rattata, Vero, Pidgey, King, Jolteon, Dragonite, Gaslit, Ponyta, Vaporeon, Poliwrath, Butterfree, Venomoth, Poliwag, Nidorino, Golduck, Ivysaur, Viper, Victreebel, Moltres, Hero King, Darkness, Pamper,
all my followers?
Wigglytuff, Zubat, Primeape, Meowth, Onix, Geodude, Rapidash, Magneton, Snorlax, Gengar, Taillow, Goldeen, Spearow, Weezing, Seal, Gyarados, Slow!
Yo, you guys want to see some tea?
Kabuto,
I'm joking. That's a joke. That was a joke. I don't know what to do in this situation.
Ditto, Cluster, Canopy, Sandshrew, Bulbasaur, Charmander, Golem, Pikachu!
So are you saying that every single person in this stream that wasn't previously subbed is now subbed? Loki! It's the newest option they just added to as well. Loki, thank you so much!
Magikarp, Ninetales, Ekans, Omastar, Scyther, Tentacle, Dragonair, Magma, Slash, Hitmonlee, Psyduck, Arcanine, Eevee, Executor, Kabutops, Genie, Battlelight, Mr. Mime, Cubone, Grappler, Voltorb,
Yes,
Mewtwo, Tentacruel,
Aerodactyl, Armanite,
Slowpoke, Pidgeot, Arbok.
That's all, folks! Loki, thank you so much for gifting a sub, and can we get some W Anonymous? Hello? Hello? Thanks, I just paid my taxes. Thanks, guys. Jesky, thank you! You should document this moment. Cortana, record that. Oh, Twitch, clip that! I talk about titties a lot. I love boobs. Joker! Joker! Mwah! Think of the forehead kiss. You think of the 3-stream streak? I've never seen that either. Joker, almost 100 kisses? Thank you so much, Anonymous. I'm getting sleepy. Oh, don't go sleep yet. I gotta do a giveaway. I'm gonna be up for like a couple more hours. A blue tit plush? What the fuck is a blue tit plush? I love tits. Yeah. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Like, do you guys want to see me like dance? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, the blue-footed boobie. Oh, from the Galapagos Islands. Yeah, I love boobs. Boobies. Oh, what's up? Oh, good. Want to see me do the dance? I don't know. Like, what is that called? The creep? I don't know. I'm just a white girl dancing. That's pretty creepy. Oh, the twerking! I'll take my Crocs off, though. Is this what you guys want? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? Is this what you want from me? Okay. Sorry. Yeah! I hit my sub goal. Pixel, get down! All my mods are like, oh my god. What if I just do a line? I'm joking. I've never done drugs before. That is a bad joke. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I really don't know what to do right now. I'm saying things I'm probably gonna regret. I'm doing things I regret already. Fuck. What was like one of the first things you guys talked about in stream today? What? I'm not gonna make any accusations. What's my heart rate? 112. How many shots is it now? Shut the fuck up. That's how many shots it is. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Okay, so does anyone remember what one of the first things you guys requested from me as soon as I started, like literally as soon as I started stream today? What was one of the first things you guys requested? It was like, oh, I don't know. It's probably not gonna happen. I'll give you a hint. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is it? Type Shuey in chat if you want a Shuey. Type Shuey in chat. I gotta get this Pokemon card for Slasher Bunny. In the meantime, type Shuey in chat if you guys want a Shuey, alright? Oh, thank God no one wants it. Huh. I was worried that I was gonna have to drink out of a shoe today. Huh. God, thank God. Oh, man, I'm just joking. Oh, no, I just dropped my soda. It's alright, it's capped. Japan, I'll do a trigger warning. I'll do a trigger warning before I start it. Also, Slasher Bunny, thank you for the 1 year of subbing. Oh, wait, what should we do for Anonymous? Should we do a cat or a dog for Anonymous? Shut up. Japan, I'm not thinking about it. I'm joking. All right, do you guys mind if I go pee? Do you have a moose? I do not, no. just like put like antlers on it or something. I don't know what to say. So can we do like a little recap of what just happened? This is not a bragging. This is a what the fuck? Who are you people? And the next person that's nice to me is gonna get glocked. Respectfully. War with 4,244 bits. Bravo Penguin 5,000 bits. War with 10,000 bits. Bravo with 10,000 bits. Anonymous gifted out 83 subs to every single person that is not subbed in this stream right now. So Anonymous, 83 gifted subs. Salta Loki with the gifted sub. Jesky with 100 bits. War with 1,755 bits. What the fuck? Yes, you do, Panda Pits. I gotta make sure that the winner is in a country that it's in a country that is available. I'll do an announcement in the Discord when I'm gonna draw it though. Oh, Panda Pan. I'm gonna go pee. I have my headset on, so I'll hear if any shenanigans happen. Also, I love that. Hold on. I love that Bravo. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say it out loud, actually. But I love something that I'm not gonna say. So Shigai, I think because there was a cooldown because we had a level 1. Hi, Buff Barbarian Babe! Is that the newest Twitch partner? BBB? Buff Barbarian Babe? Thank you so much for being here! Enjoy your gifted subby. Guys, big heckin' shout for Buff Barbarian Babe who just got Twitch partner. Was it today or yesterday? Magical chick. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss. I'm so sorry. But I'm not gonna say it. I'm behind the corner. I'm sorry. You got. Oh yeah, the Anonymous calling out all the lurkers yesterday. I'm so proud of you. So deserved. So deserved. I have to go pee. I really have to go pee. Leon Smalls coming up. I just gotta message you. No, I'll message you. I'll message you right now, Bravo, because I don't want you to like freak out. But I'm not gonna say it out loud because it'll have bad consequences for me. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go grab my alien shot and a shoe. Talk amongst yourselves. Just talk about yourselves. A flashlight! I'll be right back. Is what I would say if I found a flashlight. You did. I was like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. Alright, Wraith. Here we go. Here we go, Wraith. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Oh, I might. I'm so sorry. I'm a little sorry. I'm not super sorry, but I'm a little sorry. She saw me. Oh, fuck me. I did it again, chat. No! I wanted my 2 stuns! No! I wanted it so bad. Oh no! What is this game? What is this game? I cramped. man. Oh man. Oh shit. That's right.
Okay, gamers, it's time to do the Poke Rap. But only the Pokemon that YouTuber Markiplier would have sex
Yeah,
with.
the 2v8.
Beedrill, Diglett, Sliggoo, Lilip, Salazzle, Shelder, Wailord, Blissey, Dugtrio, Mewtwo, Darkrai, Fritzy, Ditto, Tranquil, Tapu, Fini, Weepinbell, Bruxus, Hitmonchan, Misdreavus, Scorbus, Lilligant, Rodriguez, Leavanny, Magneton,
Why does she not have a
Aromatisse, Cephalon,
Okay,
Deoxys, Slowpoke,
okay,
Segalith, Arbok,
okay.
Goomy, Fezzik,
Shut the
Althorita,
fuck up.
Delphox, Blaziken,
Peace
Gardevoir,
was
Florges,
there.
Swanna, Vespa, Quinsnope, Sandaconda, Reggie, Drago, Stonejourner, Tapu, Lele, Conkeldurr, Pheromosa, Hatterene, Cinderace, Toxtricity, Scavaloon, Decidueye, Nihilego, Lapras, Ori, Cory, Lorantis, Sinistea, Palisand, Cloyster, Serena, Turtonator, Ninetales, Primarina, Malamar, Shifu, Charjabug, Dragouge, Hunala, Mandabuzz, Zoroark, Gothitelle, Vanilla,
Get down.
Excelgor, Gourgeist, Gruninja.
I haven't taken my shots yet.
Gotta smash 'em all, Markiplier.
Well, now I have suspicions on who Anonymous was. Timmy, I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Timmy? Timmy, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Thank you. I can't breathe. Oh, I can't spell it right. Markiplier. There you go. That's the reference for that. Huh? Holy shit. Timmy. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy problem. My hands are shaking a little bit.
Okay, gamers, it's time to do the Poke Rap. But only the Pokemon that YouTuber Markiplier would have sex with. Beedrill, Diglett, Sliggoo, Lilip, Salazzle, Shelder, Wailord, Blissey, Dugtrio, Mewtwo, Darkrai, Fritzy, Ditto, Tranquil, Tapu, Fini, Weepinbell, Bruxus, Hitmonchan, Misdreavus, Scorbus, Lilligant, Rodriguez, Leavanny, Magneton, Aromatisse, Cephalon, Deoxys, Slowpoke, Segalith, Arbok, Goomy, Fezzik, Althorita, Delphox, Blaziken, Gardevoir, Florges, Swanna, Vespa, Quinsnope, Sandaconda, Reggie, Drago, Stonejourner, Tapu, Lele, Conkeldurr, Pheromosa, Hatterene, Cinderace, Toxtricity, Scavaloon, Decidueye, Nihilego, Lapras, Ori, Cory, Lorantis, Sinistea, Palisand, Cloyster, Serena, Turtonator, Ninetales, Primarina, Malamar, Shifu, Charjabug, Dragouge, Hunala, Mandabuzz, Zoroark, Gothitelle, Vanilla, Excelgor, Gourgeist, Gruninja. Smash 'em, gotta smash 'em all. Gotta smash 'em all, Markiplier!
What the fuck is happening? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. That's crazy! I spit everywhere, but it's alright. You guys liked it. No, because I'm not going to sleep tonight. Because you know what happens? When you fuckers are nice to me, and I mean that derogatory, by the way, you fuckers are nice to me, I have really bad imposter syndrome, and I literally just lay awake in bed. Because I sleep on my back, 'cause I'm a fucking vampire, whatever you want to call it, freak, whatever you want to call me. I sleep like this. My ex used to make fun of me. I sleep like this. And, no joke, I literally sleep like this. Like, arms folded. I'm like a fucking vampire, like. And, you know, I'm gonna start sleeping like that and see what happens. But I sleep like this. And I'm gonna be like this tonight. I'm gonna be like this in bed. Because I'm gonna be like, they deserve so much better. They deserve so much better. They deserve so much better. And I do that every time someone's nice to, or you guys are nice to me. I know something's going down in chat when the sound alert lasts a whole hour. Shut the fuck up. Raven. Rar Raven. Rar Raven. Whose birthday is in a week and a half, by the way. Just put it out there. I do want to say, specifically, that one gay cop. Thank you for the 350 gifted subs. Peace was there. Spoiler alert for people who don't know, that is War Is Here's alternate account. to the shock of nobody. Peace was there, aka War is here. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. And I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance.
They don't want me.
I'm a kitty cat. And I'm meow, 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 and I'm meow, meow, meow. Cats. I'm a kitty cat.
Look how mad he is. This is what you've done. You make my cat hate me. He hasn't bit me yet. I know. What the fuck is happening? I don't know what to do with my hands. Who the fuck did that? Ban them! Ban them! You're not allowed to be funnier than me! That's crazy! Oh. I'm sorry. I fart when I'm nervous. Have you guys seen the TikToks, Bravo? Have you seen the TikToks where the comments are a gif of the cake and it's just cherries and it's like a million cherries on top? That was the fart. The fart was like the billion cherries on top. I hope someone clipped that, because I sure as shit did it. I did a double take with that sploot. That was my, when Mesh and someone played it then. People keep asking about a hype train. A hype train was played 54 minutes ago. And hype trains can only be triggered when an hour cooldown. So, what is happening? I have a shoe. And this is my shoey shoe. Ah, shit. This is gonna be a really gross shoey. You see that? You see that, like, little... Okay, first of all, it's not bad. It's not bad. Those are, like, little scent beads that I put in my laundry to make, like, the shit smell nice. And so it smells like fresh linen. But this is from the last time I washed my laundry, which means a bunch of scent beads got stuck in my shoe. Yeah, that's the one! So this is gonna be really, like, fresh linen. Tide Pod shoey. Fresh linen shoey. I'm wearing a white shirt. If she gets stained, she gets stained. They don't sell this shirt anymore. 500 subs. 500, I think so. Because Anonymous was 83. Alright, Cortana, do math. 83 plus 100 plus 100 plus 350. That's... Oh. That's good math. I think we started off at 20 today. You have a sweater on? Why are you the fucking smartest person that's ever existed? Thank you, Raven! See, this is why I keep you around. That's why I keep you around, Raven. Thank you! Guys, tell the mods how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Thank you. Shut up! Shut up! I'm overwhelmed! Oh, you said that too? So, okay, guys, tell Mira how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is, because I don't know how to read. I'm so sorry, Mira. Mira, I'm so sorry. So, this is gonna suck, but it's fine. There's so many scent beads in there. Oh, it smells really good, though. It smells really good. So this is my shoey shoe. If you guys don't know what a shoey is, don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! But now what's even worse is that this is a Vans shoe, and it's a lot more shallower right here. And I don't know if you guys know this. This don't hold liquid. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna pour all the liquor in here. I'm gonna pour it in the shoe, and then really quickly, a straw. Well, that defeats the purpose, right? You know what, Rootsy? I'm gonna go on Amazon, and I'm gonna get a fucking twisty, like a, one of the, what is it called? Like a silly straw? You know, where it goes like, woo, woo, woo. And yeah, I'll do that next time. Also, Deadeye girl, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. If anybody needs forehead kissies, can you guys redeem them now? Because my breath is about to be fucking weird after this. So, I don't think there's any more scent beads in here, but it does smell really good in this shoe. For the record, I have not worn this shoe out. Like, look, that's clean. This is gross. I understand it's gross, but it is clean. All right. I promise. I know it's gross, and it defeats the purpose of the shoey. Shut up. Also, Chilla, mwah, Cincy, mwah, fresh linen forehead kiss. Yeah, it does smell really good. I'm just gonna put a lot of liquor in here. Not a lot, but whatever I don't consume in the shoey, I'm gonna shake this up. I'll have in my alien shot. So my hands are shaking a little bit, but it's fine. Next one out of my work boots. Or. Another 500 subs, and I'll do it. I'm just joking. Okay, for the record, that was a joke. How much have we drank so far? I had a shot of Malort earlier, and a shot of rum earlier. That was one was about 3 hours ago, another one was about, I don't know, 2 hours ago. So I'm good. I haven't eaten a lot of strawberries. Oh, okay, chill. Oh, I should have measured out with a shot glass. Okay. Okay, that looks like a shot. I don't know. Crocs have holes? Wait, you guys want me to take it out of a Croc? Thank you for clipping that, Dankos. Also, someone tell happy birthday, Dankos. That's why I said, I'm joking. Oh, almost knocked that over. Can we chill, Pixel? Alright, I'm gonna knock over anything that has the potential for getting knocked over. Also, we are still gonna do a giveaway for the board game. Oh, it's gonna be at the end of stream, though, so give me a minute. Read my past message. It will make you laugh. I'm going to post it again. Doesn't know how to read because she got slapped. I don't know how to read. I'm so sorry. I've missed 1,000,001 messages. I'm so sorry. A 3-second pour? Okay. No. The shoe is still here. I'll do a trigger warning. Don't worry. We have not done the shoe yet. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You are not going to like what you're about to see. Welcome in. Chill. All right. Chat. I just poured Malort in here. What are we mixing it with? Are we mixing it with tequila or rum? Oh, fuck. Or Pink Whitney. What do we... What? All right. Rum. All right. What does Bravo Penguin, War, Peace was there, and Gay Cop think? Because I'm not going to lie. They do have a little bit more pull than you guys. Sorry. Pink Whitney, tequila. I thought you guys would say tequila. Whitney, rum. There's a lot of rum people. Rum. Johnny Depp's rum. Does Johnny Depp have a rum? He has to, right? I just have Kraken. My brat meter was 9%. All right, let's see. Is War still here? War, what do you want? Because War either is going to make it a tie or be our tiebreaker. Because right now we have tequila. I just want to say tequila. Valid. What's the tie? Pink Whitney. Oh, you did say vodka earlier, but I'll still do shots of that. But tequila, rum, Pink Whitney. Oh, Fine Jay, welcome in. Ramby. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Tequila? Are we mixing it with tequila? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, is that your account, Lil God? Rum? You guys are not helping. All right, we're going to do a half a shot of rum and a half a shot of tequila. Because a lot of you guys voted rum. Half shot. But Peace wanted pink. All right, War. How about, because out of my, okay, whoa, fuck. I forgot there was liquid in there. I forgot. All right, this is what we're going to do. In the shoe, we're going to do Malort. No, Jasper. No, Jasper. No, Jasper. That scared him. Good. All right. No, War. We're going to do it. All right, so in the shoe, we're going to do 1 shot of Malort, which is already in there. Half a shot of Kraken, half a shot of tequila. All right?
Out of my Canada shot glass.
Whoa, okay. I bet you got a bunch of emotes, K-Cop. Did you just get that in your chat right now? I'm here. Now I'm over here. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope you guys enjoy all of your gifted subbies. You did. It's catching up. Oh, I got you, Logan. Okay. Alright. Ooh, okay. Little shot. Okay. My hands are shaking a little bit. I'm just not gonna lie. My hands are shaking. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. What juice down here? Alright, so half a shot. Mommy needs some milkers. I know I'm gonna make a mess. She needs to be prepared. I'm gonna make a mess. Sorry. I take a second. I'm so overwhelmed. It's fine. It's fine. The shots will help. Said every alcoholic ever. All right, here's our tequila. That just sounded disgusting. Where is the brat? Did you make that command? That's actually very funny. Why aren't you doing your other command? You haven't done. Wait, you haven't done. War, do it. Do it. War, do it. We're on the right scene for once.
War, you're such a good little mod.
Okay, chill, Pixel. All right, chill. Chill, Pixel. Wait, shut up! Big Rob, no way! Where'd that come from? Don't ask. Don't ask. Big Rob said, I specifically made a Twitch to watch you. Your Facebook clips and reels have always had me dead. Me and my fiance love the video. Think you're hilarious? That's really heckin' sweet. Everyone say, what's up, Big Rob? This is not usually on my stream star. $1? Water for $1? I'm about to get wet for less.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
That's a lot of liquid. Big Rob! Alright. So all of this liquid, which is about 2 shots of alcohol, is gonna go into this shoe. Is gonna go, hopefully, mostly in this mouth. Thank you for the follow! I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. I have to do this really quickly. When you shout Space Panda, send me a thing. Hopefully, mostly. Listen, if it does, it goes on this jacket, which is a really nice jacket. Shout out to St. Jude. Oh my god. It's fine. Why am I whining it? Like, what, you know. Ladies, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. No, they're all out. I swear to God. I think I got them all out, Raven. I think we're okay. But thanks, Mom. I think I got it all out. It does still smell really good, though. All right. To recap, thanks for this. This for my desk. This for me. You know what? Hold on. Chill. Japan, if you're here, look away. Is this good? Is this good? Is this what you want? Oh my god. Oh, that's so many. Oh, that's so much liquid. I forgot something. I forgot. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot. And not a drop was spilt. Not a drop was spilt. Oh, Chaser! G Fuel, save me! Oh, that's to me. Mods are being nice to me. Hello? Fuck you, I'm doing a shoey. titties. That was so gross, by the way. Gay Cop, thank you for the 1 year of gifted sub to Big Rob. Big Rob, I hope you enjoy it here because you are now contractually obligated to be here. I just spit everywhere. That's right, you guys liked it. You are now contractually obligated to be here for the next year. And if I don't see you clocking it every single day, I'm joking. For legal reasons, that's a joke. What the fudge? My lips and mouth and butthole are a little numb right now. Unrelated. What? I'm not reading the mod chat for the rest of the stream. They're being way too nice. Holy, I can't believe I didn't drop a single drop on that. Tell Japan that he can come back. I can't feel my lips. Ugh. That is an empty shoe. I also want to point out how glittery she is from the Malort. Because there's glitter in the Malort. Shut up, more! They're gonna think, oh, sorry, there was a reverb. I don't like liquor, but we drink it because it's gross. I have until the end of the stream to put a message in there. I'm not gonna read it. Can I read that out loud, Kyle? Because that's really nice. It's okay if it's not.
Somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness began to grow.
Read that instead.
Something out there far from my home. A longing that
shut the fuck up, zombie! You guys are such brats. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. If you were of legal drinking age, and if you are not driving, and if you are being responsible, everyone take a shot with me. Thank you for the shut up. It could have been a message. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to PJ the Great, Lil Miss Vicky, Kenzie, 20224, Dragon Anime, and Levo Gun Gun. There's an ad playing. I'm sure none of you guys have an ad right now. Everyone say... Oh, I'm not gonna say that. Oh god, shut up. Oh my god. Mira. What the fuck? I just spit everywhere. Mira, pick a pussy. Pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. There's a lot of... Oh, shut up. Everyone shut up. I love the song. Salmon. Gay Cop. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. To Starchy, Conky 27, Quan Flecko, Boogie Sam, Chat Cat, Zayed, Not Karma, Jenna, Fox, PL, Phasmophobic. You are such a brat. You can never get this up ever again, just so you know. Pretty number can't be changed. Did you do that, More? Did you say that? Oh, More, I'm gonna fire you. Who wants to get head mod to ban More? The first person to say, yep, is gonna get head mod to ban More. Me! Oh, that's already... Yeah! I'll fucking do it! On God, will you ban More? I stand with More. That is not gonna happen. Leon's moans. You're gonna get punished. The best head giving mod can't even ban me. Fudge, can we not? Can I ban you? I don't want to ban him because I don't want to like ruin I don't want to like ruin anything. I stand with More. Bye, Little Gun, do your thing. Yeah, you can? Okay, so I have ultimate cosmic power. Did you guys see that? There you go. It was behind the dog. You can't see that I'm flipping you off right now until I go like this. Because of the dog cap. Gay Cop. Thank you for the 8 gifted subs. For Morbid, it's Kaylee Beach, T Lander Gaming, Get Snorkeled, Gaming Raptor, Sex, Cold Pepsi, 1993, Pain DV, Beer Rep Ban. Dangos! Thank you for the 1,000,000 biddies. Look at you in your 4 years flex. See how many times you banned me. Wait, can I? You have 1 mod comment. Dis bitch. Was that you? Did you add your own comment? Oh, I've timed you out. I've timed you out 11. Oh, Aya timed you out. And then I've timed you out. And then Aya timed you out. And then Aya timed you out. Then I timed you out. The last time I timed out War was November 15th, 2022. And the reason is shame. Shame. That's funny. And that's the last time you got timed out. Aww. You wear that badge with honor of being timed out by Aya. Never too late. I can do it. I still need Gay Cop to send me, and also no rush or pressure, Gay Cop. But so War has a specific sound alert that plays for certain gifted subs. It's the something that molasses from Over the Garden Wall. And I think I would like to think that Gay Cop has also earned a place to have their own sound alert that plays potatoes and molasses. See, that's the one. That's the one. That's what I said. And so Gay Cop, whatever. No rush, no pressure. I plan on streaming for a very long time. Years, you know what I'm saying? So no rush or pressure. Guys, I'm gonna do another shoey. Because I did not do the Pink Whitney. And I did not do the vodka. I'm gonna do I am okay. I want everyone to know that mods, I am okay. I'm not happy about it, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do another shoey. I know you guys like, no, Pixel, no, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do another shoey. Over 1,000. I will not. I promise. Scouts honor. My brother's an Eagle Scout, so by proxy, I also only tell the truth. I will not get on this chair for the rest of the stream. I'm gonna do it. Hi, Astro. Astro, do you want to see me do a shoey? I'm gonna do a shoey. I'm gonna do another one. I think it's deserved. I think it's deserved. Also, we get to open my Pink Whitney. Yeah, my brothers. Are you really, Astro? Shut up. The scout is trustworthy, loyal. Oh fuck, what is it? Scout is trustworthy, loyal, thrifty, brave, clean, reverent, something like that. You know what I mean. I've had a shoey. I've had like 3 shots in like 2 seconds. So, 2 feet on the floor. You guys want to hear this? Hold on. Ew, I didn't like that. Let's try that again. That's what I wanted. Trustworthy, loyal, helpful, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, reverent. Thank you. There you go. You're such a fucking nerd. I love Eagle Scouts! I'm so proud of you. Astral, that's awesome. Oh my god. Thank you guys for the level 7 hype train. For the record, I know for a fact that we 100% would have beat my what is that? That's so gross. Oh, I forgot how bad this was. Oh god. Yucky. I know 100% we would have beat our hype train record. So whatever the hype train record is, fuck you, you're dead to me, because we have a new one now. It just doesn't exist at the moment. On my honor, I'll do my best to do my duty for God and my country and something. Oh god, I've been drinking, whatever. Hi, Spooky Dragon! Spooky Dragon, happy Wednesday. Gifted me, really? Oh, Big Rob! You are so sweet. Oh my god. I gotta stop sniffing this. That's Panda Pants. That's your hype chat reward? That's very funny. That kind of looks like what the stream has been. Really, Astral? Absolutely. Big. I can't stop. I literally can't stop. All right. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is a big boy, but I want you guys to get like some ASMR. Okay, so I'm gonna bring you down. Lower. All right, let's see if you guys can hear this. Oh, you guys heard that, right? Glug, 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 glug. You guys heard that, right? That was some good ASMR. It's gonna taste like butthole, though, because it's Pink Whitney. Pink Whitney sucks dick. Everyone tell Nyquist. I do love Nyquist, though, but he has horrible taste in alcohol. And then vodka. All I hear is regret. Yeah. What is this emote? I don't like that. Oh! Oh, only he can do it, War. That alert, only Nyquist can trigger that one. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Where? Where'd you send it? Where'd you send it? I don't have you on. Wait, hold on. Where'd you send it? DMs? Twitter? Oh wait, are we not friends? Wait, did you send me on Discord? Hold on. I don't know if we're friends. We're not friends on Discord. We're gonna be friends on Discord. Shut up. No, because this will make me cry for so many reasons. Okay. Now, next question. Is there a specific, like, number you want that to be? It can't be Wars. Wars, what is yours? Wars, is yours 50? Hi, Spades! Spades. I don't even know if you're redeemed to Kissy. 50? Okay, yours is 50. Okay. It could be any number that's not 50. So it could be 51. Or 49. This is so good. Space, mwah. Oh, Kyle's gonna geek at this. Adri, mwah. Think of the for a kissy. 20, done. I'm watching it right now. No, I can't. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, so I'm actually not gonna finish watching it. Holy shite, that's a good one. That's such a good one. I don't think I'm gonna have it done for this stream, but I'll have it for next stream. What was the pink? Oh, that was Pink Whitney, the most disgusting liquor that's ever existed. It's like a think of a pink lemonade vodka. Oh, there was a Flaffy in chat. Flaffy was Aya's favorite Pokemon. Ew, Adri, my sentiments exactly. Good God! Wait, are you talking about this? By 1.75? Why is it so big? It's quite big. So anyways, it's a 1.75. Because I know you fuckers hate me. And I wanted to get a liquor that I know you guys know that I hate drinking. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I actually haven't cried. I've teared up, but I haven't cried. And I feel like if I haven't cried yet, I'm not gonna cry. And that's because my levels of constitution are way too high, so go fuck yourselves. Oops. Oh! I should look at mod chat? Fruit Loops vodka. So this is the Fruit Loops 3 olives. I have specifically, like, made a point to not look at the mod chat. Also, but Gay Cop, I will be adding this for next stream, and it'll be good. You want me to read that? Am I? All right. I'm okay. Hold on. Before I take this shoe, I'm gonna read these. I'm gonna read this. Okay. Hold on. Let me me do this again. Let me bib up again. So this is a shot of. Ugh. This is a shot of pink. 1 shot of Pink Whitney and 1 shot of vodka. I'm gonna read these messages. Kyle's message I already read. Mira, can I read yours out loud? I've teared up and twerked out.
Why is it so big?
Go for it. All right. So I'm gonna read Kyle's message. I just want to read it because my mods are just so fucking sweet. And oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to cry? Absolutely not, sir. I kind of want to cry because I want to feel something. Rootsy knows. Yes. Okay. Now, Big Rob, do it, but without the for the giveaway, because I'm not sure if you're entered. So just do #DBD and just like 1 message. I know you could, very easily. Yeah, cool. Big Rob, you should be good then. No, Poe, we're still good. We're gonna be streaming for like maybe another hour. I'd say another hour, right? We'll post in the Discord when we draw it. All right. Do it again. #DBD. There's no ramifications if you enter like twice. All you gotta do is grab her big toe. Why? If you're talking about the toes that I dislocated, I didn't dislocate my big toe. What's it, Discord? I don't have a public Discord. Wait, were you saying to grab my dislocated toes? No. Hey, for all your feet freaks out here, I dislocated my ring finger toe and my pinky toe. Yeah, these are the 2 toes I dislocated. Yeah. They actually, I dislocated them in August. I'm gonna do this before I take my other shots. I have been able to do this again. Which is really nice because I haven't been able to, oh, you guys can't even see what I'm doing. I've been able to do this again, which is really nice because for a long time, I haven't been able to do that because my toes hurt because I dislocated them. But not only did I dislocate them, but during the winter, I tripped on ice walking up the stairs to my house and I fell on my just reset toes. And so they got fucked up, but I couldn't afford because my medical bill has gone to collections. R.I.P. Pixel's credit score. Because I can't afford $4,000 medical bill. And I was like, I'm not going back. Shut the fuck up, sushi guy. Shut up. And so yeah, but my toes finally feel better enough to where I could do that. Irish Queen, I got you. You just gotta up on my ear. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna read these nice messages. I'm gonna take this shoey shot. I'm gonna do these treats for you, Central Irish Queen. I got you. Ring finger toe. What does that mean? What is it supposed to be? What is it supposed to be called? What is it supposed to be called? Kicking my hair and twirling my feet. Okay.
Different digit.
Shut up. This is what Kyle said. In the mod chat spoilers. I know that tonight is gonna be rough for you, friendo, but while you were laying there, battling your own brain, please try to keep in mind that nobody here is being ripped off or should be getting more, which is like my biggest fear, you know, that you guys deserve so much more. Everyone who has gifted subs, biddies, money, thrown items, etc. have all done so because they love what you are doing right now, not what you are expected to be. You are right now, in the past, and in the future are already everything that your community loves and supports. Oh, man. So anyways. And then here's Mira. I haven't read this yet, so this is gonna hurt. Because Kyle's already read, so I already know it was coming. Anywho, message time. Oh, anyway, because I can. Fully agree with everyone else. Pixel, you deserve all of the good things. And while I know it's hard to believe that because brain is mean, but you genuinely are one of the sweetest and most entertaining people I have ever met. You're a good egg. Everyone's here because we love and appreciate the community you've created and the fact that you do so much for everyone, even on days that you're not feeling the best. Honestly, you should take more care of yourself. Because you clearly don't understand how much you mean to everyone, us mods and viewers as well. So even if you can't see it, you are amazing and you deserve all the good things. So anyways, I'm gonna drink some liquor now. Because that was really mean. So anyways, the next person that says anything nice to me, Rootsy's typing in the mod chat, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm closing my Discord. Rootsy's typing in the mod chat, which means I'm not looking at it anymore. I love you so much. I love everyone here. On God, even the hate watchers. Anyways, so we're gonna play a fun song, and it goes like this. Hello? Oh, Astral, thank you for giving this up to Ghost Owl. Who? Get it? Ewok literally know you. She's feeling too much love. It's too much for her. And it goes like this. Hello. Shut up. That's so funny. Oh my god. Red Wolfie plus Pixel playlist, by the way. I totally forgot about that. You guys hear that? You guys hear it? You guys see the tears streaming down my face? Hear what? Shut up, Pink Whitney, and shut up, vodka. Oh, that smells awful. Oh! G Fuel Chaser! Oh, good night, Cayman! Oh, I'm so sorry, homie. If you have Discord notice on, if you're in the Discord, if you're not, that's totally okay. But we will post it in Discord when we're about to draw it. I was about to wipe my eyes with a liquor paper towel. I really liked my makeup today, guys. I really liked it. I thought it looked really pretty today. Can't feel my lips. Oh, I can't see chat. Hold on. Girl's blind. Alright. Oh, this is Shuey. But yeah, Frenchie in the town. Yeah. Thank you, Moore. Moore, how did you know? Did you just know? Ugh. Gross burp. That was gross. Gross burp. ×2. Alright. What do I do with this shoe? I'm gonna put it right here. Okay, that's problem. Chat. One's in chat if you guys want me to read Roots. Oh my god. I don't even think I should even give them a chance. I don't think I should even give you guys a chance. I think I should just ban Rootsy. Do you guys hear the music? Is the music good? Gotta put the C back in chat. Hat? Rootsy's a point? Are you telling me I should read it? Ghoulishly. Thank you for the 4 kiss. I've had like 20 shots tonight. And I'm gonna get sloppy with you. Irish Queen. Oh, Irish Queen. You reminded me to do treats. One's in chat if you guys want me to read Rootsies. Oh, last treats. The last treats, Charlie. The last treats. I won't even make you do a trick.
Lizard.
Open your mouth. There, now we can get treats that Charlie would like. Hi, Dana. You guys want me to read Ruthie's message? She. Oh! Now you have to read that. Now you're putting it in the Twitch chat?
Lizard.
I'm gonna read this out loud. But I need you guys to know that I'm gonna start crying. And the more that I cry, the more snot that comes out of my nose. And the more gross I get. So, if you guys don't like how gross I get, that's your problem. I don't think you realize... I'm gonna read this, I'm gonna read that. I have regrets. Oh no, I don't think you realize how much you mean to the people who watch you, me included. The way you show up and the energy you bring, even on your worst days, matters more than you think. I know I've gone overboard with gifts, but it's not about money. You deserve it. You've built something that genuinely makes people feel good. And it doesn't go unnoticed. You... No! I'm so sorry. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm not crying. You're crying. Magically, I'm so sorry. People are being really nice to me. I'm so grateful for the raid. People are being really nice to me, so, I'm crying a little bit. You know, it's alright. We can cry here. Welcome in, Raiders! What's up, Scooby? Hi, Magically Angel. How was your stream? What's up, Lester? Guys, everyone say, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you guys so much for being here. Welcome in. I'm gonna finish reading this message really quickly. I'm gonna cry. Don't worry. Hold on. You deserve it. You've built something that genuinely makes people feel good, and it doesn't go unnoticed. You're appreciated more than you know, and I'm always ready for you. You know, maybe I shouldn't have finished reading that. People are being really nice to me! Welcome in, Raiders. I'd say that I don't normally cry, but I'm a Libra, okay? So I do cry a lot. Magically, how was your stream? Welcome in. I have done 2, count them, 2 shoeies. Also, Raven, I love you. Also, I did be doing lots of shots out of my kin in the Canadian shot glass for you. I'm a Leo. I cry a lot too. You get me. You get me. Yippee! Shout to Canada. Magically. Mwah. They go the forehead kissy. Everyone tell Magically Miss Misumi how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. I'm a Pisces. I have a lot of feelings. Mira, I thought I missed your birthday for a second. I was like, no, I'm good. I remembered. We're good. Oh my god. Bro, that don't work. Guys, I'm gonna do a stretch. I'm not gonna be weird about it. Hold on. Are you guys gonna see? Tell me if I do this. Oh, just a little bit. We're good. All right. Shout out to Bagged. Shout out to Canada. Shout out to Bagged Milk. Are you gonna Pillsbury Doughboy me, Rootsy? Because that's so fucking funny. No. Raven, you're so good. I love you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. I have a stretch channel point, and we're gonna do it right now because Ace redeemed it. And I think it's a really good time to stretch. Also, I've had like 5 shots in the past 30 minutes, so you know what? It's fine. It's fine. You know, if I said it, I believe it. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely. Oh, did I just step on you? Oh, no. Do you guys want to see a dog? Oh, in my mouth. We're gonna playing today? Absolutely nothing. We're just chatting. I am doing just chatting today. I know. Disgusted. Oh, hello! Hello, lovely! Hello! Hello! Oh, big stretch. Me too. Me too. What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my god. What are we doing? Hey, 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 hey. Hello? Ah! My shoey shoe. We're good. What the fudge? Thank you for the tier 3 sub for Magically? Hey guys, if you raid in, you get a tier. I'm just joking. That's a joke! Oh my god. Oh, sorry, wrong scene. Oh! A flashlight! I'm leaving! Thank you so much for gifting a tier 3 sub. Enjoy your 110. Count them. Your 110 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. What the fuck? Oh my god. More mods are typing the mod chat. So, raiders, welcome in. My mods are saying really nice things to me. And, well, you're about to get punished! Hello? Magically, you're so hot. You're so sweet, Magically. I get nicer. I'm gonna start. What if I just unmod everybody? No! Gay Cup did ruin it! You're joking. Also, Aced. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, King Cup. How do you... Just call your credit card company and be like, I didn't mean to do that. I've been typing unmod war for so long. Shut up. Thank you for the tier 3 sub to Essential Irish Queen. Enjoy your 110. Count them. Your 110 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Mods, is that okay if I say that? Stop saying pss, pss, pss in the mod chat. Oh, Leanne Smells, I was going to message you before I started streaming, but I forgot because I'm a bad person. I'm going to message you. The mods already said it's okay. 110, I know! Hi, Crazy! Crazy Cody. I'm thinking someone deleted that message. And I think it's because of the word H. That started with the H, but I won't say it. Good night, Dragon Center Blaze. Dragon Center Blaze. Have a good night. Everyone say good night, Dragon Center Blaze. Who has a founder's badge, by the way, so everyone has to be nice to them because that's a really cool flex. And by the way, having a founder's badge is a really cool flex. So everyone says good night, Dragon. Who can lick their tongue? Have I said that? Is that real? Or are you making those up? Are you making those up? Did I say that? Who can lick their own tongue? There's no way I said that. Oh! Crazy Cordy, I've been crying a lot. So, you know, but like they're good cries. Okay, gotcha. How long have you been a creator for? Since they did the program. Oh, I forgot. I turned that off. Sorry. I've been... Oh, wait, a DBD creator or a streamer? Tell me more about your question. Hug and kisses. I have to put my little ones in. Oh! Oh, well, I'm going to refund that because that's not how that works. But have a good night, Ace. Ace, everyone say good night, Ace. Hi, Amy! No, oh my god, Magic, you're so good. You know what? I'm going to type this, and it's not because I don't like you and I don't remember. It's because I literally don't remember. I know I just said I don't remember, but I don't remember. My FAQ has it. Hold on, I can click it. I'm not playing the game right now. Hold on. I haven't updated this in 2 years. It says I'm still 31. I'm 33. When did you start streaming? I made my Twitch account back in 2014. I used to stream things like Minecraft, Call of Duty, I forgot about Plants vs. Zombies, Halo, and Dragon Age every couple months, then stopped for a few years due to work. I picked streaming back up when I got furloughed in 2020, and then I started seriously streaming in November 2020. So, there you go. I love a song, too. Good night, Ace! No more shoeies. I did 2 shoeies, and that was it. I have to update that, by the way, because I used to play Plants vs. Zombies, Garden Warfare. 2 shoeys in one day, 560 subs, and 500 million bits in one day is crazy. You know what else is crazy? I'm gonna read this mod chat. And I'm gonna read this mod chat. I want you guys to remember what this makeup looks like. Look at how good this looks. Like, okay, don't look at this part, because this part is, like, really red. But, like, the rest of it looks really good. Like, she kind of slayed, right? She kind of slayed. And then I want you to remember what that looks like, because I'm about to cry it all off. All right? Okay. All right. I also want to say that mods, you don't have to say nice things to me. Actually, I would prefer if you guys didn't say nice things to me. But I'm going to read these nice things because you guys took time to say them. But just so you know, fuck you. Oh, what's a shoey? Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere. That's a shoey. Don't be nice because, you know what's funny? Bravo, I literally looked at the "Don't be nice to me, I'll come" shirt that I have. I literally looked at it. I looked at this shirt and I looked at that shirt and was like, I look really good in white, so I'm gonna wear that. And then I should have worn the other one. Oh, it's a totally clean shoe. So this is like my dedicated shoey shoe. I literally only drink liquor out of it, and then I wash it, and then I drink liquor out of it, and then I wash it, and it's the cycle. And that's how that goes. I think it would gag. Same. Magically. I actually just did 2 shoeys tonight. It's been a stream. It's been a stream. So this is from Rootsy. I will not say everything I want to say because that's not within TOS. What does that mean? I don't want to cause a full crash out for both of us. I don't want to keep reading this. But I didn't want to say that I'm insanely... I'm insanely proud of you for 2 things specifically. I love this song in the background, by the way. For trying. You know what I'm referring to. And I see this little exercise of reading out loud these messages as part of that. For being willing to try. I know how difficult change and uncomfy feelings are to face. And the last few weeks alone, I have seen so much growth. I'm very, very proud of you. And because I'm nice, I won't edit and add more. Hi, Vicky. Vicky, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. So that was from Rootsy. This is from Bravo Penguin. I'm reading nice things that the mods have said to me because they fucking suck. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, wrong button. Wait, hold on. Where's my mods button? Sorry, wrong button. This is from Bravo Penguin. What are you drinking? I've had one of everything. I've had 1.5 shots of rum, 1 shot of Malort, 1.5 shots of tequila, 1 shot of vodka, and 1 shot of Pink Whitney. The whole liquor cabinet. B! Hi, B! I've had a lot. Tequila's your favorite? Do you want some? Because I don't want it. I have extra special liquor. Like, I have bourbon and other shite that I, like, never drink ever. Finky, why do you think I just knocked over everything on my desk. Why do you think I'm, like, bawling? Do you see this? Do you see this? I'm having a hard time. I'm having such a time right now. The bourbon, I will take. Still gorgeous. Oh, so you want to, like... Me too. Stop that. Mira, I still have to do your pussy. And I still have to finish your pussies. And then I still have to do gay cops, cat dog, cat dog, cat dog, cat dog, cat dog. Shut up, War! This is Bravo Penguin. I didn't even ask permission if I could read. I'm just gonna do it anyway. Pixel. Huh. You deserve all of this. This community you've fostered is all here for you. The good days, the bad days, and the weird ones in between. We're here for you. You give us your all. Bask in the highs. Take the wins and run with it. Toot your horn. You deserve to feel all of this. I'm so proud of you, and I'm thankful for you every single day. I hope you understand how loved and supported you are. You deserve it more than anything. I have nothing else to drink right now. Did you say nice things in general chat? There's there, boy! Get totally not loved by War. Fuck you, Pixel! Thank you, War. I need that word, thank you. Don't. It was so sweet. War, that was too much. Fuck you. Guys, I'm gonna do this little pussy for Mira. Do you guys mind? Wait, why is there... Oh, okay. Alright. You're fine. Mira. Holy. I'm gonna do this one again because this one made me really happy. Alright, it looks like a G. But you guys have to fucking do with it because I can't see right now. Respectfully, I need to like wipe my whole face down. There's so much wet happening right now. And there's so many people that are probably just watching because they want me to do the fucking giveaway, and I'm so sorry. My streams aren't normally like this, but also this doesn't normally happen. So So let me just cry and have my feelings because you know what? I've been having a really bad month. You know what? Because my PTSD has been really bad. Diagnosed PTSD. Don't be like little people on Twitter that are subtweeting me about not being diagnosed. I'm diagnosed PTSD. And it's been really bad. And my mods know how bad it's been. Alright. We're wiping it all away. We're wiping away the pain. It's good. We're good. Ah! I love feelings. I'm gonna cry. Poe, stop that. We're diving up to 11. You guys hear this? I literally can't breathe right now because of all of the liquor and because of the love. What the fudgies wudgies. Mira, I know it's like 20 minutes late. Here's your silly Goofy Cooper. I know they look like G's because you're a real G. Shut up. Shut up. You're hanging out right underneath Tails Goes Rar and right next to Peppa B Lady. Yes, sir. Holy liquor. Yeah, Capricorn, do it without the rest of the sentence, just in case. Just do hashtag... Sorry, that was gross. Hashtag DBD, just alone, just in case. Just in case. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Oh, that's really messy. All right, I've been drinking. Hiccup, shut up. Hi, Kodiak. Hi, Chip. Shut up. I've been drinking. I've had like 7 shots total this stream. The Gilgos are cute. Shut up. Kodiak! How are you doing, homie? Alright, what am I gonna do for you? What am I gonna do for you?
Hello.
Oh, I gotta do... Oh! Boo, you scared me. Oh, wait. Peace was there. Do you want a cat or a dog? You fucking both if you don't answer. Hi, Boo! Mommy's crying. Is that okay?
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones,
You guys gotta stop.
emptiness
Oh no, she can't stop. It's like breaking the seal, but with tears. Fuck.
from my home, along that
Oh, and something fell. Sedate me! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, ghoulishly. Fuck. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Zero Ray, Lutheranism, Celeste,
Hello?
Augustine, Ghost Gwen, and Desi Days. Ah! Ghoulishly, can you let me know what the fuck is that?
Hello?
What is happening? Oh my god, look at how swollen my lips are. Look at how swollen they are. Like, I have, like, big, huge, natural, like, honker lips. They're, like, super swollen right now. Look at them. Look at what you've done. Oh, okay, actually, can you guys stop looking at that because I'm starting to get really self-conscious. Ghoulishly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Shut the fuck up, Chip! Ghoulishly, do you want a pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple pussy? Fuck. You know what my lips remind me of? Do you guys know from the Monsters Inc. movie that one guy who got like fucking like sucked, and his like lips are like that's what my lips remind me of right now because they're so fucking swollen. I can also take your balls. That's a lie. I've never said that. Pink war. That's a lie. I may have definitely have said that. Yeah, exactly, Panda Pan. Oh, hi, Tails. Tails, I hope you're doing so good. Shut up, chat. Stop laughing at me. Dog, please? I got you a dog. Actually, I picked a different dog than all the other dogs. Peace hates cats. Fuck Peace. Also, Gay Cop, thank you for the 3 gifted subs to Life with Kendall, The Cool Mike Show, and Tay JK. Holy, be back later, Irish Queen. I'll still be here. When did you light your lipstick up? I didn't. I just been licking it off. That sounds weird. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm sorry. It's okay if you unfollow. I know it's weird here. But I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I was on vacation for a week and there was a lizard, and I'm over here saying lizard, lizard. Everyone in my group kept saying it. That's so funny. Spooky, actually, I love that. Thank you. It's a delightful amount of weird. I have so much weird in me. I can't stop.
Lizard.
Boo, what are you doing? Boo, what do you want from me?
Do I say hello?
I gotta take off my rings if I want to say hello to you. Mommy's crying. He's probably so concerned. 200 bones for dinner! Enjoy your gifted subby. Enjoy your 90. Count him.
Lizard.
Your 90 months, your ad-free view and your sub and tails. Stop it. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What's up, Rosa Mince? What's up, Cookie? What's up, Unfiltered? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. What is happening? Lily, thank you for the double raid. Unfiltered, what the fudge? Unfiltered. Unfiltered, what the fuck? Shaking for the 2 monthlies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewed under suburb. Lily, thank you so much for the raid. How's your subathon going, Angel? Cookie, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Hello, Lady Demise. Double rainbow. Your dog is stinking cute. Do you want him? Tails, you are literally so sweet. Thank you so much. What's up, Switch? I have some questions regarding a clip that I saw with you 2 bottles. Shut up! Unfiltered, you can't prove nothing. What's up, Cookie? Day 12? But I need, oh my god, please. Everybody go follow Tails. Everybody go follow Lily. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Guys, welcome in. So this stream has been all about the DBD board game, and we're doing a giveaway for it. Peep the pinned comment for more information. But peep this. This is why I've been crying. Also that, but also my mod's been saying some really nice messages to me, and I've been crying, so I'm sorry if I sound like snuffy wuffy, because I literally can't breathe right now. I have a pupper, so they can be friends. You can have him. I'm joking. I love him so much. Okay, you can have him. Boo loves people. You're turning on closed captions for the first time? Oh, good luck, because I talk in cursive, so no closed captions never understand what I'm saying. Also, thank you for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. This is Boo, by the way. Boo says, "Mommy, your tears taste so yummy." He loves to lick me when I'm done working out too, because he likes the taste of my sweat, which is really weird. But it's fine, Boo. You can be weird. His brother's in his bed. Oh, sorry. The CCs are wild. What can I do to mess him up even more? Hi, my name is Pixel Kid, and I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream on the internet. I'm a variety streamer who used to be a hard variety streamer. I'm a DVD iridescent creator. And today we're doing a giveaway for a DVD board game. Type hashtag DVD, but only if you live in North America, like America or Canada, and the European Union / UK. And type hashtag DVD and enter that giveaway. This is my dog, Boo. Boo has no idea what's happening right now. Woo, Canada! I've had a lot of shots tonight. Yes, back milk! What's up, Zach? Oh my god, everyone say hi, Zach. Oh my god, Boo! Oh my god, Boo! My Crocs, stop! Boo! Boo, those are my Crocs! This is what we do off stream, by the way. On God. Come on! Bite it! Bite it! Bite it! Not my Crocs, you freak! You guys like, oh, Boo is so sweet. Boo is so normal. So anyways, who's looking for a dog? Shut up, War! Rosa, yeah, that's Charlie. Charlie's very chill. Boo, not so much. Charlie's 6.5 years old. Boo, how old are you? How old are you? 3? Oh man, oh, he's gonna take for bed. Look, look, look. They always fight for that bed. Oi, Jamoy. Oi, Jamoy. Guys, please engage your post-stream self-care. Thank you guys so much for the raids. What the hecky? Really? Rosa, shut up! Charlie, such a good boy. Charlie, you want to say hi? Charlie, you want to say hi? Charlie, you want to say hi? Fuck you, Boo. Everyone already saw you. Charlie, you want to say hi? Charlie, you want to say hi? sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. Oh! We all knew that was coming. Oh, it hit me right in the mouth, guys. Pyro! Mwah, Nathan. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hit me right in the mouth. Oh, you played Peak? I never played Peak, but I have it. Shut up, Tail Shop. Is that what you're doing on stream today? What are we doing today? Just yapping. How is Boo now? Like 2? He's 3. I think he turns 4 in June. Vicky. I'm pretty... Wait, does he turn 4? How old are you, Boo? You old enough to drink yet? Oh, okay. I think he turns 4 in June. Because what? I adopted him in 2022. No, I adopted him in 2023. And he was 6 months old when I adopted him in 2023. His birthday's in June. Someone do the math. Guys, I have to go pee. Do you guys mind? He gave me the 1 Boo combo instead of the 1-2. Yeah, Vicky, would you remember when I was trying to crate train him? And it had a crate that instead of the dog cam, I had a crate cam. And Rootsy was trying to walk me through crate training him, and he would just bark and howl and cry. And Rootsy's like, girl, let him bark, let him bark, let him crate train. And now he loves his crate. Do you guys remember that? Oh, crate training crate training Boo was such an experience. I do have to go pee. Did I finish these? No. Okay, actually, I did finish Bravo Penguins. So this is from Bravo Penguins, A Million Bits. Sorry that's like 2 hours late. The Bravo Penguin. She feels like how I feel. Oh, actually, let me add something. There you go. But there's your kitty. Yeah, I'll do the rest after I go pee-pee. I'm gonna go pee. Ah, shit. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Also, Bacon, I did see you. Everyone say hi, Bacon. Oh, you love her? I love her more. I'm gonna go pee. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. A flashlight! Is what I would say if I found a flashlight. You did. I was like, do I use the pallet or the flashlight? I'm like, I don't know. What do I do? Oh, shit. Alright, Rafe. Here we go. Here we go, Rafe. Here we go. Let's dance. Let's dance, Philip. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if that pays off. Please don't call your girlfriend. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! He has wall hacks! Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Close. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maria! Maria! So that's what happened to my CJ, by the way. When I did my CJ with on the Wesker. Oh shoot. So that was a really thick tree. Oh look, 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 look. Wait, hold on. We got both killers right here. Let's see if I could fuck with them. There we go. Get somebody. Come on. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Come on, Baba. Oh, I might. I'm so sorry. I'm a little sorry. I'm not super sorry, but I'm a little sorry. Oh, fuck me. I did it again, chat. No! I wanted my 2 stuns! No! I wanted it so bad. Oh, no. What is this game? What is this game? I cringe. So I'm not forgiving any of you because I just looked in the mirror while I was pissing, and I couldn't help but notice that my makeup was running all down my face and I looked like Alice Cooper. So thanks to nobody because it was everywhere. That you look hot. Shut the fuck up. Shani! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Pixel Cooper. Okay, War, I do say that all the time. Better go catch it. Somebody ban 6-7. Somebody ban Sushi Guy. No, somebody ban Panda Pan too. Not you guys saying the exact same thing. Oh my god, you guys are just a bunch of silly goofy goobers. I'm doing Ghoulishy's pussy right now. Where was it running to? Probably to hell, because that's where I'm going. Gagsig, enjoy your gifted subby. Also, thank you for responding to messages, because I missed them. If I've missed anyone's messages, I'm sorry. I literally still can't see clearly. Your makeup was messed up. Did you? No! Oh. You're being a little bright, aren't you? We could do more, Panda Pan. Okay, don't look that close to my face, though, because my makeup is really all messed up. Do you mean to quote it? No! Oh, thanks, Dragon! Lily, don't laugh at me! I'm gonna... Lily and Tails, you guys better be getting your post-stream self-care. Check.
Lizard.
What face do I want to do for Ghoulishly? Oh, you know what? I kind of like the faces I did for you guys earlier. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, that's super cute. It does look a little cursed, though. How do I fix that?
Lizard.
Shut up. I'm sorry, that was mean. That was aggressive. Be aggressive. Be shut up! Who is a mod? Why is a mod? What is a mod? Ghoulishly. Stop being nice to me, because I'm going to start coming everywhere. You're doing a little like a little kissy. Oh, just wait a fucking second, Lansmo.
Lizard.
Alright, wait until she starts answering messages again, and then you'll get there.
Stop!
Joke's on you.
I'm gonna drop my croissant.
I saw the bits before I heard the alert. Bitch. Somebody ban Sushi Guy. Thanks for the bits. Ghoulishly, you're hanging out right underneath Rooster. I have so many stuff to do. Okay, hold on. Peace was there. What is a mod? Wait, really? Sabrina's Carpenter's perfume cherry berry? That just sounds lovely, actually. That one gay cup.
Hello.
Uh-oh. Her eyes are starting to burn from the eyeliner. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follow sign, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome in. That one gay cup. Yeah, I cannot wait to add that alert, by the way. Nightshade Jade! Mwah! You're the forehead kissy. I'm down for a good hex, Loki. Not low-key, like desalted Loki. Alright, now what faces do we want to do? So I have one for Peace was there, that one gay cop, and War is here. Sorry, I just spanked you guys. You guys liked it. It's fine. Alright, War, I started yours like a million years ago, so. War, you're gonna get, oh, War, I know what I'm gonna do for you. What's up, John B? I hope I'm saying that right. Khakis. What about khakis? War, I hope you like this. This is new. I've never done this before. I'm feeling weird. Oh shit, Mike. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Oh my god. Or I hope you like this because it's pretty inventive. I blame the tequila and the Pink Whitney. Everyone shut up. I'm a fucking artist, alright? You come up with unique ideas, okay? Enjoy your one-eyed, four-pawed, flying purple people eater. Boo! Hello, puppy! Okay, but he kind of serves, I'm not gonna lie. Beautiful? Thank you. Oh, I only have 3 more to do. Okay. Now, how do I top that? Cyclops, 4-eyed, 4-pawed, purple people eater. Yeah. Ugh, my eyes are burning from my makeup. Alright, hold on. I have to fix my audio because there's an echo. Echo! And I've been drinking, and having an echo is not helping. Hello! 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 Echo! It's kind of echoey. Is it? Yeah, it feels kind of echoey. Hold on, one second. Hello! Hello! Okay, one second. Hold on. Shh. Hello! Oh, so much better. Oh my god, there's no more echo. When she sounds 10,000 leagues under the sea as she's away from her mic, but she's right there staring at our souls. Hello! Yeah, so I just turned it to the Gunner audio, and then I turned it back to the regular audio. We're good. There's no more voices in my head. What's happening? I think that answers the question. The best. Ooh, this is the. Not sponsored. I wish, because I paid like $300 fucking for this. But thanks for Gunner, because I paid it with my Gunner money. This is the Corsair. Something. Galleon! Corsair Galleon. Yeah. This is the Corsair Galleon. It has like the things. The buttons. Like I have like a Stream Deck and a keyboard. It's very nice. It's very, como se dice, receptive. You know what I mean? Ew, look at my bangs. Ew, actually don't look at my bangs. They're so like gross. Guys, I've been crying. There's liquid in my house. Oh no, she's wet. What is she gonna do? Alright, there we go. I also have a really big pimple on my forehead and I don't want you guys to see it. No, Mira! Everyone else is being nice to me. I gotta tone it down by being mean. Still, Cutie Pie? So you're saying you want to make out with me? Guys, who's going to TwitchCon and wants to make out? People think she's joking, but she's serious. She's going to TwitchCon and she's single. Tell me buy a TwitchCon ticket! I'm not gonna force you to. Are you going to TwitchCon, SushiCon? I got really excited. I'm sorry. No way. Me too. I'm going. I gotta stop biting this. Looks weird. No way. What tattoo do you want? I was gonna make my next Ko-Fi goal be a tattoo fund. But she wouldn't. But I might. What would you guys do if I made a Ko-Fi goal for a tattoo fund? What if I did that? That was weird. I've had so many shots tonight. Okay, but seriously, the next thing that happens, though, I'm gonna take a shot of bourbon or something. I have bourbon. I'll do it. What do you want? What do you want, Spooky Dragon? Tell me. All right, Geek Cap, what do you want? What am I gonna make for you? Oh, I have two. I have a dog and a cat for you. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What does she do? What does she do? We're gonna do the ears. Hi, Jasper. Look, you, Jasper. Sorry, that was rude. Did you hear him? Well, if we get them together, well, we still have our plant tattoos that we need to get. Hi, Alice! Alice, welcome, Black. I can say that. She likes it. Oh, I'm joking. I started... Really? A sea theme. Okay, but, like, so one thing that you would want would be a turtle? Maybe? Hi, Apos. She could do it? Yeah. Alice said it's okay. Okay, I have an idea. Now remember, she's not an artist, but she tries. All right? She's trying. She's not good at what she does, but she's trying. Shut up, Jasper. Mommy's working. Oh, I feel like a fucking artist, man. Okay. That's gonna have to be like a use your imagination one. Alright, let's move on to your kitty cat. Use your imagination. Oh my god. This is so cute. Hold on. Alright. Alright, Gay Cop. I don't know if you're here, but if you are here, I hope you like whatever these are. Alright, I'm gonna do this one first. This is your kitty cat. She's a dwarf kitty cat, but it looks weird. But I swear to God, it's a dwarf. You know, it's like Lord of the Rings, the Mines of Moria, you know, it's dwarf. It's dwarf cat. Shut up, all right? I'm an artist. And then here's this cat, and he's holding Anduril, Flame of the West, Forge of the Shards of Narsil. I'm doing the best I can, all right, with what I have, all right. I'm doing the best I can. She's perfect. Perfect. The best cats. Thank you. The last one I have to do is peace, right? I think it's the last one. Oh man. man. I was thinking turtles. Now what in God's green earth did you just put in my chat? What is that? Jade. I really want to pin this comment. I really want to pin it. But we have a giveaway, so I'm not going to. Now, why do you have one? Now, why do you have one? Here's a button. What is this? Shut up, Nightshade. That's your own. Is that your own fucking emote, Jade? Tell me. Tell me that's not your own fucking emote, Jade. Tell me. Tell me it's not. Because it looks like it is. You are so funny, Jade. That is so cute. Did you draw that? Did you draw that? Did you commission that? Hi, Graveyard Dirt! I'm so sorry. It's been like 10 minutes since you typed, and I just said hello. I'm so sorry. I was thinking turtles, jellyfish, flowers, etc. Plus the country that I went to in the mix of it. What country did you go to? Shut up. Speaker Jack, that sounds awesome. What the helly? 503 days sober? Holy shite. Is that like, what, a year and a half, eh? Oh my god. That sounds so sick. I commissioned it. It's a really cute emo. I really like it. That's actually a really cute emo. I love it. Thanks for making it gigantic so I can see what it is. And then cute is a button. With the fart emote, by the way, which is very, very similar. But I do like yours because it's hearts instead of fart. Everyone shut up. I need to do peace was theirs. Dog. It's a dog. You're gonna be a furry fucking dog because I know you're a furry. Furry dog. Heart fart. You're a furry boy. Like your furry shit. Yeah, get furry, nerd. I'm like being really aggressive with this. Yeah, fuck dogs, am I right? I'm joking. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, it's perfect. It looks more like a skunk than a dog. Just call me a furry. There's no shame in that. Nyquist, can you do me a favor? First of all, shut the fuck up, Nyquist. Second of all, can you type ! Nyquist? Because we've been talking about you and you haven't been here, and so you need to do your emote. Or your alert. Okay, but she looks a little bit more...
Ha! You're a bitch!
I've done 2 shoeies, Nyquist. I need you to know that. I've done 2 shoeies. And one of them included your bitch-ass, having-ass liquor. Guys, nobody follow Nyquist. Everybody go. Why did I whisper to this like it's my microphone?
Everybody go follow Nyquist. Thanks, Mira. Thanks, War. Oh my god. Thanks, Rootsy.
Yippee! Alright, so here's Peace was there. He's a skunk and he's licking this lollipop. She's running out of ideas, alright? I've been drinking a lot. Pixel ASMR stream. I've already done that. Lily, go to bed! Just kidding. Stay with me. Don't leave me.
Nyquist.
Okay, but she kind of looks like a skunk. Come here! Come here! Come here! Oh my god! Look at this little kitty cat! bossy boy, by the way. Fuck cats is crazy. Mod's band piece was there. Shoo, Pete, shoo! What's up, Onryo? Look at this kitty cat. Oh my god, I can't. It's so funny. Look at that tummy. Thank you. I'm joking. Did you like mommy's new water fountain that she got for you today? I got an automatic water fountain today. Sassy baby, yeah, just like his mother. Poke, if you Pillsbury Doughboy me one more time, I'm gonna I'm gonna do something that's not too West appropriate. Yeah, sure. Jasper's such a baby. He's a baby. You ain't gonna do shit, you know? If you don't like it, why are you still here, Jasper? That's what I thought. Everybody go follow Nyquist. I hope you're doing so good, homie. I don't even have to look at who sent that gif. I know who sent that gif. How is it already almost midnight? Wait, what happened Wednesday night? No. Why are you so cute? Who said you could be so cute? Oh. He said, Mommy, thanks for the catnip earlier. Yeah, I saw you smacking Balthazar. Actually, no, Balthazar smacked you first. Alright, I'll allow it. Oh, you're so cute. I fucking hate you. Just kidding, I love him. What's up, Half-Pint Dream?
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones.
No, wait! No way, nah, I just got gifted one. Thrasher? Onryo, are you okay? What the fudge? Is that your first teacher ever? I've been a teacher before. Scary shit. Easy gifted. What the fudgy wudgy? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Astral Nest, Zekaru, Half-Pint Dream, Demon Caras, and some guy named I Nyquist. Good bunny. Slasher! Pink, orange, salmon, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Half-Pint Dream! Whatever, Eris. Whatever. Okay, girl, are you staying on or not? Okay. Pink Pussy Club. I wanna get it on a Pink Pussy Club. Woo! Man, I said my next shot was gonna be bourbon, didn't I? Oh, Freya, have the best night ever. Freya, have a good night. Oh yeah, it is from Nightmare on Elm Street. Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, so you're sitting on, like, my armrest. How is your fat 20-pound ass sitting on your little armrest? How do you do that? Teach me. How do you do that? 20 pounds of cat sitting on that little armrest. How are you doing that? Alright, whatever. Nightmare on Elmas. No, I didn't, Sushi Guy. I said bourbon. You'll never guess what finger I'm holding up. Did you really? Oh, an ambulance? Jesus Christ! Onryo, do you live in America or do you live in any other country? Because hopefully it's any other country. I'll get the clip. Oh, so, that was like $5,000 then. Holy shit, I'm so sorry. Looking at Nyquist's previous mod actions against him. Alright, how many times have I banned Nye? War timed him out. Eclipse timed him out. Aya timed him out. Alice timed him out. And I banned him. Alright, but to be fair, his last ban was March 15th, 2024. So if, as far as I'm concerned, Nye is due for another ban. Wait, really, Shenny? Shenny, you love it? You've never timed him out? Rootsy, you've never timed him out. Eclipsed, Aya, War, and me. Do it. A corner command. I love that. Like a bad kitten corner. That's actually kind of hot. I love that. Hey, Rootsy. Rootsy? The floor is yours, Rootsy. Yippee! Rootsy timed out Nyquist for 69 seconds. Reason?
Shit on!
Can I be a bad kitten? You are the worst kitten, aren't you? No, not the worst kitten. That's bad. You are a bad kitten. Okay, but stop looking how swollen my lips are. It's really gross. The floor is lava. I actually, on God, I did put my feet up. Anywho, Slasher Bunny. Why is it so big? Send me to none of my exes ever. Oh, I'm joking! It's alright, they're not here anymore, so I can say it. So anyways. No, so you guys stop! Those things, it's like a little vacation. Nye's probably already unfollowed. That's fine. I'll just mod him. Again! Remember when I abducted Nyquist as a mod? Oh, thank you, Canary. I hope Fortnite's going okay. I heard that Fortnite's got some weird shit going on with the... That was the fastest 69 seconds that I've ever experienced. Am I right, ladies? He's got nothing to say. Oh, wow. War. The dogs are revolting? Are you saying my dogs are ugly? I'm joking. I'm joking. Remember when Boo hit me in the face? Oh, really? Canary, good. I'm glad. I don't know, Mira. Mira called my dogs ugly. Oh, Loki. No, Little Gone. Not at all. Master's giving Dobby a suck. Dobby is 3. You know what? Boo, when he was a puppy, used to look like Dobby. Oh, Slasher Bunny, what are we gonna do for you? I'm feeling your tongue's gonna be out. I just know your tongue's gonna be out. Like Tom Faulty. Every time Tom streams. Wait, hold on. Every time Tom streams, shout out Tom Faulty. Every time Tom streams, he goes, and so I'm dedicating this cat to Tom via Slasher Bunny. So this is, oh, this is so cute. Wait, give it a little nose. Oh my God, it's a tomcat. Oh my God, stop. Slasher Bunny's gonna love this. Tom's gonna love this. This is, if I get up, you're not gonna fall off, right? This is my tomcat. Why is ban Pixelkit not working? Shut the fuck up, War. Shut the fuck up before I auto ban you. Alright. Hanging out right underneath Gay Cop and right next to Foolishness. Alright. So we're getting bourbon now? Bourbon? Holy shit. Do I have any bourbon? Oy, chamoy. Might interest you in some disgusting Campari. I understand it is not a bourbon, but I think it's gonna have to do. Campari is disgusting. Shout out to Burb 3D who recommended this to me. It's feckin' disgusting. Cats, you want him? He's still on my chair. Hello, lovely. What are you doing? Are we staying? We're going? What's it taste like? Let me Google it. Campari is a bright red, bittersweet Italian aperitif created in 1860, characterized by a complex infusion of herbs, aromatic plants, and fruit in alcohol and water. It is a staple in cocktails like a Negroni and Americano, with a distinct bitter orange, rhubarb, and arable flavor profile. Add pine needles to that. What do you mean? If you're gonna say something nice to me, I swear to God I'm gonna ban you. Do you want me to read that out loud? My pack rate is 155. What does that mean? What does UPH stand for? It's the cutest button. I'm gonna ban you. Stop that. Yes? So I have not read. Okay, you want me to read this message? I have not read this, but it looks long, which means it's probably something nice, which means I'm probably gonna cry. Let me pour this shot now, so I have something to drink. I know I didn't ask Slasher Bunny what she wanted me to drink, but I think we haven't done any Campari in like a year, so. What's up, Norvon? Norvon. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right, Loki, chill. Before I punish you too. Leon's Bones. Let's see if you're mod after this. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm slowly recovering from cry. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. Oh, an ad is starting. Shout to no one who's watching ad right now because everybody is subbed. So I have only been here for 2 years. Only been here for 2 years is crazy. And if my Twitch recap was enough proof, I absolutely love you and love it here. You're obviously my favorite person to spend time watching, chatting, playing games with. And I cherish each and every moment. Your laughter makes me smile. Your energy brings me peace and joy. There's so much more to this message, by the way. You give more than you know. And as someone who also has thoughts like I need to do more and be better and worries that no one actually likes me and that I've got everyone fooled, I know that with you, I can be here, exist, and have a great time watching stream, playing games, and spending time with others here. Every time I'm crying now. Every time. Derpy! So Derpy. Welcome in, Raiders. Derpy, I'm so sorry. I'm about to have a mental breakdown. In a good way. Emotional damage. Extinct. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Leon's Moans sent me a beautiful message, and I'm only halfway through reading it, and I have like a little bit of tear coming. It's not quite manifested yet, but your braid has really helped stop that. So thank you. Derpy, how was your stream? Everybody go follow Derpface, my daily dose of dicks. So that was weird. Derpy has a girlfriend. That was weird. So anyways, everybody go follow Derpy. Derpy, how was your stream? What were you up to? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Derpy, I'm sorry! Tell your girlfriend I love her. Oh my god. I'm gonna finish reading this because I'm gonna not read anymore if I if we keep going too long. Oh, fuck. Shit. Sorry, I keep swearing. Okay. Where was I? I know that with you, I can be here, exist, and have a great time, watching stream, playing games, and spending time with others here in this community that you've built. And we all add our own pieces to it. And at the end of the day, none of us would be here without you. And all we want to do is give back to you for being the catalyst and center of everything. You have cultivated this community from the ground up. Every single time I see someone say this place is comfy, cozy, fun, or feels like a wonderful place to be, I know that it's all started from you. What the fuck? So anyways, here's my Canadian shot of Campari. With love. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so... It's so bad. It tastes like an air freshener. Welcome in, Raiders. I promise I'm not always like this. I swear I'm laughing. I'm not crying. My breath is really weird right now. It feels like I, like... It tastes like I took a shot of, like, a Bath and Body Works wallflower. You know what I want is pizza, but you know what? The DoorDash delivery driver's just gonna steal it again. And I don't think I can handle my DoorDash pizza getting stolen again. I swear I'm laughing. Oh my god. So Derpy, how was your stream? I swear I'm okay. I swear I'm okay. I swear I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. I mean, my breath is really fucking weird right now. No, they stole my pizza and I got a refund, but I deleted my DoorDash afterwards. Oh, hold on. Stream was okay. Hold on. Games were shite. Wait, what were you doing? Oh, we got shit on Ark and Overwatch. Shut up. I'm so sorry. Slasher Buddy, no. Stop. Slasher Buddy, you will get banned. Oh my god, everyone go follow Derpy. I'm so sorry for everyone who's here who's, like, new to the stream and you're like, oh, damn, this fucking streamer. Really? Rats and sweats? It's because you didn't have me carrying you. So that was a joke. Did you hear that laugh? Holy shit! Oh! A flash! That was cringe. Load up Overwatch? Shut the fuck up, I will! Who are your mains in Overwatch? Because I'm clearly an Orisa main. I say clearly as in, like, some big manifestation. Junkrat, shut up. You're such sweat. I'm joking. I have no idea what Junkrat even is. The next person that makes me cry is gonna be sent my medical bill from when I... Alright, here we go. The next person that makes me cry is gonna be sent my medical bill from when I dislocated my toes. That went to collections and now my credit score is shit. So you guys better not be nice to me. What if it's your mom? I love my mom. And the thing is, they would pay for it. And they don't know that it went to collections, so shh. New day! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Yeah, my parents don't know that it went to collections because they'd be mad at me. No, I'm in Chicago, so it's America, so it's awful. It's expensive. I dislocated 2 toes, and it cost me $4,000, and I paid $2,000 of it. I just refused to pay the last $2,000. I'm not reading that out loud, Loki. I'm not reading that loud, because I don't want you to have to pay my medical bills. Who steals a pizza? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Also, hi, Ashen. No, I'm not gonna read that because I don't want you to have to pay my medical bills. Pixel, you're freaking amazing. huge inspo to me and have generally made me believe in myself streaming wise and have made my lonely days of staying home with school work much better.
Somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness began to grow. There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've
Lily, I have 5 messages in this Twitch stream that prove that you definitely did do something. Do you guys hear that? Do you guys hear that? This is how much I can breathe right now. This is how much of your shit that I could put up with. Okay, that actually sounded really clear. But to be fair, I'm having a really hard time breathing on my nose. So you guys better fucking stop. You got it. Somebody ban Derpy. Somebody ban him! Lily, thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Groovy Necronomicon, Baby Butt, Refuse the Day, Sir Lumpy, and That Spooky Girl. I just want to remind you guys that I had a really good makeup day. My makeup was so fucking fire, and you all ruined it. I want to remind you that. Lily, pick a pussy. Pink, orange, salmon, yellow. Green, light blue, dark blue, purple. Pick a pussy. Finish reading this fucking message. Sweetest and most amazing person ever, who deserves the love and has this amazing energy to make anyone warm up. You are awesome. I think this Warren's a big boy. Oh, Charlie, did I scare you, honey? Charlie, I'm sorry. Come here. Oh, is this scaring you? I'm sorry. Charlie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Come here, Bumpy. Charlie, come here. Thanks a lot. Now my dog doesn't love me. Oh, there he goes. There you go. You love me. You love me. Mwah, mwah. Oh, don't lick me. Purple pussy. Oh, dragon. I'm gonna try to hydrate. I have a little bit of G Fuel left. I'll hydrate. Let me get this purple pussy. I don't know if I'm gonna take any more shots tonight, though. He's so cute. Thanks. I made him myself. Just kidding. He turned 7 this year. Can you guys believe it? Charlie turns 7 this year. He has so much gray on him. Oh, I'm gonna cry again. Guys, you made me start crying, and now my tears won't stop tearing up. Where's my permanent marker? Oh, it's right here. Who put it there? How much longer do you think you'll be on for? Oh, I'm gonna draw the giveaway winner in like 10 minutes. So you guys, mods. Can I have 1 mod volunteer for an everyone, count them, everyone, 10-minute countdown for me drawing the giveaway winner? I'm so sleepy. 10-minute countdown. I'm gonna end the stream in 10 minutes. I'm gonna stop raids for an hour. Yeah, you guys fucking deserve that. Thank you. So Loki's got it. Not it. Loki's got it. Mirror, I totally get you. Pixel Stinky, I showered today and washed my hair. How dare you? Daddy! Poe, how dare you? Okay, Lily, I want to make sure. Lily of the Graves, no uppercase. Lily of the Graves. Oh, your name is super fun to write, by the way.
by yourself, handsome?
Thank you for the 69 bits, magical chick. What the fudge? Is my eyeliner dripping again? I can't tell. Just don't look at it. Just don't look at my face. Do you guys mind? Please just don't look at me. Do you guys mind? Is that okay? Do we have a deal? What am I gonna do for you? If I like your face? Okay. I am so lonely right now. I'm gonna make out with you so hard, Mira. Rigged if anybody with me wins. Honestly, valid. Oh. LOL. Oh. listen, you know what I want right now? I just want a good makeout session. The last person I made out with was so bad at making out. Can I make fun of this person for a second? Hold on. Thank you, Loki. So, the last person I made out with. Okay, so on God, Rootsy, I'm gonna imagine you're gonna get banned. Think of 100 bits. Enjoy your 90. Oh wait, hold on, chill. Hold on, that's not a sub. Chill. Thank you for the 100 bits. Enjoy your bit emo. Sorry, I've been drinking. So anyways, okay, we're gonna make fun of the last. Shut up, bitch! Go check. Don't make fun of me. So I'm gonna make fun of the last person I made out with. I'm not gonna say who, but the last person I made out with. So I've only told one person this, but the last person I made out with was so bad at making out, and it's so frustrating because like I feel like kissing should be super easy. I feel like kissing and making out should be like just such an easy and natural thing, but I'm sure you guys have seen anime, right? Hi, Royal Tiger, happy Wednesday/Thursday. It's officially Thursday for me. So, I swear to God, I am not exaggerating. This person has to have learned how to make out from watching anime. Because this person, on God, used their tongue, and I'm trying so hard to, like, to not exaggerate. This is not exaggerated. This is how they made out with me. They just did that. It was just that. And this is so weird because this is like so bad. But it was just that. And it's just like, it's the most, because in animes, no, I need you guys to understand. And you know how in anime, they just go like this? They just show the tongue. That's how animes show making out. And so, on God, I think this person learned how to make out by watching Groovy, thank you. And like, I can't tell you. And I tried so hard to like take the lead. No, you guys don't understand. That's why I'm saying. Shut up. It was cleaning your teeth. So, I need you guys to understand how, like, I tried to take the lead and try to show them, like, how to make out, like, really? But this person was like, and that was it. There's no, like, lips. It was just all tongue. Like, I cannot tell you how much I need a good makeout session. I am taking requests. I don't care who you are. I care how old you are, because I'm not fucking weird. But I just need a good makeout session. Shut the fuck up, Kodiak. I'm gonna start banning people. Oh, the boot camp! Oh my God, sorry. I've been smacking my desk so much. Thank you for the boot camp shout out. I just need a good makeout session so badly. And the last person I made out with was just, and like, I honest to God, I really truly wish I was exaggerating, but it's not, and it's so bad. Yeah, and I'm like, it leaves me wanting, you know? Like, I'm one of those people where I can make out and, like, I'm pansexual, asexual, so I'm equal opportunity, but also, at the end of the day, I don't have to have, like, the segs, after every, like, intimate interaction, but, like, if it happens, it happens. But, I just want a good make out. How do I get banned now? Oh, you want to get banned? Mods! If it's not full frontal, don't put me. Royal Tiger, you get me. Like, I just want a good little makeout. Also, hi, Jem, I'm so sorry I saw you. Oh, also, we have 79, count them, 79 entries in the giveaway. Remember to read the entire message on whether or not you're able to enter in the giveaway, because only some countries are available to be entered for the DBD board game. I'm sorry. I'm drinking. Lily, I'm gonna make your kitty cat. Oh, shut up, you got Taco Bell. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. Alice, tell me what you got. Tell me what you got right now. Right, Kodiak? Did you guys enter? Hashtag DBD. So, the only countries that are available to enter are North America, but it's only US and Canada, no Mexico, which I think is super hateful, but that's fine. Of course, it's like, I'm not like trying to like shit on, I'm so sorry. DBD and level 99 games, I'm very grateful for this opportunity, I'm sorry. But like, I'm sure there are limitations to who you guys can send it to, but whatever. It's fine. And then US and Canada, plus the European Union and UK. Wait, Lily, did you enter the giveaway? Because I'm going to pull the giveaway winner in like 3 minutes. I know you want to go to bed. I know you just raided. I know you just finished stream. But I don't want to keep you. But if you did enter the giveaway, do you have like 3 minutes to spare? Never let your light dim. I'm gonna fucking shit myself. Are you kidding me? Mexican pizza and 2 chalupa. Oh, is the pizza good? Everyone shut up. My song is on. But go to bed if you need to go to bed, Lily. I'm going to finish your kitty, though. 3 minutes. I'm going to put in 3 minutes. And as soon as we hit 12:10 a.m. U.S. Central Time, I'm going to pull the giveaway winner. Oh, you live in Japan. That's right. Oh, then go away. If you have a U.S. address, you can probably still enter, but... Me too, Kodiak. No, yeah, do Chloe. Remember, say good night, Lily. Lily, I'm gonna finish this pussy. You know what? I got your pussy. 10 p.m. in California, that's true. You guys are 2 hours behind. Lily, you got a little ditto kitty, but also with a bow tie. Because it's a pretty fancy pussy. Thank you so much for 550. You didn't have to do that. 1 a.m. All right, future. All right, future guy. Hanging out right underneath Jinx and right next to Slasher Buddy. 2 minutes. Cutest pussycat ever did see. Yeah, sure. I'm a Time Lord, bitch. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna cry. You guys are so funny. Oh man. I'm not gonna lie. There are 81 people. I'm not gonna read that. I'm obviously gonna read that. Shut up, Pixel. I've only been a part of your community for just over 6-7 months, and the positive radiant energy you provide to your viewers and your community whenever you go live, even on the days you really don't feel like streaming and wanted to cancel, you still showed up and made people stay with your fun moments and gameplay. I've had the pleasure of meeting you at TwitchCon last year and seeing that same radiant energy. I'm proud of you for brightening our days with your streams. That really means a lot because you have met me IRL. We met at the G Fuel booth at TwitchCon. That really means a lot. Kodiak, stop. Thank you so much. 2021? And you could have been anywhere else. And here you are, Gem. Wait, guys! Are you guys ready? We're gonna do a 10-second countdown. Ready for the giveaway? So this is the giveaway poll for the DBD board game. Guys, I've done a just chatting stream for 6 hours. Can you guys believe it? Disgusting. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You guys thought I was gonna flip you off. Bubble! Bubble, are you here? Bubble, are you here, Angel? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Spaghetti. 42. I had an interview with a disability rights publication. Now I'm a full-time contributor. I was feeling pretty bad anyways. I saw your stream and now I'm smiling again. Royal Tiger. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs the hug. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double and give to the next person. Yeah, the delay's pretty wild, isn't it? Bubba! Hold on. Oh, you did. Thank you, Danny. That's good. That's good. Let's give him 2 minutes. Let's give him 2 minutes to come in here. Oh, they're not on a stream right now. Oh, they're not here. Oh, Bubble's not here right now. We're gonna have to draw again, guys. And the only reason why I have you have to be here is because I have to verify that you're in the countries that are applicable. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We're gonna draw again. Transfluid druid. Gender fluid druid. Are you here? Okay, but Loki, I was curious about that. Oh, Vicky. Pixel. I've been following for quite a few years now, and I've seen so many highs and so many lows for you. You have been through so much, and you are so strong. You are so loved. You are so worthy. Don't let anyone tell you who you are. Show them who you are. I love you, Vicky. Vicky, you have been here. Hold on. I'm gonna expose you. Vicky has been following me since June 12th, 2021. Almost 5 years. Vicky has been here. Literally through all of my highs and all of my lows. And Vicky, that really means a lot. Truly. Thank you so much. You don't see him in chat? Alright, we're gonna do it again. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to, like, go past anybody who's won, but... Hi, Melena! Oh, you just in time. But, it's just to be fair, to make sure that I can verify that whoever won is in a country that is available to win. I'm gonna draw another winner. Okay, I need you guys to know that this is not rigged. We pulled... Yes, mine just got pulled! Loki, are you here? For the record, I know Loki's here. What's up, Angel? Angel, welcome in. For the record, no one can say shit. No one can say shit. No one can say shit. Two people that are not mod and not VIP won. But Salted Loki won. GG's, Salted Loki. Oh my god, look at my camera. I've hit my desk so much. I want to say to anyone who's ever won a merch giveaway from Salted Loki, y'all better fucking say GG! Salted Loki, GG's. I know you live in a country that is applicable. Also, I want to say, big ol', we tried. Bubble was first, Gender Fluid Drew was second, so look who's there. We did it! GG's. I want to say a big whole schmeckin' thank you. No, Loki, you better shut the fuck up. Alright? Because that is not expected, nor is it, you better stop that. Oh, man. Seriously, right? Oh, but truly. Also, you know what's funny? Loki did win their own merch giveaway. Do you guys remember that? There was a merch giveaway, and Loki put a message in chat saying, hey guys, make sure you type this message in chat to be entered in the giveaway, and then they won their own giveaway. And then Loki, from then on, was like, I'm never typing anything after I do a merch giveaway ever again. It was so funny. Oh my god, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. That was the funniest thing I've ever fucking heard. Holy. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for entering this giveaway. Jasper, do you have anything you'd like to say to this chat?
Thanks for the 600 subs and the 576,035 bits. I'm a boy, but I sound like a really weird muppet.
Oh, he's shy. Oh, are you shy, puppy? Oh, Raph the cat now? Yeah, do you want it? Exclamation point cat. Oh, I'm joking. Bitch, I'm not even touching you. Stop! Not all of you guys entering. For legal reasons, I'm not auctioning off my cat. Hi, Birdie! Birdie, good morning. Oh, I forgot that was an emote. Or a command. I forgot cat was a command. Because of the AI emote that Twitch made with the cat. Oh my god. That's so funny. Guys, stop. There's actually a command for that. Stop. That's so funny. So anyways. Stop, Loki. Stop. I already have a crocheted... Wait, do you guys want to see? Hold on. So, my favorite Pokemon is Clefable, and Spades crocheted this whole ass Clefable for me. I don't remember when. It was for a birthday, maybe? But yeah. So, I read a tweet. There was a tweet that was twatted, not by me, but so long ago, that said that if anyone ever crochets something for you, you know that they love you, because crochet is just like this is like, you know, this is a lot of work and a lot of love that gets poured into this, you know? So it's like... So, shout out to Spades. Mira, can we get a shout out for Spades, please? For crocheting my favorite Pokemon ever. Seriously, it's like... Thank you. Thank you so much, Mira. Because this is seriously, like, one of the coolest gifts I've ever been given. So... to anyone that crochets, you are so hot. The only thing that I know how to crochet is a straight line. I never got, like, past, I never learned how to do a double line. I only know how to crochet a straight line. That's all I know. So, yeah. But we're gonna send the raid out. But yeah, it was 2 years ago! Oh my god. My friend has crocheted me a Clown Kenny plushie. Next to the floppy ear pink bunny, she made me shut up. Crochet takes forever. Exactly. So if anyone has ever crocheted you something, you know that they love you. Yes, we are leaving. I'm gonna send someone to send you guys over to raid. Yeah, I only know how to go. I only know how to do a straight line, so I could make like a really nice cat toy for people. I know, but so I just pulled up my stream. So I have my like stream preview is really small on my OBS. So I just saw that my total amount of subs, like at the bottom of screen, is 1,200 subs. I started off this stream at like 600 something subs. So respectfully, what the fuck? I know all of my mods have been saying really nice things, and all of you guys have been saying really nice things, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight at all. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna go walk my dogs. I'm gonna eat some onigiri that I got. No, it was, so Vicky, it was 2,000 subs in one day. It was between him and Crypto Wrench. Crypto Wrench has since rebranded, and that was crazy. That was back in like 2021 or 2022. Yeah, I have an eel one. Yeah, it's Crypto Wrench. Thank you, Alice. I don't, but I appreciate you. That was wild. See, you were there for that. Yeah, that was that was insane. Oh, Weezer, Queen of Vikings? Probably Vikings. Yeah, Queen of Vikings is so peak. Oh, we love her so much. Oh, we gotta find someone to raid, guys. I know which fucker we're gonna raid. Oh, Well, that's what you get for streaming at this time of night, guys. We're gonna raid that 1K cup. Is Shadowhawk live? We'll get him next time. Is Shadowhawk live right now? On God. He is! He's doing Phasmophobia. We'll get him next time. We're gonna raid that 1K cup. Gabwig! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Thank you, Loki. We're gonna raid that 1K cup, so, because I can. He's currently playing Lord of the Rings Battle of Middle-earth 2, which is a super cool, I think it's like MMORPG, if I'm not mistaken. You guys should go give him lots of love. He is awesome and has, like, I'm sure he will, but, I want him to show you guys all of his cool background shit. He has so much cool stuff in his background. I hope he shows you it because he has so many cool collectibles. And I think you guys will really enjoy like how cool his background is. Alice, thank you so much, guys. Please, 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 if you guys can, use whatever rain emotes suits you guys. I will. I'm going to refund that to you. I'm going to refund that. But I'm going to do a big old stretch. Please from... Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for the 600 subs, the like 600,000 bits. I don't know what to say. Thanks for making me cry on my eyeliner off. That was super fun.